Hello and welcome to my channel. This is Redeeming Sixth by Chloe Walsh. Hope you enjoy.
For better or worse. Aoife. 24 hours had passed since we had barreled into the A&E with Joey carrying his sister in his arms while I screamed the place down for help. To be fair, help had come instantly, but once Shannon was rushed away on a gurney, surrounded by a flurry of nurses and doctors, Joey had unceremoniously collapsed in a heap on the waiting room floor. Reeling didn't come close to describing how I felt as I sat at my boyfriend's bedside behind a pale blue curtain, in the middle of a jam-packed accident and emergency, as we continued to wait for a bed on a ward to become available. Whatever they had given him for pain relief a few hours ago had knocked him out cold, and I was relieved. The longer he slept, the longer I knew he was safe. The longer he was protected from the pain that I knew would swallow him up. Because I knew in my heart, once the meds wore off and his poor knocked-around brain came back to its full senses, that he would be up and out of here. It wouldn't matter to him that he needed to rest, or that his body had taken an unmerciful battering. Joey would go straight to his sister's bedside without thought for the consequences, or himself. And after he visited his sister, I didn't want to think about what would follow. Resting my elbows on his bed, I continued to watch him sleep, and I continued to cry. His face was barely recognizable beneath the gauze, tape, and bandages. His left eye was hidden behind a white bandage, while the bridge of his nose was taped up. The bruising and swelling around his right eye so extensive that even when he was awake, it was hard to tell. Biting down on my lip, I smothered a sob and reached over to brush his hair off his forehead, only to expose more bruising. It was everywhere. Every inch of his skin told a story of vicious abuse at the hands of a monster. The raw welts on his back that I discovered when helping him undress last night had caused everything in my stomach to come back up. There was no hiding what had happened to him. His father's belt had left welts deeply embedded into his flesh. Forcing myself to be strong for him, I remained right by his side, unwilling to leave him for longer than it took me to grab a cup of tea from the vending machine. Mam had called countless times, begging me to come home for a shower and to have something decent to eat, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't leave him. I never would. The Garda Síochána had come and gone, looking for statements from my boyfriend that he was in no fit state to make. Social workers, a Garda victim service officer, not to mention many other authority figures, had made an appearance too. Nanny Murphy had somehow managed to get a hold of my phone number and had called several times to check on her great-grandson and to relay messages to Joey, but that was it. She was the only one. Not once since he was wheeled into triage had I caught a glimpse of Marie Lynch. I understood that Shannon was in a bad way. Nanny had told me that she had a collapsed lung, but Joey was hurt too, damn it. He had a fractured skull, for fuck's sake. It was a wonder that his brain wasn't complete mush. The doctor said it himself. It was a miracle that he was still here. Malloy. Releasing a pained groan, Joey covered my hand with his and blinked his one good eye open. What did I tell you about crying? Sniffling, I forced a smile and whispered, "Hey, stud." "Hey, Queen." His voice was raspy and torn. "Nice legs." I choked out a sob. "Nice everything." "Don't cry for me." "I'm not." I forced a brighter smile. "Your nose is pancaked again." He grunted out a breath. "What's new?" "I think it's sexy." Sniffling, I lifted his hand to my mouth and kissed all of his torn knuckles. You've got the roughed up bad boy look down to a T. How's my baby? Still cooking? How's my other baby? I'm okay, Joe, I breathed. We're both fine. Good. His eyelid fluttered shut. I need you to be okay. I am okay, Joe. Both of you. Both of us are fine. I need it to stay that way, he whispered, giving my hand a squeeze. It's important to me. Desperately fighting down the urge I had to climb onto the bed and hold him, I stood up and hovered close instead. You're important to us. Leaning down, I pressed a lingering kiss to his clammy forehead. You're everything to us. I want the baby, Queen. Sniffling, I nodded. I know, Stud. I heard the heartbeat. Yeah, you did. It's really in there. Uh-huh. We made a baby. Yeah, Joe, we did. I'm scared. I know you are. It's okay. When can I get out of here, Eve? The doctors want to keep you in for a few days for observation, I explained, fingers trailing over his swollen face. We're just waiting on a bed upstairs to become available. No, he groaned, shaking his head. No, fuck that. I'm going home. You're going to stay here, I warned, snatching up the hand he was attempting to use to pull his IV line out. You have one hell of a concussion, Joe. The doctor explained it to me. You need to be here, okay? I need to see Shannon. There it is. Shannon is fine, I tried to soothe, sinking down on the edge of his bed as I gently pinned his hands to his chest to stop him from hurting himself. She's being well looked after upstairs, okay? Yeah, but she needs to see me, he tried to argue, voice croaky and raw. You don't get it. I need to be there when she wakes up. She'll be scared. She won't know what to say. I need to check on her. Joe. Cupping his face between my hands, I leaned in close and forced him to look at me. I promise you that Shannon is fine. Pressing a soft kiss to the corner of his mouth, I avoided stitches on his swollen bottom lip and mentally willed him to stop thinking about everyone else. You trust me, don't you? He nodded slowly. Good. I smoothed his hair back and kissed him again. Then trust me when I tell you that the best thing you can do for Shan is to rest up and heal. Joey? Marie's sorrowful voice came from behind the curtain, causing us both to stiffen. Can I speak to you? No, he croaked out, snatching my hand up to his. I can't deal with her. It's okay, I whispered, nuzzling his good cheek with mine. I'm here, Joe. I've got your back. Fuck. Blowing out a pained breath, he relented with a stiff nod. Okay. Come in, Marie. The curtain was drawn back, and his mother appeared, looking every bit as small and frail as the last time I'd laid eyes on her. Joey. Her eyes were sunken in her head, clearly swollen from crying, as she took an uncertain step towards us. Aoife. Marie, I acknowledged coolly. My gaze flicked to the tall, dark-haired man standing behind her. The suit he was wearing looked too flashy to belong to a social worker, so I pegged him for a solicitor. God knew she needed one. Oh, Joey, baby. Sniffling, his mother moved for his bed, but stopped when she realized that I had no intention of getting out of her way. I couldn't if I wanted to. Joey had a death grip on my hand. How are you feeling? Marie asked. Your poor face. My boyfriend didn't respond. He didn't move a muscle. His face was void of all emotion as he continued to stare at the man standing behind his mother. "Hey, kid," the man said, tone thick with emotion, as he stared straight past me, attention riveted on my boyfriend. "It's been a while." It's been a while. Brows furrowing, I swung my gaze on the man and studied his familiar face. High cheekbones, dark brown hair, puffy swollen lips, eyes the colour of midnight blue. "Crap!" I strangled out, quickly putting two and two together and coming up with a big fat Darren. "It's you!" His attention flicked to me, and I watched as a flicker of recognition flashed in his blue eyes. "And it's you." I frowned, knowing full well that I had never met this man before in my life. "What?" "So, you went there anyway, and threw your hat in the ring, Joe." He mused, this time addressing my boyfriend. "Well, no one could accuse you of being fleeting." "Seriously?" I blinked in confusion. "What?" "Never mind," Darren replied with a shake of his head. "How are you feeling, Joey?" "What are you doing here?" Joey replied, tone cold and hard. "What do you want?" "Ma'am called me." "What do you mean she called you?" "Listen, Joe, I know there's a lot of—" "What do you mean she called you, Darren?" he repeated, tone laced with venom. "What the fuck?" "Back up," I warned, taking a protective stance in front of my boyfriend when his brother moved to come closer. "Just back right up, buddy." "Aoife, you need to stay out of this." "How do you know her name?" Releasing my hand, Joey dragged himself into a sitting position, chest rising and falling quickly as he glowered at his mother and brother like they were the enemy. "How the fuck does he know my girlfriend's name?" "I called him," his mother strangled out, pressing a hand to her chest. "You called him?" Joey deadpanned. "You just called him up? So you had his number all along?" He choked out, trembling. "For the past 5.5 years? You were in contact with him and never told me?" "Joey, listen to me." "Don't fucking speak to me," my boyfriend roared, pointing a finger at his long-lost brother. "Don't fucking look at me." Turning back to his mother, he hissed, "I understand why you couldn't tell Dad, and I get why you didn't tell the boys and Shannon. But me?" His lip wobbled, and I felt my heart crack when he asked, "Why couldn't you tell me?" "I'm sorry I didn't tell you," Marie tried to explain, but Joe was having none of it. "Shut the fuck up!" Hooking an arm around my waist, he pulled me closer, and I could feel just how badly his body was shaking. "Just get the fuck out, both of you." "Joey, please." "You heard him," I snapped, holding a hand out to warn his mother off. "Leave, now." "You need to stay in your own lane here, Aoife," Darren said, giving me a cool look. "I know you mean well, but this is a family matter." "Don't fucking speak to her like that, asshole." Joey was quick to jump to my defense. "She is my family." "Joey," Marie sobbed, "I'm your mother." "And she's the mother of my kid, so don't even think about pulling that card," he sneered, "because she wins every damn time." "Yeah." Nodding vigorously, I folded my arms across my chest and gave his mom a "ha" look. "This isn't a pissing contest, ladies," Darren drawled. "Can you please step out for a moment while our mother has a word with her son?" "Hell You know I won't step out, I spat, feeling my hackles rise. I'm the one who's been sitting by his bedside since he was admitted. I'm the one down as his next of kin because not one of you assholes decided to show up. Where the hell were either one of you? That's not fair, Marie wailed. Shannon was... Don't talk to me about what's fair. I came close to screaming. Look at his face. Aoife, please, look at his face, I repeated, voice rising right along with my temper. Take a good fucking look, Marie, because that's your son. Furious, I pointed to my boyfriend. He's just as much your child as Shannon or the boys or him. I know he's my child, then fucking act like it, I hissed, narrowing my eyes in disgust. Stop treating him like an afterthought. He is not a fucking afterthought, okay? You can't just show up here and lay down the law after not checking in on him once. It doesn't work like that. And I won't stand by and let you sink your twisted claws any deeper into him than you already have. Malloy, no, Joe, she needs to hear this. Swallowing down a scream, I blinked away my temper tears and pointed a finger at his mother. He's the best damn thing that came out of your marriage, and you're too stupid to see it. He's not your bodyguard. He's not your bank account. He's not your babysitter. He's not your fucking husband. He's your child. He's your son. Furious, I turned my glare on his brother. And as for you, well, I don't really know you that well yet, but I'm feeling like this is a fuck you kind of moment. So fuck you! Are you quite finished your outburst? The oldest Lynch asked calmly, arching a brow. Because I'm not leaving until I speak to my brother in private. Then I guess we're all staying, I shot back, unyielding. Malloy, I felt Joey's hand on my waist. It's okay. Feeling panicked, I swung around to look at him. You don't have to talk to them, Joe. Do you hear me? You don't need to listen to another word she says. It's okay, he whispered, giving my hip a reassuring squeeze. Go home and get something to eat. I'll be fine here. I'm not leaving you. I'll be fine. I'm not going, Joe. I'm going to have to talk to them at some stage. But It's all good, baby. Just give me a few hours, okay? I'll be fine. No, this wasn't good at all. This was all bad. I didn't want these people anywhere near him. Joe, chewing on my lip, I implored him with my eyes to not do this. Are you sure? He didn't look sure. He didn't look like he was in any fit state to handle these people. Still, he nodded stiffly and released me. Fine. It's 3:00 now, I squeezed out, briefly glancing at the screen of my phone before shoving it back in my pocket. I'll go home and have a shower and I'll be back at 6, okay? Take your time, he replied. It's all good. No, it wasn't. Everything inside of me screamed, wrong, wrong, wrong. But what could I do? I couldn't exactly force his mother and brother out of the hospital, and if Joey wanted to speak to them, then I couldn't stop him. Even if I really, really didn't want him anywhere near these people. I love you, I said, ignoring his family, as I leaned in close and pressed a kiss to his lips. I'll be back.
I'm your brother, Joey. Where is he? I asked, the moment my girlfriend was gone, as a million thoughts were rushing around in my head, while my heart was demanding answers to even more questions. Only one question stood out in my hazy thoughts. Where's Dad? The guards haven't been able to find him. Of course they haven't. The old man wouldn't resurface until the time was right. He was as sharp as a tack. He knew how to play the system better than anyone. I didn't want Malloy to have to hear any of this. I didn't want that man tainting her life any more than he already had. They'll find him, Joey, Darren continued to say. The fucking lie. The guards are scouring the countryside looking for him. He won't get away with it. Not this time. Not this time. I repeated his words slowly, gaze flicking from Darren to Mom. What makes you think this time is different? All along they had been in contact with each other. Never once in the past 5.5 years had he attempted to reach out to me. When I thought about Shannon and how my disappearing for 5 years would affect her, I physically recoiled. I could never do it. I could never leave them like that. Knowing that he could and did made me so fucking resentful that I was practically choking on my hatred. I knew he had to get out. We all did. But it didn't change how it all rolled out. Now he was here, acting like the fucking saviour of all things Lynch, and I despised him for it. Because Mom is ready to leave him. Darren's tone was laced with sincerity, which assured me that he truly believed the shit he was sporting. This time, she's really ready, Joe. She's not ready, I replied flatly, ignoring the way my mother nodded eagerly like a loyal dog. She won't leave him until she's in a box, and you're a fool if you believe otherwise. That's not true, Joey, she tried to coax, closing the space between us and taking the spot my girlfriend had vacated. I've been to court. There was an emergency hearing. I've been granted a safety order. Words. They were just words. I'd heard them all 1,000,000 times before. They meant as little now as any other time. Promises made, promises broken. It was bullshit. And you? I turned my attention to the turncoat bastard I hadn't laid eyes on since puberty hit me. What's your angle? Darren's brows furrowed. My angle? What do you want? I asked, tone void of all emotion. What are you doing here? I'm back to help, he said, roughly clearing his throat. I came home for my family, Joe. Your family? Yeah, my family. Tears filled his eyes. I missed you so much, kid. There was so much resentment built up inside of me that I was honestly afraid to open my mouth, out of fear of what might slip out. It was a good thing that I was heavily medicated in this moment, or I might have lunged for the prick. Have you spoken to the guards? Mom asked, pulling a tissue from the sleeve of her cardigan and wiping her nose. Why? Because I think we need to get our stories aligned. Darren answered for her. Another man answering for her. Another fucking boss. We need to figure out how we swing this to the guards. There's no story to align, I deadpanned. I won't lie for either one of them. Never again. As far as I'm concerned, she's as responsible for what happened to Shannon as her old man is. So you two can swing whatever the fuck you want, but leave me out of any bullshit fabrications. Come on, Joey. I know you're hurting right now, but you're not the only victim here. Ma'am is a victim too. Did I say I was a victim? No, I'm saying that you're a victim. You don't know the first thing about me. I spat, cutting him off. You don't know what the fuck I've been through, so don't swan in here trying to feed me a line and slap a label on my forehead. I'm done with it. I turned to my mother and doubled down. I'm done with you. I was. I meant it. I fucking meant it. Never again would I give her the opportunity to let me down. I know you've been going down a bad path for a long time now, Darren had the gall to say. I also know that you've got yourself a little Joey on the way. Good news travels fast, I replied coolly. Get all that from one of your mommy and son phone calls? She's the girl from the wall, right? The one you had your eye on back in first year? The fuck would you know about it? I seethed, jaw clenching. You weren't around when I was in first year. You bailed, asshole. I remember your reaction to her that day. Good for you. You got the girl pregnant while you're still in school, Joe? Really? His tone was dripping with condensation when he said, talk about following in the old man's footsteps and repeating the goddamn cycle. Don't even think about lecturing me, asshole. I snapped, refusing to show him how deeply he cut me with his words. I am not our old man, and she is none of your fucking business. And Shane Holland? He continued to challenge, giving me a hard look. Is he none of my business either? God damn it, Joey. What did I tell you about messing around with that guy? Shit there. I can't remember. I shrugged. How long has it been since we spoke? 5, 6 years? Joey, he sighed wearily. You know why I had to leave. Don't Joey me. I sneered. You don't get to stroll back in here and call the shots. You're not the patriarch of the family, asshole. And you are. I did the best I could with the hand I was given. I shot back. So don't look down your goddamn nose at my choices. At least I stuck around. Please don't fight with each other, Mam pleaded, placing her hand on Darren's shoulder. We're all family here. No. You two are family. I bit out, tone hoarse. My family just left. What do you mean? That girl isn't your family, Joe. We are. Not bothering to answer either one of them, I pulled at the wires and leads attached to my body and climbed unsteadily to my feet. Joey, what are you doing? Shannon, I bit out, searching the small area for my clothes. Eva said she's upstairs. Which ward is she on? Joey, stop, Mam cried, when I ripped the needle out of my arm and moved for my jeans that were hanging on the back of the chair next to my bed. Lie down and rest. You're not supposed to be out of bed. Ripping off the hospital gown, I stood shivering in my jocks, feeling like my head was about to explode, but needing to move because the prospect of staying here was unthinkable. Jesus Christ! I heard Darren choke out when I turned my back to them. What did Dad do to him, Mum? Darren. Fucking Darren. Shannon! Was all I managed to get out, as my head spun and my mind struggled to focus. It wasn't too bad when I was lying down, but standing up made my head swim. I need to see my sister. Joey, you can't leave. Fuck you. You have to be discharged by a doctor, and you're in no fit state to go anywhere. I said fuck you. Joey, please. Where's my sister? Mind reeling, I clumsily stepped into the legs of my jeans and dragged them up my hips before snatching up the blood-stained hoodie. Where's Shannon? Fuck if I knew where my t-shirt was, and in this moment I didn't care. The only thing I cared about was getting out of this place and far away from these people. You're not leaving. 2 hands came down on my shoulders, and I all but took leave of my senses. Just lie down and rest, okay? Get your fucking hands off me, I snarled, stumbling away from the ghost of my past. Don't you ever put your hands on me again. It's me. Holding his hands up in retreat, Darren watched me wearily. I would never hurt you, Joe. You know that. I don't know you, I spat, ripping off the bandage from my eye that was preventing me from seeing clearly, from protecting myself. I don't know who the fuck you are anymore. Joe. Emotion filled his eyes. I'm your brother. You're no brother of mine. I sneered, and then winced when pain rocketed through my eyes. Fuck. The lights hurt so damn bad. So keep your goddamn hands to yourself, because I don't care whose body you came out of. I will... Staggering sideways, I gripped the wall for balance. Just leave me the fuck alone. What's going on here? The nurse who had been looking after me all day asked, pushing the curtain open. Joseph, sweetheart, you need to get back into bed. No. You need to get whatever paperwork I need to sign, because I'm out of here, I replied, leaning heavily against the wall as I toed on my runners. Fuck. Where are my socks? Joe, you can't just leave. I told you to fuck off. Wincing in pain, I clutched my head and tried to stop my head from spinning. I need to see my sister. Make sure she's okay. That's not a good idea, the nurse said in a coaxing tone, moving to my side. Why don't we send your family home and sit down for a little chat? Just the 2 of us. I'm leaving, I bit out, shuddering in revulsion when her small hand cupped my elbow. Do I need to sign a discharge form or something? Why don't we give your girlfriend a call? She suggested, trying to steer me back to the bed. What's her name again? Eva. That's right. How about you get back into bed and I'll go and call Eva. She left her phone number back at the nurse's station. You just rest up here and I'll go call her for you, No, I groaned, shaking my head when a wave of confusion hit me. Don't call her. She needs to rest. Just help me get out of here. Joey, please just lie back down and rest. How about we all give Joey some space? I heard the nurse instruct. Good lad yourself. Just hold on to my hand and you're nice and safe. Joey, baby, are you okay? My eyes. I groaned, blinking rapidly, when my vision blurred in and out of focus. There's something wrong with my eyes. You're going to feel disorientated for a few days? The nurse coaxed as she walked me back to my prison. Which is why you need to rest up and let us take care of you, okay? Is he going to be okay? Out, I heard the nurse command. Now, please. Tell him that we'll come back later. Leave now, please. I will call security. Fuck. I groaned, feeling faint. I don't want to see them. You don't have to, I heard the nurse say. Now, I've spoken to the ward manager on floor 3, and there's a bed after coming available upstairs for you. The porter will be around shortly to take you up. I don't want to go upstairs, I croaked out, feeling myself sink down on the bed. I want to go home. Good lad, she coaxed, fluffing the pillows at my back. What have you done to your poor arm, Groaning, I slapped a hand over my eyes and winced. Oh, fuck knows. I'll put a fresh line in for you. I don't want a line, I mumbled, clenching my eyes shut when the room started spinning. I want something for the pain. Okay, I'll get you something for the pain, Joseph, I heard her reply. Where is the pain worse? In your head? No, it's here, I whispered, rubbing my chest. Here's the worst. Your heart? I nodded stiffly. Okay, sweetheart, the nurse replied softly. Just close your eyes and get some rest. I'll go and fetch you something for the pain.
Back to him. Aoife. How are you feeling, love? Mam asked when I stepped into the kitchen later that evening, fresh from a shower and feeling like something Spud shat out. Don't ask, I muttered, moving for the washing machine to deposit my towel. I don't think you're going to be able to get the stains out of these, I added, holding up my blood-stained jeans and hoodie. Should I just chuck them? Oh, Jesus. Setting the iron down, Mam covered her mouth with her hand, eyes filling with tears. Yes, chuck them, love. I'll take you shopping for some new ones next week. I don't want to go shopping, Mam, I replied with a weary sigh as I dropped into a chair at the kitchen table. I just want the guards to find that bastard, lock him up and throw away the goddamn key. How is young Joey? Destroyed. I couldn't hide the pain in my voice. He's broken physically and mentally. Oh, Aoife, love. I will never get the image of them on that kitchen floor out of my head. I can imagine. No, ma'am, I said, shaking my head. You can't, and be glad of it. How are you feeling, Aoife? Like my heart was beating to a pulp and is lying on a trolley in A&E. Oh, love. I hate his parents, ma'am. Feeling my eyes burn with tears, I dropped my head in my hands and bit back a roar. I hate those fucking monsters. Oh, love, I know you're upset. She closed the space between us and placed a hand on my shoulder. But you need to stay calm and look after yourself. You've a little baby growing in your belly. You can't be getting worked up. Worked up? I choked out, voice cracking. Ma'am, I'm fucking devastated. I know. She wrapped her arms around me and pulled me to her chest. I know, Aoife, love. He's my best friend, I cried, twisting sideways in my seat to clutch her. Forget the romantic side of things and all of the bullshit. He's my closest friend on the entire planet, and this is killing me. Sniffling, I gripped her jumper and sagged against her. You don't understand how much it hurts, watching him go through everything he goes through and feeling utterly useless. You're not useless, love, Mam soothed, wrapping me up in her arms. You're a lifeline to that boy. A life jacket, if you will. No, I'm not. Yes, you are, she coaxed. You've been keeping him afloat for years now. But it's not enough, ma'am, I cried hoarsely. I can't keep watching him suffer. I'm so afraid for him. You don't understand. It's paralyzing. I'm so fucking scared for him that I can barely breathe. One of these days he's going to go under and I won't be able to pull him back. My phone rang loudly in my pocket. With a gasp, I sprang away from my mother, snatched it out, and quickly clicked accept as I put it to my ear. Hello? Hello, am I speaking to Aoife? Yeah, that's me. Hi, Aoife. My name is Steffi Hubbard. I'm the nurse looking after Joey this evening. Is he okay? I demanded, feeling faint. Did something happen? He's fine, she was quick to assure me. He was a little disorientated after his mother and brother visited, so I told him that I would call you. We have a bed for him on the main ward, but he's insisting on discharging himself. Are they still there? His mam and brother? No, he was growing increasingly distressed, so I asked them to leave. Good. My heart thudded painfully in my chest. Tell him that I'm on my way, okay? I'm leaving right now. I'll be there in half an hour. Oh, Aoife, Mam sobbed when I ended the call. I know you're worried about Joey. We all are. But I'm worried about you too. Can you go for a lie down before you go back to the hospital? For the baby's sake. I can pop up to the hospital to see him instead. No. Shaking my head, I stood up and schooled my features. I'm going back to him. Then I'll have your father drive you, Mam said, sounding deflated. You're in no fit state to be driving into the city. Do you have credit in your phone to call me for a spin home later? Dad asked a little while later when he pulled into a parking space in the car park of the hospital. Do you have a few bob in your purse in case you get hungry or want a cup of tea? I have credit, Dad. I unfastened my seatbelt and reached for the door. And I don't need money. I'm not hungry. Aoife, wait. Leaning across the seats, my father closed my car door. Just sit and talk to me for a minute. What's to say, Dad? I replied, numb. Are you all right? No, I'm not all right. I choked out. How could I be all right when he's... A sob tore from my chest. He could have died, Dad. Jesus. His face... I squeezed out, feeling the familiar sting of hot tears. He's barely recognizable. Poor young fella. You don't know the half of it. He's a troubled lad. He's a good man. I never said he wasn't. No more, Dad. Sniffling, I looked to my father. I know you're upset about the baby, but you can't be hard on him. It's too much. He has too much shit in his life. Just be kind to him. Aoife. My father's eyes were filled with emotion when he whispered, I'm afraid for you. And I'm afraid for him, I replied, pushing the car door open and climbing out. Thanks for the spin, Dad. Aoife, wait. I didn't wait. I couldn't. Instead, I closed the passenger door of my father's van and strode off in the direction of the entrance to the A&E department. Blinking away any residue tears, I slapped on my brightest smile when I walked through the triage area and headed down the jam-packed corridor in the direction of the admissions cubicles, not stopping until I had reached Joey's. I hear you've been causing trouble, I teased, pulling back the curtain. Plotting a jailbreak, stud? My smile remained in place, but my heart plummeted into my ass when my gaze landed on the empty trolley. His blanket was strewn over the bed, while his clothes and shoes had disappeared from the chair at his bedside. His IV pole held a full bag of clear fluid, while the line that was supposed to be attached to my boyfriend's arm was on the floor, dripping clear fluid into a little puddle. Panicked, I looked around wildly, frantically searching for his face in the crowded corridor, even though I knew in my heart it would be a fruitless search. Because my boyfriend was gone. The ledge I had been desperately trying to pull him back from? There was no doubt in my mind that he had gone trip-tumbling over it. Part 7. The missing list. Aoife. After searching the hospital for Joey and coming up empty, I had called up our friends to come get me, needing bodies on the ground to help sniff him out before he came to any harm. Tell me that you're okay. Please, I'm going out of my mind here. Answer your phone, asshole! How could you just vanish on me? What the fuck, Joe? Call me, damn it! Where are you? Come on, Joey, please. We'll find him. Podge tried to appease me, as I sat in the passenger seat of his Ford Fiesta, with my entire body racking with shivers on the way back to Ballylagan. It's only been a couple of hours since he left the hospital, Leaf. Exactly, Alec and Casey agreed from the back seat. He won't have gone far. You guys don't get it, I strangled out, knees bopping restlessly as I tried his phone for the millionth time, only to be sent to voicemail again. He's not in his right frame of mind. His sister was lying in a hospital bed with a collapsed lung. He was too injured to be out on the streets, but that was exactly what was happening. I knew in my heart of hearts that there was a 99% chance that he had gone off the deep end. I hoped with everything I had inside of me that he hadn't, but the fear still festered away inside of me. So, Lynchy's never in his right mind, Alec piped up. He spends a solid 80% of his time off his trolley, and it's never stopped him from looking after himself. Not helping, Al, Casey grumbled. He has a concussion, I hissed, brushing my hair off my face. A really bad one, and his head is all smashed up. He shouldn't be out of bed, let alone wandering around by himself. Don't do that in here, Casey snapped, and I twisted around to see her smack an unlit cigarette out of Alec's hand. She's pregnant, asshole! Oh shit, yeah. He rummaged around the floor of the car for his cigarette. My bad, sexy legs. Can you drop me off at Elks Terrace? I asked Podge. I'll check his house and ask around his neighbours. No problem, Podge replied. I'll take a spin over to the GAA grounds and search there. Yeah, and I'll check Biddy's, Casey offered. I'll go with you, Alec chimed in. No, Al, you need to go to Shane Holland's gaff, Podge interrupted. See if he's been there. What? No fucking way, Alec vehemently protested. That prick's a psycho. He's as likely to stab me as he is to speak to me. Come on, Al. Why me? Because you're you, Podge settled on. Come on, you know Lynchy would do it for you. Fine, he huffed. But if anything happens to me, it's on you, ginger pubes. Casey. He's not at Biddy's, babe. Podge. No sign of him at the pavilion. Alec. Nobody home at Psycho's house. Anxious, I tapped out a 2-word response and clicked send before sliding my phone back into my pocket. Aoife. Keep looking. The night air whipped at my face as I stood at the Lynch's front door with my fist banging incessantly on the frosted panel of the door. What did you do? I demanded when Darren finally swung the door inwards. What did you say to him? Maybe you should calm down. Don't bullshit me, Darren. Furious, I pushed past him and stalked into their house, unwilling to pander to anyone's bullshit, not when he was teetering on the edge like I knew he was. You, I spat when I stormed into the kitchen and was confronted by the woman who bore him. It's always you. Aoife? Marie's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Your son is gone. What do you mean he's gone? Darren demanded, joining us in the kitchen. Gone from the hospital? Yes, he's gone from the hospital, I snapped. He discharged himself, and I want to know what you fuckers said to him. He wasn't supposed to do that, Marie sobbed, sinking down on her smoking chair at the table. Oh, Darren. What did you say to him this time, huh? I sneered, hands on my hips, turning my attention on her. And don't even think about feeding me a line, because I know you've caused this. Your poor me act might work on your sons, but I see through you, Marie. Listen, he showed up at Shannon's hospital room earlier. Eyeing me warily, Darren added, there was a conversation. We had words, and he stormed off. I presumed he went back to his bed. You had Words? I seethed, feeling my temperature spike right along with my anxiety. What kind of words? He has a really bad attitude problem. Of course he does, I sneered, throwing my hands up. How else is he supposed to be? You don't know what he's had to deal with these past 6 years. You're overstepping, Aoife. What did you say to him? I pressed. Something pushed him over the edge, and I want to know what that something was. I know you mean well, but I don't need to explain myself to you. Yeah, well, explain yourself to your conscience, I shot back, trembling. Because if anything happens to him, then it's on you. Let's cut the bullshit here. If Joey signed himself out of hospital, it's for one reason and one reason only. Darren was quick to counter. He's out chasing his next fix. Shut up, I warned, holding a hand up. Shut your goddamn mouth. He's an addict, Aoife, and that's not on me. It's not that cut and dry, Darren, I heard myself choke out. He wasn't born an addict. That's not who he is. His issues with addiction are a direct result of spending 18 years in this hellhole house with those god-awful people you both have the misfortune of calling your parents. Aoife, stop it. Don't even get me started on you, Marie. You don't deserve to call him your son, I snarled, swinging around to glare at his mother. You have never deserved his love, and you never will. Blinking back my tears, I spat my pain out at the woman who had created so much turmoil in my boyfriend. Everyone thinks your husband is the abusive parent, but I see what you do to your son. I tapped my temple beyond livid. I know what you are, Marie. I see right fucking through you. Don't speak to my mother like that, Darren warned, taking a defensive stance in front of her. You can speak civilly or you can leave. You're a fucking joke, I continued, pointing my finger at her. You've spent years getting into Joey's mind, twisting his thought process and fucking with his confidence, convincing him that he's the second coming of his father, that he's dangerous and a liability and a disappointment. How dare you? Yeah, I know what you've done to him, I sneered unapologetically. And you can bury your head in the sand all you want, but you're the mental abuser in this instance. You broke him, Marie. You have damaged Joey deeper with your words than his father ever has with his fists. You're a gaslighting bitch. Like you can talk. All I have ever done is love your son. A little too much. She erupted on me, hands clutching her head as she screamed, You want to throw blame on who fucked up my son's life when you need look no further than the person staring back at you in the mirror? Because you're the one destroying his future, Aoife. You're the one saddling him with a baby he doesn't even want. You don't know what you're talking about, I choked out, feeling like she rammed a red-hot poker through my chest with her words. He wants the baby. He wants to make you happy, she roared in my face. That's not the same thing as him wanting to be a father. Tell me something. Darren decided to interject. If you knew my brother was in such a bad way, why didn't you do something to protect him? Fuck you, Darren, I spat. You don't know a damn thing about either of us. I know my brother isn't well, he countered evenly. And so do you. So why the hell would you trap him into fatherhood? I didn't trap him, I stiffened, feeling my hackles rise and my heart crack all in one breath. I hardly got pregnant on purpose, did I? Didn't you? My blood ran cold. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, come off it, Aoife. He gave me a hard look when he asked, He's a handsome lad. How many times was he off his head when you let him inside your body? Excuse me? Hey. He held his hands up. If you want to storm into this house, all guns blazing, laying blame at our feet for Joey's downfall, then I'm more than happy to hold the mirror up to you. I would never hurt Joey. I heard myself defend, refusing to back down to this emotional manipulation. This shit might float on his siblings, but not me. I love your brother. No, I love my brother, Aoife. He argued hotly. So make no mistake about it when I tell you that I'm willing to do whatever it takes to protect him. What are you saying? I'm saying that if you love my brother as much as you say you do, then you'll do the right thing for him and make this go away. This being your niece or nephew? Let's not be overly dramatic here and start labelling a fetus. He replied evenly. Listen, my mother already told me that you don't come from money. If it's a matter of not being able to afford the trip to England, then I am more than willing to take care of the financial side of things. Think about it, Aoife. Marie joined the fray, tone desperate as she pleaded with me. If you won't put your own future first, then think of my son's. I can't fucking believe this. Choking out a humourless laugh, I roughly batted away a tear. Every time I think you can't stoop any lower, you just keep on hitting it out of the park. Aoife, be rational here. I am being rational, I snapped, glaring at Darren. You do realise if Joey knew what you just offered me, it would kill him? You do get that, don't you? This is just another in a long list of betrayals. I'm not betraying my brother, he argued. I'm trying to protect him, and the way I see it, the only way he gets hurt is if you go running your mouth off, which in that instance, then you would be the one crushing him, Aoife, not me. He had me over a barrel, and he knew it. Bastard. Yeah, well, we're keeping the baby, I spat, feeling my hand drop to the small swell of my stomach as a wave of maternal instinct washed over me. It's a done deal, asshole. We've already decided. You mean you've decided? No, I mean we both decided, I countered, unwilling to back down or be bribed by this asshole. And there's absolutely nothing either of you can say to change that. You can't pay me off or bribe me because I'm not going away. Then you're going to ruin his life. Then at least he'll be ruined with love and not pain.
Blurred days and wasted nights. Joey. My body was floating, slipping in and out of consciousness. I couldn't feel a thing. And it was fucking glorious. Weirdly enough, the only part of reality that my brain insisted on clinging to was the lyrics of that song. That Maisie Star song Malloy played on a loop. With my eyes rolling back in my head and my legs twitching sporadically, I lay on my side, trying to focus on the needle in my arm. Slow, slow, not too fast, nice and slow. Numbness filled my body at a rapid rate, sending me freewheeling into oblivion. Euphoria flooded my veins, taking with it every one of my problems until there was nothing but darkness, emptiness, no pain, void.
I still love you, Aoife. Joey, please. It's been 2 days. Just text me and let me know that you're okay. Can you just let me know that you're okay? I'm sorry. Joe? Oh, thank God. Are you okay? Where are you? Text me where you're at and I'll come get you. I fucked it, baby. That doesn't matter. Just tell me where you are and I'll come get you. I'm not mad, Joe. I just want to see you. Joey, please. I don't know, Malloy. My head is... my phone's nearly dead. I'm sorry. I love you. It's okay, Joe. Everything's okay. I love you too. Just tell me where you're at, baby, and I'll come get you. Are you okay? If your phone is dead, can you borrow someone else's and just let me know? Joey. 4 days, Joe. 4 fucking days. The hospital called. I got that appointment. I need you to come home, Joey. It's been 5 days. How could you do this to me? I have a hospital appointment on Monday. Do you plan on coming? Everyone is asking about you, and I'm covering for your ass when I don't even know if you're alive. Please, Joey. It's been 6 days. Just call me, please. 7 days. Your hands better be broken, asshole, because there is no excuse for not contacting me. Please come back to me, Joe. Day 8, and I'm going to the hospital. I have that appointment with the midwife. You're supposed to be there too, you know. I'm scared. I still love you. Do you feel safe? Aoife. Feeling extremely self-conscious, I stood on the physician scales in examination room 3B in the maternity hospital and watched as the midwife fiddled with the reading rod. My heart was racing violently in my chest, and every ounce of blood I seemed to possess had decided to rush to my cheeks. I loathed being weighed. I loathed being here even more. But the worst part of the whole ordeal was that I had to do it alone. Today was day 8 of Joey being AWOL, and I was at my breaking point. You're a fine tall girl, aren't you? Just under 5'9"? The midwife mused, distracting me from my internal meltdown. Is the baby's father tall? Yeah, he is, I replied, stepping off the scales and towing my pumps back on. He's about 6'1". You'll have a fine tall baby on your hands, so, she chuckled, scribbling in the red folder that I had been given at reception. Now, you've had your urine sample taken and your blood work done, so why don't we take a seat and go through some medical history? Okay. Is the baby's father joining us? No, he's, Voice trailing off, I slumped in the chair before adding, he really wanted to be here, but he couldn't get time off work. The lies slipped off my tongue to join a whole host of other lies I had told this past week to explain my boyfriend's absence to the people in my life, because telling the truth was out of the question. The only one I had been able to confide in was Casey. No problem, the midwife replied, taking the seat opposite me. You can answer any of the questions you know about your partner's family history, and if he has any concerns, he can have additional information added at any time. Okay. Clasping my hands on my lap, I nodded and forced a smile. Ask away. First day of your last menstrual cycle? December 14th. And how long does your cycle last? Anything between 28 and 35 days, usually. Do you and your partner or any family members have any history of diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, autoimmune disease, epilepsy, or any other serious medical illness not mentioned? No. I roughly cleared my throat. Not that I'm aware of. Are there any genetic conditions in your family or your partner's family of Down syndrome, muscular dystrophy, spina bifida, or any other serious genetic condition not mentioned? No, I breathed, heart fluttering nervously. Nothing. What about a history of twins? I'm a twin, I replied. I've a twin brother. My mother's aunt has 2 sets of twins. That's all as far as I know. Are there any allergies in your family or your partner's family? I have an intolerance to bullshit, if that counts. She smiled. No, that's okay. I shrugged, face flaming with heat. Okay. Any recurrent miscarriage or stillbirth in the family? No, not on my side. Your partner's? His mam lost a baby late into her last pregnancy. The midwife's eyes flickered with sympathy. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you happen to know what the cause of that loss was? I think she had a placental abruption, I squeezed out, flustered. I'm not entirely sure. She's had a lot of children. I think that one was her 7th. The midwife's brows rose in surprise. And your partner, he's number 2, I filled in. He's her 2nd son. Big family. Big mess. Yeah. Sexual partners. I've only been with him, I blurted out, cutting her off. We've been together since 5th year, but we've been friends since 1st year. She smiled warmly at me. And your partner? He's had other sexual partners, but since we've been together, it's only been us. And are you a smoker? No. Is your partner a smoker? Yeah. And your alcohol intake? I'm 18, I replied with a shrug. When I went out, it was a matter of go hard or go home. And during this pregnancy? God, no, I spluttered. I would never knowingly drink while I'm pregnant. And the baby's father? No. My palms began to sweat. He's not a big drinker. What about birth control? I was on the pill, I explained. Obviously, I stopped taking it once I found out. Do you use condoms? No. Any vitamins and supplements? I've been taking folic acid and these multivitamins for pregnancy that my mam bought in the chemist. What about recreational drug use? Oh, Jesus, here we go. I've never taken anything stronger than a paracetamol in my life. She replied, scribbling down everything I told her in my folder. And your partner? I hesitated. I'm not here to judge Aoife, she said, noticing my reluctance. Everything I'm asking is for the benefit of your baby. Her eyes were warm and full of kindness when she said, It's all in confidence. He's fine, I squeezed out, heart hammering wildly in my chest. I mean, yeah, he dabbled a little in the past, but he's fine now. And when you say he dabbled, I shrugged, unable to get my voice to comply because talking meant betraying him, and my heartstrings refused point blank to do that. Aoife, if there's a pattern of drug abuse in... She paused to glance at her notes before adding, Joey's history, then that's necessary information for your unborn baby. A little weed, I finally came out with, deciding that weed was the lesser of evils in this instance. But like I said, he's fine now. Okay. Setting my folder down on the chair beside her, she leaned forward and rested her elbows on her knees. I'm going to ask you some questions, and I want you to be completely transparent with me. Okay. Does your partner have a history of alcohol or substance abuse? No, I already told you that he's not a big drinker. Aside from marijuana, does your partner consume other illegal substances? She pushed. substances that could put you at risk. Like what? Is he an intravenous drug user, for example? No, I choked out, flustered. I mean, not really. Not really. He has in the past. Okay. Concern flooded her eyes. And has your partner ever been violent with you? What? I balked. No. Has your partner ever caused harm or pain to your body? That's the same question, I snapped. And the answer is still no. He has never laid a finger on me, and he never would. Do you feel like you're in danger? Oh my God, no, I snapped, knees bopping restlessly. He wouldn't harm a hair on my head. Okay. Reaching over, she gave my knee a supportive squeeze. I don't want you to panic, and it's purely hospital protocol, but we're going to have more extensive blood work sent off. For what? To eliminate any sexually transmitted diseases not screened in your previous blood work. Why? I demanded. Joey and I are only with each other. More often than not, intravenous drug users have a tendency of using contaminated needles, not to mention the lack of inhibition when under the influence. It's not uncommon for pregnant women in similar circumstances to present with STDs, even when they have only been with their partner. Therefore, I can't stress to you enough the importance of protecting yourself during intercourse. He's not dirty, I strangled out, mind completely reeling from the information she was throwing at me. He's a great guy. He's smart and responsible and in school and has a job. He's a cork hurler, for God's sake. We have a service available at the hospital for young mothers that I think might be of great benefit to you. No, thank you. I shook my head. I don't need any of that. I'm going to refer you anyway and have a member from their team contact you in due course. Ignoring my wishes, the midwife reached for my notes and resumed her scribbling before standing up and moving for the door. I'm going to need you to wait here, Aoife. I'll be back shortly. Oh God, this was not good. This was not good at all. Sliding my phone out of my pocket, I quickly dialed the one number I knew would always answer me and held the phone to my ear. Aoife, love, are you all right? Ma'am, can you come up to the hospital? Clenching my eyes shut, I blew out a ragged breath before whispering, I really need you.
Leave me out with the waste. Joey. The sound of my pulse thundering in my ears was the first telltale sign that I wasn't dead. My sister's voice was the second. Shan. I could hear her. I could feel her hands on my face, her breath on my cheek. But I couldn't fucking focus. What did you take? Her voice was in my ear again. I know you're drunk, and I can smell the weed off you, but there's more, isn't there? What was it? What did they give you? I couldn't answer her, because I couldn't remember what I'd taken. I didn't even know where I was. Hell, my lips didn't feel like they were working. I was coming down from a high, crashing hard and fast, shivering violently. I tried to curl up and die. Maybe if I held my breath, the pain would stop. My heart would just give up. Sorry, I mumbled, wincing when her disappointment rained down on me like verbal bullets. Please don't hate me. Hemorrhaging vomit and bile, I battled with the nausea attacking my senses, while desperately trying to survive the agonizing, burning sensation flushing through my system. Don't hate me. I hate me. I hate me. I hate me. As the fog in my mind lifted, and I slowly registered my surroundings, I realised that I was bollocks naked in Johnny Kavanagh's bathroom, with his creepy bastard of a flanker lifting me out of the shower. Don't fucking touch me, I snarled, staggering away from him, only to collapse on my ass in a heap. They were talking to me, fucking shouting at me, but I couldn't make out a word of it. I knew that I was responding because my lips were moving, but I had no fucking clue of what was coming out of my mouth. It was a vulnerable position to be in, to be so unhinged that I was unable to control the words coming out of my mouth. Everything was so intense, everything hurt, body racked with tremors. I tried to control my breathing as flashbacks of the past 2 weeks slowly came back to me. Dad, Shannon, Malloy, Mam, Darren, Shane. Pain. Fucking pain. Repressing the urge to scream, I clutched my head in my hands and tried to stop the room from spinning. The pain between my eyes was so severe it made me feel faint. I could hear the dub giving me shit, talking down to me like I was a piece of shit, and he was right. He absolutely was. He loves your sister, my brain told me through the fog and the withdrawals. She's not on her own anymore. Mind reeling, I tried to piece together everything he was saying with the events that had happened, but my fucked up mind wasn't complying. My tongue was spewing poison, giving away too many family secrets to this lad. But I wasn't in control anymore. I'd lost myself somewhere along the way. All I could remember was Shannon slumped on that kitchen floor and the blood coming out of her mouth. I'd been helpless, fucking useless. I hadn't done shit to protect her. I'd let her down, again. And then Malloy's face flashed like a neon sign in the forefront of my mind. The guilt and pain I felt when I thought about her swamped everything else. The darkness I always felt on the inside was nothing compared to the eternal pit of night I found myself in. I wanted out. I needed out. I couldn't take this anymore. Can I help? Kavanagh's voice broke through my panicked thoughts. Can I do something for you? Yeah. You can loan me some clothes. I needed to get the fuck out of this place. Holding on to the nearby sink, I forced myself to get back on my feet. Without another word, Kavanagh walked out of the bathroom, returning a few moments later to toss a bundle of clothes through the door. Feeling lightheaded, I scrambled for them and quickly dragged on a pair of grey sweatpants and a white t-shirt over my head. His clothes swamped me, but I didn't give a damn. I was so fucking cold. It was in my bones. Shivering, I stepped out of the bathroom and into the bedroom that I could have housed an entire floor of my house. Thanks for the clothes. I managed to get the words out coherently before asking, Do you have a phone I could use? I could hear the hesitance in his voice when he asked, Why? Because I need to call my girlfriend. Disbelief flickered in his eyes. Your girlfriend? Yeah, my girlfriend, I bit out, resisting the urge to lose my shit on him when he had done me so solid. Can I use your phone or not? You don't have to leave, Kavanagh said, placing a sleek phone in my hands. You can stay, lad, for as long as you need. No, I couldn't. I had to get out of here. My father was still out there. And Malloy, Jesus Christ, I checked out on her. Come the fuck on. I hissed. My hands wouldn't cooperate. My fingers wouldn't push the damn buttons. What's her number? He asked, snatching the phone back. Call it out, and I'll dial it for you. Blowing out the pain breath, I forced myself to take a good hard look at the towering lad standing in front of me. I didn't trust him, but Shannon clearly did, which made me curious. It made me second-guess my instincts. Johnny Kavanagh was standing here, in the middle of all my family's bullshit, and he wasn't running. Something about him reminded me of Malloy, and I frowned. I warned her off you know, I heard myself say, brows furrowed as my vision blurred in and out. Told her you'd be leaving. Wincing from the pain attacking my skull, I shook my head and refocused my attention on him. Told her not to get her hopes up on you. He didn't react. Didn't seem surprised by my statement either. Instead he asked, "What's her number?" Pressing the heel of my hand to my forehead, I reeled off the phone number I had memorized since first year, the only number I had stored away in my mind before saying, "Don't let her down." Steadying my body from swaying, I looked him in the eyes and said, "Whatever you're doing here, Kavanagh, don't fuck my sister over." He tapped on the keypad of his phone before handing it back to me, with eyes full of unrestrained emotion and his tone thick with gritty sincerity. He looked me dead in the eyes and vowed, "I won't."
Lost boy. Aoife. Aoife, I promise you faithfully that nobody is going to take your baby. My mother said for the millionth time when we walked into the house after spending most of the day at the hospital, being poked, prodded, swabbed and grilled. They already explained this to us. Nobody is questioning you. They're only looking out for your welfare, sweetheart. Well, I didn't ask them to, I strangled out, mentally reeling from the twists and turns the day had taken. I'm clearly fine, ma'am. I'm healthy. I look after myself. I come from a warm, safe home, so I don't understand why my life needs to be put under the microscope like that. It's not your lifestyle they're concerned about, she replied, setting her handbag down on the table. Jesus Christ, Aoife, you should have come to me. About what? About Joey. My heart sank. Joey's fine, I heard myself defend. He's dealing with a lot with his family right now, but he'll be fine, ma'am. Aoife. She turned to look at me. Can you not? Not what? Not lie to me. I'm not lying. I threw my hands up. He's fine. My mother sighed wearily. Why didn't you tell me that he's missing? He's not missing, I argued weakly. He's just clearing his head. Aoife. Maybe because I didn't want you to think badly about him, I admitted, voice torn, which is exactly what you're doing now. I don't think badly of the boy, she argued. I'm worried about him. I'm worried for you. Joey would never hurt me. That's not what I'm saying. Then what? I demanded. What's there to worry about? My daughter was just put through rigorous testing for diseases I've never heard about before today, she snapped, moving for the kettle. Of course I'm worried. Well, you weren't the one prodded with needles, and you didn't have multiple swabs rammed up your Don't use that word, she warned, shuddering. That's a terrible word. vagina. I changed course and said, or your asshole, ma'am, which, FYI, is not a pleasant experience. Well, we'll know more when your results come back. We already know, I growled, stalking out of the kitchen. I'm clean because Joey is clean. Aoife, wait, we need to talk about this. No, we don't, I called over my shoulder as I stomped up the staircase. I need to shower. This conversation isn't over, young lady. Want a bet? I grumbled, storming into my bedroom and slamming the door behind me. Kicking off my runners, I moved straight for my bed, wanting nothing more in this moment than to curl up in a ball under the covers and hibernate, because it was too much. It was all too fucking much. Depressed and angry, I stalked over to my wardrobe and kicked the door in frustration. Assholes! Furious when my phone vibrated in my pocket, I pulled it out and glared at the screen, fully prepared to see my mother's name on the screen. The number calling wasn't one I had stored in my contacts. Instantly, I was racked with panic as I clicked accept and put the phone to my ear. Hello? Aoife, it's me. 3 words. 3 words that took the air clean out of my lungs and my legs from beneath me. Staggering over to my bed, I sank down and allowed myself to absorb the tsunami of relief flooding my body. 8 days of silence had brought me close to the brink of a nervous breakdown. Hearing his voice melted the ice around my poor battered heart. You bastard, I choked out when my voice found me. I know. Trembling violently, I switched my phone to my left hand and pressed it to my ear as tears streamed down my cheeks. You fucking asshole! I know, okay? His voice was torn, his words slurred, and I didn't need to be standing in front of him to know that his eyes were black as coal. God damn it, Joey! I bowed my head, feeling too much in this moment to have the strength to hold my head up. You promised! I know I promised, came his torn response. I fucked up. You think? I sneered, resisting the urge to throw my phone at my bedroom wall. I'm pregnant with your baby, and you just fall off the goddamn nap. Anything could have happened to you, Joey. Anything. Don't you get that? Don't you understand how scared I've been? I'm so fucking sorry, baby. Pain, relief, fury, devastation. I was feeling everything in this moment. Are you okay? I forced myself to ask, voice trembling. Are you hurt? I don't know. He mumbled, voice strained and slurred. Everything's hazy and my eyes hurt. Because you should still be in hospital. Don't hate me, Malloy. I don't hate you, Joey. Voice cracking, I sucked in a sharp breath and changed angles. Where are you? I demanded, shaking violently. Whose phone are you calling me from? I'm at, His words trailed off, and I heard him bite back a pained groan before saying, Kavanagh's place. Johnny Kavanagh? My brows shot up. How? Why? Who took you there? I don't know, Eve. He admitted quietly. I'm feeling really fucked in the head here, baby. I don't have my phone and my wallet's gone too. Damn it, Joe! My heart sank. Who were you with? I don't know, he whispered. My head's in pieces. I can't remember shit. I'm just so tired. Because you're not well, I strangled out, blinking back my tears. You're sick, Joe. I don't know what I am, I heard him say. I don't feel human anymore. Fear catapulted me into springing off my bed and pacing my bedroom floor. Joey, you need to come home, okay? You need to come to my house right now. No, I don't want you to see me like this, he croaked out. I don't want to hurt you any more than I already have. The only way you can hurt me is by avoiding me, I urged, clutching my phone. Ride or die, remember? It still stands, Joe. I love you. I love you so fucking much. His voice cracked. I can't even tell you how much because I don't have enough words in my head to say it. I know you do. I clenched my eyes shut and gripped the phone tighter. I know, Joe. I'm so sorry. His voice was slurred and held the hint of sleepiness. I want you to be okay. You and the baby. We are okay, I tried to reassure him. But we need you. Nobody needs me. That's not true, I argued, heart disintegrating in my chest. Come back to me. I just need to sleep, he whispered brokenly. I'm so fucking tired all the time and my eyes just hurt so fucking bad. It's hard to stay awake. Is Shannon with you? I pressed my hand to my forehead and fought back my anxiety. At Johnny's place. Did she bring you there? I think so, he replied uncertainly. I'm so fucking sorry. Joey, listen. Sniffling, I cleared my throat and tried to be the voice of reason for him. Yeah, you fucked up, okay? You screwed the hell up. You can't go back, but you can go forward. You don't have to stay in this headspace, baby. I can help you. We can get you some help. There was a long pause before his sleep-deprived voice slurred. What kind of help? The professional kind, I offered. They have rehabs for teens in your position. They have to. I'll find one for you, okay? We'll get you the help you need to beat this thing, but you need to come back to me. Just come back to me, baby, and I'll help you. No one can help me, Malloy. That's not true, I argued vehemently. You've got a beautiful mind, Joey Lynch, and a wonderful heart. You can beat this. You just have to want to. It's half the battle. You can still fix this. You have time. You can get better. Just try, Joe. That's all you have to do. Just try, baby. I love you so much. Watching you self-destruct like this is killing me. I only want you. And I only want you. I choked out. But I need you healthy. I won't let you destroy yourself. We have a baby on the way, Joey. I won't let you throw in the towel now. It's too fucking late for me, Malloy. No, I shook my head. Don't say that. I'm fucked in the head. I'm coming to get you, I declared, searching my room for my car keys. Just wait there and I'll be over. No, fuck, don't come here, he groaned. I don't want you to see me like this. Joey, I'm coming. If you come here, I'm out. Joey! No, don't come here, okay? He groaned down the line before adding, just let me get straightened out and I'll come to you. Dragging my hands through my hair, I resisted the urge to pull on the ends and exhaled a strangled breath. I couldn't just leave him there. Not when I finally knew where he was. He had put me through hell the past 8 days. I knew he was high. I knew he was self-destructing. I knew I couldn't do a damn thing to stop him, but I still wanted to. I still wanted to dive headfirst into the world he was drowning in and pull him to safety. Or, at the very least, keep his head above water. Stay on the line, he whispered, voice drifting in and out. I love you. Promise me you'll stay at Johnny's house. I promise. And you'll come see me first thing tomorrow. First thing. Joe, I mean it. Promise me. I promise. I promise. I'm just so tired. Where are you now? His room. Big bed. Okay. Exhaling a ragged breath, I tried to wrangle my emotions into check while I listened to the sound of him breathing down the line, taking comfort in the knowledge that his heart was still beating. I want you to curl up on that big old bed and get some sleep. Can you do that for me, Joe? Hey, Joe? Can you roll on your side for me so that I know you won't choke if you get sick? Good job, stud. Don't go, Queen. I won't. Stay with me. Always. With my heart thundering in my chest, I walked up the private driveway towards a familiar front door. Knowing that I was clutching at straws by coming here, but having little else to cling to, I pressed my finger against the fancy doorbell and held my breath. A few moments ticked by before the door swung inwards and I was greeted by a middle-aged woman in hospital scrubs. Can I help you? Hi. Yeah. Blowing out a breath, I offered her a small smile. So, I know he doesn't live here, but I'm looking for Gibbsy? Recognition immediately flickered in the woman's brown eyes, and she smiled warmly at me. Usually you would find Jared here, but for once he's raiding his own fridge. With her hand outstretched, she pointed to yet another impressive-looking 3-story house on the opposite side of the street. He lives at number 9, sweetheart. Thanks so much, I replied, feeling myself sag with relief as I quickly spun on my heels and moved across the quiet cul-de-sac road. If you happen to see his curly-haired sidekick in your travels, please tell her that her mother said she's grounded. Mrs. Biggs called after me. Yeah, sure, no problem. Too frazzled to take in a word of what she was saying, I hurried up to the front door and knocked repeatedly until the hall light came on. This time, when the door opened, I was greeted by a surprised-looking Gibbsy. Well, hey there, Mrs. Joy the Hurler. I need your help. Okay. Brows furrowing, he stepped aside for me, but I stayed where I was. But if it's advice you need help with, then I must warn you that I am a terrible choice of candidate. I don't want your advice, Gibbsy. That's a relief, he chuckled, because I'm bad at it, and when I say bad, I mean terrible. Ask anyone on this road. I am the very last person you should come to in a crisis. Oh my God, stop talking and start listening. Shutting up now. I need directions to your friend Johnny Kavanagh's house, I stated, feeling my anxiety rise with every minute that passed. I've been there before, but I can't remember the way, and I need to get there. Shit. Concern flicked in his grey eyes. You're looking for Joey. My heart skipped a beat. You've seen him? He nodded. When? Today. How was he? He winced, but didn't reply. That was enough to tell me what I already knew. Oh, Jesus. Feeling like my lungs had been severed, I pressed a hand to my chest and choked out a laboured breath. I need you to help me. I think you should come inside, he replied, still holding the door open for me. Please. Tears burned my eyes and I quickly blinked them away. I need you to take me to him. I don't know. Scratching his broad chest, Gibbsy looked around aimlessly. I don't think it's a good idea. A good idea? I glared at him. I don't give a shit what you think, Gibbers. I need to see my boyfriend and I'm asking you to help me. I hear ya, he tried to coax, holding his hands up. And I want to help you, I swear I do, but 8 days, I choked out, not bothering to lie or hide my emotions. If Gibbsy saw Joey today, then he knew what I was dealing with. I haven't seen him in 8 damn days. He's safe, he replied, tone taking on a sincere tone. I promise, okay? Cav's got this. Your boy is sleeping it off at his gaff. Shannon's there with him. You don't have anything to worry about. You don't get it, I bit out, repressing the urge to scream. I need to see him. I'm not going to lie to you. Your lad is in a real bad fucking way. Gibbsy came right out and told me. But he's safe. If you go over there and wake him up, fuck knows what he'll do or where he'll go. He shook his head and gave me a sympathetic look. I'm not trying to get in your business here, but I really, really think you should let him sleep it. Hi! A familiar voice interrupted, moments before a blonde head of curls peeked out from under Gibbsy's arm. It's Aoife, right? From our 90s party? Clad in an oversized rugby jersey and a pair of fluffy pink pyjamas bottoms and matching bunny slippers, she beamed at me. You remember me, don't you? I'm Claire Biggs. Yeah, hi, I remember. Before I had a chance to finish, she snaked her hand out and caught a hold of mine. Come on inside before you freeze to death on the doorstep. She slapped her pal's chest. Honestly, Gerard, she scolded as she pulled me inside and led me down the hallway, through a dimly lit kitchen and into a spacious conservatory. Where are your manners? You don't leave girls on the doorstep at night. I didn't. Gibbsy was quick to protest as he ambled along behind us. I was holding the door for her like a gentleman. Are you hungry? Claire continued, leading me over to a cardboard box on the glass coffee table in the centre of the room. Thirsty? No, I'm fine, I replied, prying my hand free. I just really need to... What the hell is that? My mouth fell open, and I watched as she dropped to her knees in front of the table, awing and cooing at the contents of the box. Is that a rat? What? No, Claire replied, retrieving the gardening glove next to the box and pulling it on before reaching inside and retrieving the prickly creature. We found him in the middle of the road on the way back from Johnny's place. He was all alone in the dark and we couldn't leave him there in case he got driven over, so we brought him home. Smiling dotingly at the thing in her hand, she cooed, Isn't he the most adorable ball of cuteness you've ever seen? Shaking my head, I tried to come up with something logical to say when it felt like I had entered the twilight zone. Guys, that's a hedgehog. His name is Reginald Gibson Biggs, Gibbsy corrected, sitting cross-legged on the plush rug next to his gal pal. Come on, Claire Bear, don't be greedy. It's my turn. Setting a pillow on his lap, he patted it and cooed, Come to Daddy, Reggie. Careful, Gerard, he's really skinny. I know what I'm doing, Claire Bear. I know you do, but he's just so itty-bitty. That's because he's just come out of hibernation. Poor baby is starving. Should we get him some worms? Do hedgehogs eat worms? His brows furrowed. I thought they ate grass. I think I remember learning about a hedgehog's diet in nature class. Oh, shit, I didn't take nature class. Everyone in Ireland takes nature class in primary school, Jared. Well, I didn't. Yes, you did. When? Remember being taken out on long walks with your teacher in class? Yeah. Those were nature walks, she explained. For nature class. Well, shit, he chuckled. I thought they were movement breaks. Morbidly curious, I tilted my head to one side, watching as they took turns mothering a wild animal. Should you be touching that thing? Reggie, I corrected, shuddering when Gibbsy tickled its little underbelly. Animals in the wild can carry diseases, you know. Look at him, Claire cooed, holding the prickly creature up for me to pet. How can you even think that about something so precious? Yeah, so precious. Achingly aware that I too was mothering something equally as precious to me in my womb, I took a safe step back and shrugged. Listen, all I need is directions to Johnny's house and I'll be on my way. Grimacing, I added, and you guys can have all of the quality time you want with a little Reggie.
Flying high, falling low. Joey. Blood on the walls, blood on the floor, vacant blue eyes, terrified brown eyes, disappointed green eyes. Faces of loved ones I'd continued to let down flashed in front of my eyes in the darkness, sending my anxiety to levels I couldn't cope with me. Trembling from head to toe, I stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, feeling the cold seep so deep into my bones that I briefly pondered if I was on the brink of death. I could hear my heart still thundering in my chest, but I was numb, and my limbs felt lifeless. Cloaked in darkness, I scratched and tore at my arms, desperate to rid myself of the unbearable itching sensation just beneath the surface of my skin. Knowing that the hunger threatening to eat me from the inside out had little to do with food, I twisted onto my side and swallowed down a mouthful of bile. Get the fuck up. No, just lie down. Don't you dare stay down. Go into the bathroom, find a razor, slit your goddamn wrists, and be done with this nightmare. Don't worry, Peter Pan. I'll be your Wendy. Think of the baby. Malloy. Licking my cracked lips, I forced myself to twist onto my side, and then, when the movement didn't cause me to spew my guts up, I pressed on and slowly pulled myself into a sitting position at the edge of the bed. Pain. It was everywhere. In my arms, in my eyes, in my ribs, in my heart. There wasn't an inch of me that didn't ache anymore. In the midst of the madness and the pain, I was drowning in my shame, knowing that this time I had pushed the boat out too far. There was no coming back from the hell I had landed in. The hill I needed to climb back up was too steep. Her face. It was all I could see in this moment, like a beacon of light in the darkness, guiding me home. She doesn't want you. Who the fuck would want you? Just come back to me, Joe. On unsteady legs, I stood up and blindly felt my way around the room until my fingers landed on a light switch. The minute the room was bathed in light, I felt like passing out. The pain in my head was too fucking much to handle. Clutching onto a wooden dresser, I tried to steady my breathing and not pass out from the pain, while I squinted and slowly brought my vision into focus. I was still here, still in the manor, Mr. Rugby. Oh, fuck. Blowing out a pain breath, I forced myself to look at my reflection staring back at me in the mirror over the dresser. With my face distorted from bruising and swelling, and a couple of weeks' worth of stubble to contend with, I struggled to recognize myself. I didn't look like me anymore. I didn't look like anyone I'd ever known. With one hand still clutching the dresser for balance, I reached up and trailed my fingers over the yellowish bruising swelling on my face. Leaning in closer to get a better look at the damage, I squinted to focus and studied my bloodshot eyes. I couldn't see the white of my eyes anymore. It had been replaced with burst blood vessels. Confused and panicked, I jerked away from the mirror, unable to look at myself a second longer, because I despised the person staring back at me. I fucking hated that piece of shit. It took me a ridiculous amount of time to locate my runners, and even longer to get them on my feet and tie my laces. But I did it. Grabbing a random hoodie off the back of a chair, I gingerly shrugged it on and pulled the hood up. Before moving for the door, somehow I managed to put one foot in front of the other and navigate my way out of the bedroom I unintentionally taken refuge in and find my way to the staircase. Tumbling down the steps, I clung to the banister for balance, barely making it to the bottom without breaking my fucking neck. Shivering from the cold, I'd made my way to the front door and let myself out. Feeling off-center and confused, I tried to get my bearings, tried to figure out where the fuck I was and where I needed to go to find my way back to her. But it wasn't coming easy to me. My thoughts were all jumbled up and my sense of direction had deserted me. He's out there. He's coming back for you. You're all going to die. Find her. Come back to me, Joe. Joey, don't leave me on my own. Shaking my head, I wobbled unsteadily on my feet as I followed the tree line down a long lane, letting my legs lead me when my brain wouldn't comply. Keep going. Just get back to her, one foot in front of the other. After what felt like forever, a set of headlights came into view and I clumsily raised my arm, trying to flag down a spin. The lights weren't coming closer, though. They were still and unmoving, trapped behind a set of cast-iron gates. Stumbling along, I continued to wave my arms around, needing to get to that car, to find my way back to her. Joe! Fuck, I was even hearing her voice now. Joe! There was something seriously wrong with me. Joe, it's me! Blinking in confusion, I looked around. Malloy! Yeah, baby, I'm over here. The gate's locked and I can't get in. I've been here for hours. You have? Yeah. Just keep walking towards the gate. It took me a moment to process her voice, and a little while longer to register the meaning behind the words coming out of her mouth, before I managed to switch my attention to the gate. And there she was, standing on the other side of what looked like a 15-feet cast-iron gate. Malloy! Staggering forwards, I closed the space between us, not stopping until I reached the gate. Malloy! I'm here, Joe. Snaking a hand between the metal bars, she reached up and cupped the back of my head and leaned in close. I'm right here, baby. I'm sorry, Queen, I croaked out, resting my forehead against the bars she was resting hers against. I'm so fucking sorry. Shh. Both of her hands were on my face then, fingers tracing my cheeks and brushing back my hair, as she peppered kisses to the parts of my face she could reach. I've been so fucking scared for you. I'm a prick. You're a huge prick. She wholeheartedly agreed, still kissing and petting and nuzzling me. I'm so mad at you. Me too. Trembling, I reached a hand through the bars to touch her, to just feel her and assure myself that she was in fact real. I think I'm broken. You're going to be okay, she cried, and the tears landing on her cheeks dampened mine. I'm not going to let anything else happen to you. Get me the fuck out of here, baby. I can't, Joe, she strangled out. I don't know the code to open the gates, and they're too high to climb. I do, I mumbled. I know the code. What is it? Blinking rapidly, I scoured my brain for the information that I knew I once possessed before coming up empty. I swear, I have it in my head somewhere. It's okay, she replied, sniffling. Don't worry about it. You can stay here tonight with Shannon and Johnny. No. I don't want to stay here, I groaned, clutching on to her with everything I had in me. I want to come home with you. I know you do, she coaxed, sounding pained. But I can't get you out, Joe. I can climb. No, baby, you can't. She cut me off and said, You're too hurt. You're hurt. I hurt you. I groaned, flinching when a surge of pain hit me square in the chest. Fuck. I think my brain has stopped working. Where have you been? I don't remember, I mumbled, feeling drained of any hope. I'm just so fucking sorry. I love you so much, Malloy. I swear I do. I know you do, Joe. God, I know. Her voice trailed off and a sob escaped her. Listen, I need you to show me your arms, okay? My arms? Yeah. Sniffling, she took a step back and snatched one of my hands up in hers. It's okay, she coaxed, slowly peeling the sleeve of my hoodie up, only to burst into tears when she reached my elbow. I'm sorry. The other one, she squeezed out, taking my other hand and doing the same. So sorry. You've been with Shane Holland, haven't you? I don't remember. You could die, Joe. I don't know if I want to live, Eve. Don't say that, she warned, reaching her arm back through the bar to hook it around my neck. Don't you ever say that again. Do you hear me? I'm only here for you, I confessed, reveling in the warmth of her hands on my skin. I was so fucking cold. She was the only thing that could warm me. I want it gone, Eve. I want it to be done with. No, baby, no. Sniffling, she pulled me close and sealed her mouth to mine. I won't let you go. Shivering when the heat from her lips and tongue melted the ice inside of me, I tried to get closer, needing to be with her. Don't run, Malloy. I know I don't deserve you, but please just don't run. Never. Please just keep loving me. Always, Joe. She breathed against my lips. Always. Because I feel like I'm all alone here, baby. No. Shaking her head, she pulled back to wipe the tears that were trickling down my cheeks and then leaned back in to gently stroke my nose with hers. You have us. Trembling, I reached my hand between the bars and reached for her. I want to be good enough for you. Sniffling, I cradled the small swell of her stomach as the wind whipped at my face. For both of you, I believe in you, I heard her say through her tears. Do you hear me, Joey Lynch? Clutching my face with her hands, she looked me right in the eyes and whispered, I still believe in you. You're the only one.
You're not taking him. Aoife. I had problems. Many of them. My biggest, aside from impending motherhood and my boyfriend's drug dependency, was my inability to back the hell down from a fight. Many would label my ability to love unwaveringly a positive personality trait, but when it led me back to the lion's den, I knew it was a reckless fucking habit. Still, I parked my car outside the shitty, graffiti-ridden house and climbed out, poised for battle. Gripping my car keys in one fist for protection, I stalked up to the house and hammered on the door with the other. When the door opened inwards and Shane's grotesque fucking face greeted me, I felt the fire of 1,000 volcanoes build up inside of me. Back for round 2. Before you start, I know he's been here with you, so I want his phone, his wallet, and everything else you stole from him, I stated coldly, looking him dead in his eyes. Fight with me on this, and I will rain hell down on you. His lips tipped upwards. Is that so? Try me, asshole. I folded my arms across my chest. I dare you. Looking more amused than annoyed with me tonight, Shane shook his head and chuckled. You want your boyfriend's shit. Come in and find it yourself. I'm not his housekeeper. My heart sank, but I schooled my features and stepped around the drugged-up gangster. You know the room he stays in, Shane called over his shoulder as he disappeared into the sitting room, sounding thoroughly amused by my boyfriend's downfall. Have at it, princess. Swallowing down my fury, I moved for the staircase, not stopping until I was standing outside the door of the room that I found him in last year. Deep breaths. You can do this. Pushing the door inwards, I held my breath and stepped inside. Repressing the urge to shudder when my eyes landed on the blood-stained mattress that I knew Joe had slept on, I stepped over several discarded syringes and random pieces of tinfoil, feeling myself die a little more with every step I took. Filthy didn't come close to describing the decrepit conditions of this room, and knowing this was where he came to for sanctuary sickened me. Careful not to touch anything for fear of disease or infection, because who the fuck knew who else stayed in this hellhole, I reached for a familiar, discarded hoodie. Joey's hoodie. I'd bought it for him last year. Trembling violently, I reached into the front pocket and sagged in relief when my fingers brushed over both his phone and wallet. Silently pocketing both, I bundled his hoodie under my arm and took another quick glance around the carnage before heading back downstairs. You can tell your boyfriend that he owes me money, Shane called out from the sitting room when I was halfway down the stairs. He has a week to come up with the cash, or he can work it off for me. Unable to contain my emotions a second longer, I thundered down the staircase and stormed into the sitting room. Stay the fuck away from him, Shane, I snarled, not caring about the 4 other men lounging around on couches in the shithole he called his home. I mean it, asshole. Keep your filthy fucking habits away from my boyfriend. My filthy habits. He laughed from his perch on the couch. Don't you mean Lynchy's filthy habits? People like you make me sick, I hissed, glaring down at him. Sinking your claws in vulnerable people. You're disgusting. Words, he chuckled, mocking me with hand movements. Get the fuck out of here, princess, and tell Loverboy that I've a job lined up for him. His gaze trailed over my body, and when he reached my middle, his brows shot up. Or should I call him Baby Daddy? You're not having him, I seethed, standing my ground. I won't let you take him from us. He's already gone, kid, another man said. Clear off before he takes you down with him. I couldn't. That was the problem. I couldn't leave him. How much does he owe you? I heard myself ask, keeping my eyes glued to Shane. Joey, what does he owe? 600, he mused, arching a brow. You got that kind of cash on you, princess? No, I didn't. I didn't make that kind of money in a month at work. My parents were barely breaking even, so they didn't have cash to spare. Neither had any of my friends. Fuck. Smiling knowingly, Shane inclined his head to the door. Don't worry. I have plenty of work for him. He's not dealing for you. You get a say in this, princess. I don't need one, I shot back, shaking. I know Joey. He will never deal. Then he'll pay with his arms. One of the men joked. And his legs, laughed another. Panic-stricken, I racked my brain for a solution to the mess my boyfriend had gotten himself into. I can get you the money. Now you're speaking my language. But that's it, I warned. I get the money, and you leave him alone. The men around me all laughed again, like it was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. I'm not fucking joking, I snapped. I'll pay what he owes, but you have to back off, do you hear me? You get me what he owes and we'll talk, Shane replied, eyes dancing with amusement. I knew I was being played. I knew these men had no intention of following my wishes, but what could I do? Walk away knowing what they had planned for my boyfriend? Never. Trembling when I reached my car, I sank into the driver's seat and locked all the doors, while I waited for my recently acquired pal to pick up. You rang Mrs. Joey the Hurler? Gibbsy? Pressing the heel of my hand to my forehead, I exhaled a ragged breath. I need a favour. A little while later, a silver Ford Focus parked up behind my car. With bated breath, I watched from the rear-view mirror as Gibbsy climbed out of his car and walked to the passenger side of mine. I know I have no right to ask you for anything, I blurted out the minute he climbed into the passenger seat beside me. We barely know each other, and you're probably thinking that I'm some sort of crazy person for showing up on your doorstep earlier and for phoning you, but I'm so damn desperate and he's... You said 600? Gibbsy cut me off by asking, as he retrieved a wad of cash from his coat pocket and placed it on my lap. It's all there. Thank you. Shoulders slumping in both guilt and relief, I nodded wearily. Seriously, thank you so damn much, Gibbsy. I know it was a lot to ask of you, and I promise you that I will pay you back every cent. It might take me a while, but I will get it all back to you with interest. Relax, I don't care about the money, he cut me off and said, turning in his seat to face me. It's yours. No strings attached. No, I can't, I hurried to protest. I'll pay you back, I swear. You can try, but I won't take it, he replied calmly. The fact that you needed it badly enough to come to me in the first place is the scary part. He stared at me for a long moment before saying, Lynchy's in deep, isn't he? I debated lying to him, but how the hell could I? Whether he realized it or not, this boy had unintentionally spared my boyfriend another hospitalization, or worse, an early grave. So deep, Gibbs, I squeezed out, heart racing wildly. And I'm trying. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I'm trying so hard to save him, but it's just getting harder and harder. How bad are we talking? It's heroin, I choked out, quickly batting a rogue tear from my cheek. And oxy and coke and pretty much anything he can snort up his nose or inject in his veins. And the money. For his dealer, I admitted, pressing my temples. If I don't pay up, he'll make Joe work it off, or worse. Gibbsy blew out a harsh breath. Shit. Yeah, I agreed, demoralized and weary. He's also really unwell, like physically unwell. Everyone is looking at Shannon, and I get it, I do, but what about Joe? Shaking my head, I bit back a sob. He could have died in the kitchen that day, too. I didn't know that, Gibbsy replied quietly. Because his entire family treats him like an afterthought, I choked out. And no, I don't mean Shan and the little ones. I mean his mother and his brother and his... Breaking off before I had a nervous breakdown, I sucked in several calming breaths before trying again. I just need him to be okay, Gibbs. I need that boy. Because you've got a bun in the oven. What? I stilled, frowning. How did you... Don't worry. I can keep secrets too. He surprised me by saying, Word of advice, though. I would start doubling up on those oversized hoodies if you don't want people catching on, because, and I mean this in the kindest of ways, you're blooming. Oh, fuck. I'm guessing Shannon doesn't know, he mused. Which means Johnny doesn't know, because if Johnny knew, I would know. No, and you can't tell them yet because, like I said, I can keep a secret. He offered with a wink. I've got your back, Mrs. Joey the Hurler.
Mrs. Kavanagh. Joey. I wasn't sure how I made it back to Johnny's house in the dark, but I must have, because when I woke up the following morning, it was to the sight of the rim of a porcelain toilet bowl. There was also the sound of a woman losing her shit on the other side of the door. Feeling a small bit more together than I had the day before, I climbed to my feet and quickly checked the bathroom for damage. Relieved to find none, I decided to bite the bullet and step outside, needing to get my ass out of Mr. Rugby's manor and back to the mother of my child without delay. Disgust didn't come close to explain how I was feeling about myself. Hatred wasn't a strong enough word either. What I'd done, my behaviour, how I'd left her. I couldn't allow myself to think about it because thinking about it made me want to die. Wincing when the pain ricocheted through my temple, a direct reaction to the sunlight pouring through the window, I opened the bathroom door and stepped into the hallway. I had a perfect view of who I presumed was Kavanagh's mother, giving her son a piece of his mind. With her hands on her hips and her back to me, the low-sized blonde stood in the doorway of yet another room in their fortress of fortune. The sound of my sister chiming in, I'll go right now, I promise, instantly had my back up. Fucked in the head or not, I knew that voice. Her panic beckoned me like a siren. Falling back into the habit of a lifetime and taking the heat off my sister, I called out, Thanks for the bed, Kavanagh. Can I borrow a hoodie? Because I could take whatever this lady might throw at us for intruding on her home. Her disdain, her outrage, her accusations. She couldn't hurt me because none of it mattered to me like it did to Shannon. Kavanagh's mother cast a brief glance in my direction before turning back to her son and resuming her ranting. Fair enough. I couldn't exactly blame the woman for her reaction. When she was finished giving her son a piece of her mind and turned her attention back to me, I braced myself for battle. But it wasn't anger I saw in her eyes. It wasn't fear either. It was sadness. Oh, fuck. Somehow that made it worse. Hello? Hello? What's your name, love? Joey. Eyeing her wearily as she walked towards me, I stepped out of her way, backing up against the bathroom door. Lynch. Joey Lynch, she repeated, not stopping until she was standing directly in front of me. I'm Adele. She held her hand out to me. Adele Kavanagh. Okay, I replied, eyeing her outstretched hand. I didn't move. Instead, I watched and waited. This was her turf. I was the intruder. The next move was on her. Shake my hand, love, she instructed. It's good manners. Brows furrowed, I forced myself to accept her handshake. Now. Giving my hand a small squeeze, she smiled up at me. Are you hungry, Joey Lynch? Confused, I stared down at her and slowly shook my head. No. No. Warm brown eyes shone up at me, and her lips tipped upwards. Are you lying to me, love? Completely fucking thrown, I shook my head again. No, You just what, love? I need to leave. I heard myself tell her, still confused as fuck at this tiny woman. I wouldn't have stayed at all, but I couldn't climb the gate to get out. It's a tall gate, she replied with a knowing smile. I've climbed it a time or two back in the day. Oh, shit. Sounds like there's a story there, like you wouldn't believe. She offered me a devilish grin and headed off down the hallway. Follow me, Joy, love. No child leaves my house without a full belly. I'm not a child, I replied, reluctantly trailing after her. How about no friend of my son leaves on an empty stomach then? She called over her shoulder, leading me into the kitchen. Man, woman, or child? Does that suit you better? Hovering in the kitchen doorway, I watched as she busied herself with setting the island with cutlery. I'm not his friend either. Well, your sister certainly is. Yeah, well, when it comes to my sister and your son, labelling them as friends is a fairly naive, not to mention an outdated notion. Intuitive, she mused. You know what, Joey, love? I think you might be right. Your son could do a lot worse, I heard myself say, immediately shifting into defence mode as I watched her plate a heap of scones onto a serving dish. Scones. She was making scones and tea in an actual fucking teapot. But he couldn't do better than my sister. Her lips tipped upwards. Is that so? Just putting it out there? Shrugging, I folded my arms across my chest. Don't judge a book by its cover. I could say the same thing to you. How do you figure? Well, aren't you doing the same to me? She smiled over her shoulder before moving for the kettle. With all due respect, lady, Adele. Adele, I reluctantly corrected. No offence, but you're the one with the mansion. I think it's fair to say that your story is self-explanatory. You'd be surprised, Joey, love. Yeah, well, listen. I know you already know about our family. There was no point in denying our circumstances to this woman. Her son knew all about us. Besides, she had eyes in her head. She could see the marks on my sister. Either way, I was done with the pretenses. I was done with the bullshit. Your son's been sniffing around long enough to figure out we've got shit to deal with at home, which means you do too. I just don't want you to judge my sister based on bullshit that she can't control. She couldn't be more different from the rest of our family. You sound like you're including yourself in that statement, because I am. With my skin itching and my body cold to the bone, I forced a nod. Shannon's the best person I know. Oh, Joey, love. Sympathetic brown eyes locked on mine. Why do I get the feeling that Shannon would say the exact same thing about you? Unsettled by the way she looked at me, and with the mother of all headaches attacking my senses, I pinched the bridge of my nose and leaned against the doorframe. Are you all right, love? Concern flashed across her features. Do you need to sit down? No, I'm grand, I muttered, feeling like I needed to be anywhere but here. The woman was throwing me off kilter, which was an impressive feat considering my life was already on its axis. Listen, I appreciate the offer of breakfast, but I need to get going. Why don't you sit down, love, and have a cup of tea first? She coaxed, as she walked over to the marble island and pulled out a stool for me to sit on. I'll drop you back into town afterwards. I didn't move. I couldn't. I felt weary and on edge. This woman. I didn't know this woman. Couldn't figure out her angle. I have places to be. Not on an empty stomach. My girlfriend's waiting for me. I'm sure she wouldn't mind you having a bite to eat first. I'm not hungry. Humour me, love. Uncomfortable and on edge, I pulled at the sleeves of her son's hoodie that I was wearing and mentally tried to take her measure. Fine, I'll, have a cup of tea, please. Her eyes lit up. Good lad yourself. And if it's not too much trouble, could I, do you maybe... Blowing out a breath, I reached up and scratched my jaw before forcing out the words that made me hate myself worse than I already did. Have anything for pain? For your face, love? No, for my heart. Yeah, I nodded. I left my meds at home. I'll poke something out for you from the medicine cupboard, she replied, moving for a cupboard in the far corner of the kitchen. Are you allergic to anything? No, I replied, forcing myself not to move an inch. I can take anything. Let's see. There's some ibuprofen here. Fuck. Yeah. Shivering, I released a despondent sigh and nodded wearily. That'll be grand, thanks. Oh, hold the phone. Still rummaging around, she retrieved a white plastic pill tray. There's a few Solpadol left over from Johnny's surgery in December. Bingo. A sudden rush of relief washed over me, and I couldn't stop my feet from moving towards her. That's great. That's what I'm on from the hospital. Here you are, love. I'll get you a drink. Thanks, I replied, gratefully accepting the pills she dropped into the palm of my hand before taking a glass of water she offered me. It wouldn't do much, but it would take the edge off until I could get sorted. Get sorted. What a fucking joke. You are a joke, asshole. You're no better than him. So, tell me about this girlfriend of yours. Your girlfriend? I narrowed my eyes, suspicious. Why? Would you prefer if we talked about how you got those bruises? Came her clipped response. Because we can go there if you prefer. Her name's Aoife. Draining the contents of my glass, I rinsed it out in the sink before placing the glass on the draining board and returning to my perch of hovering awkwardly near what I presumed the back door. I work for her father. Oh, yeah, I nodded. He runs a small mechanics garage in town. Which garage? The three-wheeler one at the end of Plunkett's Road, across the street from Marketplace. Is that how you met? No, we were in the same class at school. High school sweethearts. She smiled knowingly. Oh, to be young again. You could say that. Have you been together long? Yeah, I muttered, feeling completely off balance around this woman. We have. You don't give much away, do you, Joey love? Why would I replied. I don't know you. She stared at me for a long moment before shaking her head and offering me another warm smile. You know, love, I'm sure I've heard about that garage. I'll bring the car down the next time it needs a service. Really? My brows furrowed, and the pain in my head slowly dulled. You don't have to. I'd like to. She smiled again. How long have you worked there? Since I was 12 or 13. Another shrug. Been on the books since third year. That young? Needed the money. And you like it? She pressed, still busying herself with prepping food and making tea. Mechanics? That's something you might be interested in pursuing after you're done with school. Jesus. What was with this woman and all the questions? I hadn't endured this level of interrogation since my last trip to the back of the paddy wagon. Or maybe since the last time I'd come under fire from Malloy. Come to think about it, this little woman gave off a similar air of confidence to the one that wafted from my girlfriend in waves. It was confusing, and I didn't know if I liked it. Money's decent. Well, I think you're a credit to yourself, Joey Lynch. Somehow I earned myself another megawatt smile from Mr. Rugby's mother. Working all those hours after school, and in your leaving cert year. You should be so proud of yourself. If she knew me, really knew me, she would quickly change her opinion. I pinched my temple, fucking aching from head to toe, as I tried to clear my thoughts and focus on this woman. Why? Why what, love? Nothing. Fuck. I needed to stop letting her lure me into conversation and get out of there. Doesn't even matter. I think it does. Turning to face me, she gave me her full attention. It was a worrying fucking concept, considering I didn't know her. Say what you were going to say, love. I'm listening. She was. That was the unsettling part. She was listening to me. Fuck. The kitchen door swung inwards then, and my eyes landed on my sister and Kavanagh. The minute my eyes landed on her face, I wanted to die. I wanted to drown. I wanted fucking out. Jesus. The guilt was crippling me. Feeling useless and unimportant, I willed myself to be a man and stand my ground, to not cower in shame because I'd let this happen to her. I let her down again. Again. All right, Shan. My voice was raw and thick with emotion I couldn't seem to conceal. How's it going? I forced myself to take it all in. Every bruise, every broken fucking promise on my behalf to protect her. You okay? Hey, Joe. Her blue eyes locked on mine, and I could feel the pain emanating from her. With a small smile, she nodded once and tightened her hold on the hand of the boy she was clinging to. And with that small, subtle move, she let me know that this was okay, and that we could trust these people. She might, but I didn't. Are you? All good, I managed to croak out, quickly breaking eye contact, feeling too much for the little girl I'd spent my life trying and failing to protect. Kavanagh, I acknowledged then, turning my attention to the lad she was welded to. Thanks again for holding on to her, for looking after her when I couldn't. Joey, steel blue eyes landed on my face. Any time. I hoped he meant it. Because as much as I hated myself for thinking it, I knew in my heart that I didn't have anything left to give her. I was empty. I was done.
Don't give up on my brother. Aoife. Julie, I swear to God, if you even think about bailing on me during the lunch rush, I will rain hell down on you, I growled, eyeing the red-headed barmaid who was reaching for her cigarettes under the bar. Hell, I tell you. Oh, simmer down, princess, she grumbled as she snatched up the packet and moved for the opening at the other end of the bar. I haven't had a smoke all morning. I'll be 5 minutes. Bitch, I growled, and not quietly, as once again I picked up the slack from my co-worker. Once I had taken and fulfilled all the drink orders on my section of the bar, I reluctantly moved to Julie's section and started pulling pints and quenching thirsts. It wasn't until I reached the end of the bar that I recognized a pair of familiar brown eyes staring back at me. Tig! My heart leapt in my chest. What are you doing here? I need to talk to you, he replied, tone hard, as he sat on a towering bar stool and stared back at me, unyielding. It's important. Yeah, I figured it had to be if he had traipsed across town to track me down. Tig, you know you're not allowed in the bar without an adult here with you. I have you, don't I? Yeah. Emotion racked through me, and I nodded. I guess you do. He's back. My heart jackknifed in my chest. Joe? The younger Lynch offered me a stiff nod, and I choked out a huge sigh of relief. Leaving Joey at those gates last night was about the hardest thing I'd ever done in my life, but I did it with the knowledge that if I couldn't get to him, then neither could Shane Holland. Temporarily appeased with the wad of cash I'd borrowed from a boy I barely knew, I wasn't foolish enough to believe that Shane was gone forever. But right now, temporary was all I could hope for. Is he okay? No. My heart cracked in my chest. No. There was a big fight between Mam and that blonde lady with the posh car who brought Joey and Shannon home. The little alpha came right out and told me, blunt as always. Shannon was crying over the posh lady's son, Mam was going mental, and Darren stormed off. What about Joe? After he put Mam to bed and fed the boys, he locked himself in his room. Jesus. With my heart bucking wildly in my chest, I looked around the bar, desperate to drop everything I was doing and go to him, even though I had another 4 hours of my shift left. But then I thought about the lack of funds in my bank account and the growing intruder in my womb, and I paused. I couldn't afford to lose this job. If I walked off, they would fire me, and nobody was going to hire me in my condition. I needed the money, damn it. By the way, I know about the baby. Tig blew my mind by saying, My brother got you pregnant." My blood ran cold. "Who told you?" "Nobody," he replied flatly. "I overheard Mam and Darren talking about it." "Okay." Clearing my throat, I quickly popped the cap on a bottle of Coke and set it down in front of him, along with a couple of bags of cheese and onion flavoured crisps. "Listen, I'm due a break in 20 minutes. Can you wait here for me until then?" "Don't worry." Nodding stiffly, he tore open the crisp packet and tucked in. "I'm not going anywhere." "So, does your mam know you're here?" I asked, sitting down on an old barrel in the smoking area. "Because I have to say, Tig, your mother isn't exactly my #1 fan. I don't think she'd be too happy to know that you're here with me." "Do I look like I give a shit about what she thinks? Besides, I already told you she took to the bed again," he responded harshly as he sat on the empty beer barrel opposite me and polished off his 4th bag of crisps. "I'm here for my brother." I sighed heavily. "Come on, Tig. We both know Joe didn't send you here." "Never said he did," he replied, scrunching the empty crisp bag up and stuffing it into the pocket of his navy tracksuit. "Listen, I'm not thick. Everyone treats me like I'm the same as Ollie and Sean when I'm not. I'm not a baby, Eve. I know things too, you know." Yeah, he knew things all right. Things no boy of his age should know or be subjected to. "I'm here for Joe because I know he's fucked in the head right now," Tig continued, taking another swig from his bottle of Coke. "I saw it in his eyes that day in the kitchen. I saw him check out. I know he's not here anymore. Dad broke Shannon's lungs, but he broke Joey's mind, and Mam helped him do it." "He's still here, Tig," I croaked out, repressing a shiver from how accurate this boy had taken his brother's measure. "No, he's not," the little guy challenged. "He's gone, and you know it too." He gave me a hard stare when he said, "But my brother can get better. I know he can, and you need to not give up on him." "Tig." My breath caught in my throat, and I sucked in a shaky breath, wondering just how much he knew. He was turning 12 in a couple of days, and knowing that he had this level of intuition and awareness about his family was heartbreaking. "I'm not giving up on your brother." Swallowing deeply, I offered him what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "I never will." "He's going to make it hard. Nothing worth having comes easy, and it's going to get worse before it gets better." "I'm well aware." He watched me for a long beat, clearly taking my measure, before nodding his blonde head. "Good, because you won't get better than him." "I know." "I mean it." He pushed, tone defensive. "Joe's the only parent I remember having, so trust me when I tell you that your kid," he paused to gesture to my stomach before adding, "is going to have one hell of a father." I absorbed his words like an addict would crack cocaine, because in this moment, whether he meant it or not, Tig Lynch was giving me everything I needed. He believed in his brother in the same way I did. It didn't matter that he wasn't yet a boy of 12. The fact of the matter was that he got it. He saw the same person I did and was prepared to fight for him. It gave me hope. It gave me comfort. "I'm going to come over as soon as my shift is over," I told him, unable to disguise the emotion in my voice. "They're going to try to force you out," Tyke said, standing up, seemingly done with our conversation. "Mam and Darren." He gave me another hard look before saying, "Don't let them. Don't give up on my brother." "Don't worry," I replied. "I won't." "Good." "Do you want to hang out here until I'm finished work?" I asked, watching as he moved for the wall of the smoking area. "I'll drive you home." "That's what I've got legs for." But your dad's still out there. My dad can go fuck himself, the little alpha called over his shoulder as he climbed onto a wheelie bin and vaulted effortlessly onto the stone wall enclosing the smoking area. If anything, he needs to hope he doesn't run into me. Tig, hold up. I'll be seeing ya, he called out, offering me a half-assed sailor salute before disappearing over the wall.
The family line.
Joey.
Our life was a train wreck. Standing in the kitchen doorway after persuading the younger boys to go for a kickabout on the green across the road, I watched as the older members of my family ranted and roared at each other, reminding me of a scene straight out of one of those soap dramas that Malloy roped me into watching with her. I was glad of that, for once. I wasn't the instigator of the drama. No, that title had undisputedly fallen to our mother, who had made the fatal error of accusing some rich lady's son of statutory rape. I mean, really, it was fucking embarrassing. There was only one rapist in our midst, statutory or otherwise, and it was the man she had nestled down in bed with every night for the past 24+ years. Fucking hypocrite. Watching Kavanagh's mother go for mine in my front garden earlier was a foreign sight to me. I'd never seen a mother throw down like that for her kid. But Adele Kavanagh had, and somewhere in the back of my mind, I got the distinct feeling that Malloy would do the exact same for our kid. Jesus. Wishing I was anywhere but back in this house, I looked on as Shannon and Mam battled it out for the title of Ballylagan's loudest screamer, while Darren, the dildo, tried to wave a white flag between them. Fucking idiot. Having Mam's back in it was not going to win him any favours. He was going to bat for the wrong female. Christ, even Shaney Boo, who was only 3, knew that Darren was flogging a dead horse with our mother. I might be fucked in the head, but I'd meant it when I said that I was done with her. I didn't have it in me to forgive her again. Not after that evening in the kitchen. Not with the memory of my sister's almost lifeless body still haunting me. Him or us, Mam. Joey was right, Shannon cried out, dragging my scattered attention back to the argument ensuing a few feet away from me. You're not good for us. I felt like slow clapping, grateful that someone else could see what I did. Come on, Shannon. Darren, the expert at running out on his family, threw his 2 cents into the mix. Screaming and name-coiling isn't helping anyone. Then stop sitting there and do something, my baby's sister spat back, fighting and willing our oldest brother to do something he would never be capable of doing for her, helping her. You know this is wrong. You know what she did was awful, and you're just letting her get away with it. Shannon was spot on. The shit Mam had spurted to Kavanagh's was horrendous, and he was feeding into her bullshit by pandering to her mental breakdown. I might need locking up, but she sure as shit needed to reserve the padded cell next to mine. No, I'm not, Darren tried to placate. She knows she was wrong, don't you, Mam? If he was expecting a coherent answer from the woman that birthed us, then he was about to be sorely disappointed. She didn't have it in her. She was incapable of thinking beyond the 14-year-old version of herself that had been thrust into motherhood. Her brain had stopped growing at that age. The woman was broken in the head. Same as me. Ma'am, tell Shannon that you know you were wrong. If I was a better person, I would have felt sympathy for the man. He still thought the mother he left behind more than half a decade ago was still inside the shell sitting at the kitchen table. Ma'am, answer us. Looking weary, Shannon shook her head and turned away from Mam. Darren, though, he continued to watch our mother like he was waiting for some divine intervention. "Don't bother," I heard myself tell her golden boy. "Because she's broken. You'll figure that out soon enough." "Joe!" Bolting towards me like a wobbly foal, our sister threw her arms around my neck and clung to me. "Make this stop." I wanted to. There was still a part of me alive inside that wanted to fix this for my sister, for the boys. But I was so fucking worn out. My head didn't seem to be working right anymore. Whatever the old man had done to me in the kitchen that evening had broken me. The cord that attached my heart to my head had been severed. It had been beaten out of me. "This is what you wanted, Darren. You wanted her home with us," I told our brother. "One big, happy family." Hooking an arm around the trembling girl in my arms, I glared at the man who considered himself to be wiser than us. "I hope we have met your expectations." He didn't respond. Instead, he pushed his chair back and stood. Taking one final look at our mother, he turned on his heels and walked away. "I don't know why I'm surprised anymore," Shannon mumbled. The sound of the front door closing behind him was the only confirmation I needed to that I was right. His return was temporary. He wouldn't stick this out. He couldn't the first time. This time would be no different. With the mother of all headaches and my body in withdrawal, I stepped around Shannon and moved for the cooker. Mom could check out and Darren could run, but there were still 4 mouths to feed in the house. Battling the tremors in my hands, I prepped a saucepan of pasta and set it on the hob to boil, before turning my attention to the woman in the corner. "Get up and take a shower. I need to feed the boys, and they don't need to see you like this." She didn't budge. It didn't surprise me. It didn't do anything to me. I felt completely dead inside as I walked over to where she was sitting and snatched the cigarette out of her lips and stubbed it out in the already overflowing ashtray. "Get up. You stink of smoke and booze." Nothing. Setting the ashtray and her stained coffee cup on the draining board, I returned to her side. "Get up." I didn't need this shit. I had enough in my plate. I had Malloy, damn it. "Joey." It was the first sign of life in her, and it caused something to die inside of me. "Joey." Reaching up, she snatched up my hand in both of hers and sobbed. "Joey." I could smell the drink wafting off her in waves. Whiskey. I would know that smell anywhere. Repressing a shudder, I reached for my mother and helped her to a stand. I needed to get her out of sight before the boys came back in from playing, and she fucked up their heads even more. "Keep an eye on the dinner, Shan," I called over my shoulder, as I helped Mam up out of the kitchen and up the staircase to her bedroom. The more she sobbed and leaned against me, the more I felt suffocated. The urge to break through the walls of this house and escape was so strong, I could practically taste it. I would never have it, though. I couldn't physically break the chains that shackled me to this house, to these children, to this woman. The only reprieve would get was the one I took for myself. "Come on, Mam," I mumbled, feeling the weight of her body against me as I tried to get her upstairs. "You need to help me out here." She didn't. She couldn't, because my mother was as dead on the inside as I was. Beyond exhausted. When we reached the top of the landing, I swooped her into my arms and carried her the rest of the way into her bedroom. Their bedroom. It's his room, too, remember? Dick. Ignoring every muscle in my body as it screamed in protest, I managed to make it to her bed without collapsing in a heap. Setting her down on the mattress, I knelt at her bedside and pulled off her slippers before rolling her onto her side to face the window. "I'm sorry, Joey," she sobbed, resting her small hands under her cheek. "So sorry." I heard the word, had a feeling she might mean it this time, but I felt nothing. "You need to keep your shit together," I replied in a flat tone, as I sank down on the edge of the bed beside her and rummaged around in her nightstand drawer. "You might be all fucked up in the head, but those boys don't need to see it." "Darren," she wailed softly, clutching my forearm. "I want Darren." "Yeah. Well, Darren bailed," I muttered, focusing on the countless blister packs of pills, while tossing empty pill bottles out of the way. "Fuck, ma'am. What have you been taking?" "Like you can judge me," she sobbed, burying her head in her pillow. "I'm in pain." "Me too." "Here," I said, finally settling on a pill bottle containing a few Valium pills. "Take a couple of these. It'll take the edge off." "What if he comes back?" "Who?" I asked, only half listening to her, as I continued to search for what I wanted. I knew they were in here. I fucking knew it. "Darren?" "No," she mumbled, choking back the tablets I'd given her. "Your father." "You know what'll happen, ma'am," I muttered, mentally sagging in relief, when I found a full bottle of clonazepam. "You'll take him back," I added, slipping the bottle into my pocket, "and all will be well in the world of Marie Lynch again." "I'm your mother," she sobbed, voice slurring. "Why do you hate me so much?" "I'm your son," I replied, giving her back her words. "Why do you hate me so much?" "Because you're him," she slurred, twisting away from me. "Yeah," I deadpanned, standing up, feeling nothing. "I'm him, and you're worse." "Joey, wait!" she cried out as I moved for the door. I'm sorry. Baby, please don't leave me." "Sleep it off, ma'am," I deadpanned, unwilling to stick around to be her personal punch bag until she passed out. "I've got shit to clean up, and your kids to feed."
We found love in a hopeless place. Aoife. With Keane's Somewhere Only We Know blasting from the car stereo and my good nerves in tatters, I pulled up outside 95 Elks Terrace and killed the engine. Taking a few moments to compose my emotions, I pulled the visor down and checked my appearance in the tiny mirror. Reapplying my lips with a fresh coat of black cherry, I pressed my lips together and practiced my best smile before blowing out a shaky breath and popping the lid of my lipstick back into place. You can do this. He's still your Joey. He's still in there. Bring him back. Pulling my hair out of its ponytail, I fluffed it over my shoulders and tossed my hair tie on the passenger seat, and then climbed out of the car. Braced for trouble, I rounded the graffiti-stained walls surrounding their front garden, ignoring the usual overgrowth of grass and weeds, as I moved for the front door with my fist raised to knock. However, the door opened before I had a chance to knock, and I was greeted by Shannon. "Oh my God!" Relief flashed in her eyes, and she quickly snatched my hand up and pulled me inside. "Eve." "Hi, Chickie," I replied, voice thick with emotion, as I pulled her skinny little frame into my arms and hugged her a little tighter than I should. I couldn't help it. The last time I'd laid eyes on her, I'd been afraid that it would be the actual last. Seeing her back on her feet, battered and bruised, but with a smile on her face, was sending my pregnancy hormones into overdrive. I was so bloody worried about you. Thank you so much for what you did for me, she squeezed out, hugging me back. Getting me to the hospital so fast? The doctors told me that you guys saved my life. I wouldn't have made it if I had gotten there any later. That was all your brother, I was quick to explain. Joe was the one who made the call. He's always saving me, she whispered, releasing her hold on me. I wish I could do the same for him. Yeah, me too. Where are the boys? In their room playing, she was quick to explain. Mam's in bed. And Darren? Her expression turned stormy. Don't know. Don't care. And Joe? He's upstairs. Offering me a sad smile, she gestured to the staircase behind her. After he put Mam to bed and sorted the boys out, he went into his room and hasn't come out since. Thank God. He's still here. He's still safe. So how was he? I asked, following her into the thankfully empty kitchen. When you brought him to Johnny's place. She chewed on her lip nervously, clearly unwilling to betray her brother's trust. Shan, come on, I said in a wary tone. We were way past the pretenses. It's me. I think he's back on the drugs. She meant drugs. When I found him, he had stumbled out of Shane Holland's car and was sprawled out on the road, she added, moving for the kettle. He wasn't himself. No shit. Because that bastard sunk his claws into a vulnerable lad with a grade 3 concussion, 3 cracks in his skull, and a lifetime of abuse under his belt. How bad was he? I forced myself to ask her. Tea? No thanks. Back to Joe. How bad was he? Not that. Don't lie to me, Shan. Not about him. After a long pause, Shannon tossed her soggy tea bag in the sink and blew out a strained breath. He was the worst I've ever seen him. I already knew it, but somehow hearing her admit it made it all a million times worse. Because Joey was the master of concealment. He buried everything from his siblings, the fear, the ache and pain, desperate to protect them. If Shannon and Tig were both seeing the cracks in Joey's meticulously masked world, though, then they were as wide as the Grand Canyon. Fuck. Okay. As a tsunami of concern and fear crashed over me, I abruptly turned on my heels and moved for the door. I'm going up there. Wait. Hurrying towards me with what looked like a ham sandwich on a small plate, Shannon thrust it into my hands. Can you give this to him? With her eyes full of unrestrained panic, she shrugged helplessly. He had a little dinner earlier, but he just looked so gaunt. I didn't have the words to make her feel better. Joe was the only one I'd ever seen manage his sister's anxiety, so I offered her a half-hearted smile and moved for the staircase. Ignoring my pulse thundering in my ears, I climbed the stairs and walked to his door. Joe? I knocked lightly before pushing the door inwards and stepping inside. His room was in darkness, with his curtains closed, and clothes strewn everywhere, which wasn't like him. The boy kept his room remarkably spotless given the circumstances, but right now it looked like a pigsty. Joe? I croaked out, feeling my heart rate spike when my gaze landed on him, face down on the bottom bunk of his bed. Wearing only a pair of black boxer shorts, every bruise, scar, and blemish on his body was on full display. Joe. I wasn't naive enough to believe that it was exhaustion that had plummeted him into a deep slumber. With my heart in tatters and my hope hanging by a thread, I closed the door behind me, set the plate down on the dresser, and removed his phone and wallet from my handbag. Setting it and his wallet on the dresser, I attached his phone to its charger before moving for the bed. Kicking off my heels, I removed my coat and apron, letting them fall to the floor before clambering onto the bed. Repressing a shiver when the distinct stench of vinegar and weed filled my senses, I settled down on my side, facing him. "Come back to me, Joe," I whispered, reaching out to stroke his bruised cheek. "I know you're still in there." Stiffening when my hand made contact with his skin, I watched as a full body shudder rolled through him. A god-awful pained cry escaped his parted, swollen lips, and he moaned drowsily into the mattress as his body stiffened and flinched with every gentle stroke of my thumb on his cheek. Fucking monsters, the both of them. We were so far away from each other, even though we were laying side by side, with a baby we'd made together growing in my belly. He had never felt more detached from me. I knew he was still in there, though. My Joey was still inside the person strung out next to me. And I loved him enough to keep fighting for him, even when he'd given up on himself. "It's okay." Sniffling, I didn't bother to fight the tears that were trickling down my cheeks as my eyes took in the carnage, knowing in my heart that the damage to his face paled in comparison to the damage to his heart. "Nothing's going to hurt you, baby." "Moll." With a great deal of effort, he shifted onto his side to face me and blinked an eye open. "Loy." I smiled sadly. "Hey, stud." "I'm sorry." His words were slurred, his eyes bloodshot, his pupils dilated. "So sorry." "I know, Joe." Moving closer, I cupped his damaged cheek with the palm of my hand and leaned in close. "I know." "The baby." Still cooking. I pressed a feather-like kiss to the tip of his nose. "What have you done to yourself, huh?" He groaned in response. "I was coming to find you. I swear I just got sidetracked," I answered for him, breaking my own heart in the process. "Yeah, I can see that, Joe." "And this is it," I thought to myself. "This is your future. This is the boy your heart is set on." "I need you to get back up, Joe." Crying quietly, I pushed his hair off his face and pressed a kiss to his forehead. "I'm hanging in here, baby, doing the fighting for both of us, but I need you to climb back on your feet." "I'm just so tired." "I know you are," I agreed, feeling my soul crack. "But I need you to keep fighting." "I'm no good for you." "That's not true." "I don't have feelings anymore." "Yes, you do, Joe," I whispered, clinging to his trembling body with mine. "You just need to remember who you are." "I tried to warn you," he slurred. "You didn't hear me, and now we're both fucked." Part 8. Our new reality. Aoife. The next several weeks passed by in a horrendous blur of deception, heartbreak, and broken promises. Joey's descent into addiction had come on as rapidly as the weight he continued to lose. He was barely recognizable now, With track marks on his arms and bruising on his veins, I watched on helplessly as he continued to numb his pain. My boyfriend was back in the flesh, but the boy I'd fallen in love with all those years ago seldom made an appearance anymore. As the child in my belly continued to grow, so did the gaping ridge between us. I couldn't seem to reach him anymore. It didn't matter what I said or did. He wasn't listening. Joey had well and truly checked out on life. He was my closest friend, and I felt his absence everywhere I went and in everything I did. I felt his withdrawal in the deepest corners of my heart. He had fallen headfirst into old patterns, and right there with him I was repeating past mistakes, giving him a pass and turning a blind eye to things that I knew were wrong, things that I knew could destroy him, because the fear I had of losing him was too great. Falling in love had exposed the biggest weakness in me, because my heart refused to allow me to walk away from him, no matter how hopeless it seemed. Weakened and demoralized, I watched on daily as he continued to splinter both his world and mine, because I knew he was still my Joey underneath the ghost he had become. Every now and then, rare as they had become, I saw glimpses of that boy who stole my heart all those years ago. I saw the person he used to be, and I reveled in it. It gave me hope, seeing him, knowing he was still there somewhere. With his father hiding from the law in rehab, his mother falling apart at home, and his brother's sudden reappearance, I knew the pressure my boyfriend was under was insurmountable. It didn't take away the fact, though, that time was ticking and we had a baby on the way. It didn't take away the fact that in a few short months, I would have a choice to make. If Joey didn't get a handle on things, he was going to end up forcing my hand. The thought of what might happen when that day came caused my heart to shrivel up and die. Because I couldn't do this without him, but I refused to repeat past mistakes. I refused to subject our baby to the same ordeal their father had been exposed to. I wouldn't be Marie Lynch. My baby would come first.
Remember my face.
Joey.
Malloy, wait up! Pushing off the wall outside the GP surgery, the one I'd been waiting against for the past 20 minutes, I hurried after her. Wait up, will ya? Can't, she called over her shoulder, her rigid shoulder, as she pulled up the hood of her raincoat, gave a quick glance left and right, and crossed the road. I'm late for school. Yeah, we were both late for school, but I was the asshole late for her appointment. Swallowing down my self-loathing, I clenched my jaw and jogged after her. How did it go? I asked, falling into step beside her when I reached the footpath. Is everything okay with the, Shoving my hands into the front pocket of my hoodie, I concentrated on the footpath as I spoke. Are you okay? Am I okay? She stopped dead in her tracks and let out a humourless laugh. Am I okay? She repeated, swinging around to glare at me. Let's see. I've just spent the last hour being lectured by a doctor who's known me since childhood about the dangers I've been exposed to, because unlike the pregnant women waiting with their husbands and partners for good news, I'm the full at risk. Risk? Panic roared to life inside of me. For what? I'm at risk, she hissed. Because I was the fucking idiot who laid on her back for an intravenous drug user who can't remember his own bloody name half the time. A little fucking humiliating, don't you think, Joe? She demanded, tears filling her eyes. To be that girl? She narrowed her eyes. To be the girlfriend of that guy? It took me a while to register her words. The fog in my head made it so fucking hard to focus. But once I did, My heart cracked in my chest. Jesus Christ. I strangled out. I didn't give you anything, did I? Panicked, I choked out. I never cheated on you. I know, Joe. Sniffling, she shook her head. My test results are all clean. Oh, relief flooded my body. I'm so fucking sorry. Yeah, well, I guess I should say thanks for showing up. She deadpanned, turning on her heels. Better late than never, huh? I overslept. Uh-huh. I bet whatever you took knocked you out hard. Eva, I'm sorry. I called after when she stormed off. I can do this. I can take care of you and the baby. You can't even take care of yourself. She pulled her hood back up when the wind knocked it down. You're sick, Joe. You're so sick, and you can't even see it. I'm not sick, I argued, hurrying after her. I'm just going through some shit right now. You are a drug addict, she cried out harshly, as she swung around to glare at me. You are killing yourself, and you're killing me. No. I shook my head, desperately refuting her words. It's going to be okay. Look at what's happening to your life. She all but screamed. You've been kicked off the hurling team. You're failing at school. You're constantly off your head. You've lost yourself, Joe. You promised me that you'd stay, but you're not here anymore. I bet you don't even know what day it is. It's Thursday, I choked out, trembling. And I don't give a fuck about school or the hurling team. What about me? She sobbed. What about our baby? Do you care about us? You're all I care about, I snapped, pushing my hair back. Fuck. You're all I've ever cared about, Malloy. You know that. Then fight, Joey Lynch, she begged, fisting her hand in the front of my school jumper. Fight this. I am. Liar, she accused, tears spilling down her cheeks. You've thrown in the towel. You've given the hell up, and we both know it. What do you want me to do? I shot back, struggling to rein in my temper. Jesus fucking Christ, Malloy. I'm doing everything that's been asked of me. Fucking everything. The only thing I'm asking you to do is the one thing you point blank refuse to do, she argued hotly. Get clean. Aoife, you don't get it, she screamed. You can't see how far you've fallen, Joey. I've had to beg and borrow to get you out of trouble with Shane Holland and those monsters. And you keep going back to them. I owe Gibbsy money. I owe Podge money. I owe Casey money. And she doesn't even have it to spare. I'm doing everything I can to keep you alive. But you just won't help yourself. I'm fine, I bit out. It's all good. When she didn't respond, I gently tipped her chin upwards, forcing her to look at me. I love you. I used to think that was true. She breathed, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. But I'm beginning to think that you don't know what love means. Malloy, look at my face, Joe, she told me, and I did. Fuck, I did. This is what hurting the person who loves you most in the world looks like, she sniffled, tears dripping down her face, mirroring mine. Remember this moment, she added quietly, Remember what I looked like the day you broke my heart? One song at a time.
Joey.
My mind was playing tricks on me. Or maybe my body was the one playing tricks on my mind. Either way, I couldn't figure anything out anymore. Confusion had settled deep in my bloodstream, and I was lost. I knew that I was physically present, back in the house I hated, surrounded by people I couldn't look in the eye. Yet it felt like I was looking down on myself from above, like I was a spectator, seeing all the bullshit unfold around me while I was powerless to stop it. I'd gone too far, I realized. The hunger eating away at me, the aching in my veins, it was too necessary now. Too fucking deeply embedded in me to try and fight it. I didn't want to fight it. I was tired. When the chips were down and the cards had folded, Malloy was the only reprieve from the pain. I wanted to reach for her. I wanted so fucking badly to grab the hand she was holding out for me. But catching hold of her hand meant that she could be dragged down with me, and I couldn't fucking risk it. Ignoring the noise around me, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other, I walked into class. Which class? I had no fucking clue. But I could see her face, standing out to me like a beacon of light in the darkness. Hating myself with every fibre of my being, I let the beating heart in my chest lead me back to her. Back home. I could hear my name being spoken around me, but I couldn't get my brain to focus on anything but her. Slumping down in the chair beside her, I let the familiar scent of her perfume fill my nostrils and shivered. Malloy. Joe. She needs you. Something deep down inside of me screamed, wake the fuck up. I could see the swell of her stomach, the baby I'd put inside of her body. It couldn't be hidden anymore. Knees bopping restlessly, I tried to grapple with the tremors racking through my frame, but it wasn't coming easy. Only when she reached under the desk and took my hand in hers did I find the ability to steady myself. Nice legs. Tears filled her eyes and she quickly looked away, but she didn't stop holding my hand. Instead, she squeezed it tighter, warming my coldness with her warmth. Wordlessly, she shifted her chair closer to mine and gently popped one earphone in my ear. It was something she had done every day since Easter break. We had settled into a strange routine where every morning at school, Malloy would hand me an earphone, giving me a glimpse into how she felt that morning. One song at a time, one day at a time. That's all she gave me. And it became the song I got up for in the morning. It became the best part of my day. The part before everything got too heavy and the urge to shoot up got the better of me. For weeks it continued. Keen's Somewhere Only We Know. Maisie Starr's Fade Into You. Matchbox 20's Unwell. Sheryl Crow and Kid Rock's Picture. Dido's White Flag. Shakira's Underneath Your Clothes. Avril Lavigne's I'm With You. The Beatles' Don't Let Me Down. The Verve's The Drugs Don't Work. The Callings' Wherever You Will Go. Every day I walked into class right before my will buckled and I freewheeled into hell. I sought her out, still chasing after the girl from the wall, still wanting her more than I wanted to live. It was the small things she did, like continuing to wear the necklace I bought her, Or some days she'd be eating in class and then place her last Rolo on the desk in front of me. It took me a while to recognise this morning's song as Lives, Lightning Crashes, and even longer to register the importance of that song for us. I turned my head to look straight ahead, feeling too much in the moment, too exposed and guilty. This hurt. It fucking burned and scorched me. I knew what she was trying to accomplish by playing me this song, but I couldn't get back there. Still, unable to stop myself, I allowed her to hold my hand under the desk. I allowed myself to absorb the feeling of her skin on mine, of her light temporarily chasing the dark away. It wasn't right. I was only hurting her further. But I needed this small scrap of attention. I needed her for just a little bit longer. Frozen to the spot, I allowed her to do whatever she wanted to me. God knows, she owed me. She entwined her fingers with mine and squeezed. And while I didn't squeeze back, I couldn't stop my thumb from tracing over her small knuckles. I knew my actions were hurting her in a way that I could send her away permanently, but I couldn't stop myself anymore. I couldn't pull myself back out of the hole I'd fallen into. Worse, a huge part of me didn't want to.
He's waiting for me. Aoife. The father of my unborn child was a heroin addict. That was a painful admission. It hurt so hard I could hardly breathe. For years I had hung on every word that came from his mouth, too in love to see the warning signs and red flags dancing in front of my eyes, unknowingly wearing my trust around my neck like a noose until it strangled me. Even now, as I watched him crawl through my bedroom window and stumble towards my bed in the darkness, I couldn't find it in my heart to send him away. Because I was in love with him. The boy he used to be. The man he had become. All of his versions. I loved them all. The mattress dipped, and then he was there, shivering and trembling beside me. Roy. Clenching my eyes shut, I willed myself to hold on, to remember the boy still inside the ghost in my bed. Joe, I'm so cold. Come here, I whispered, moving on instinct, as I rolled onto my side to face him and draped an arm over his chest. So fucking cold, he slurred, teeth chattering violently as he clutched my forearm with both hands. So fucking sorry. I knew he was. He said it daily. Showed it too. Problem was, afterwards he continued to repeat the cycle. He continued to drown his pain in the worst possible way. He would always go back to Shane. Do you still love me? He asked, still trembling violently, and I could tell that he was coming down from an unmerciful high. I could also tell that when he crashed and burned, it would be horrendous. Because I wouldn't blame you if you didn't. I still love you, Joe, I assured him, feeling my heart hemorrhage from the pain of it all. I can't stop. I can't sleep, he confessed, rolling onto his side to face me. And I'm so fucking tired, Queen. Why not? Because when I close my eyes, he's waiting for me. Who? Joe? I squeezed out, reaching up to wipe a tear from his cheek. Who's waiting for you? My father. No, baby, he's not waiting for you, I whispered, closing the space between us and fusing my lips to his. I couldn't help it. I had to be close to him. He can't hurt you anymore, Joe. He's coming for me, he whispered against my lips, and I felt his tears mix with mine. He's coming for all of us. We're going to die in that house, Malloy. No, you're not. Don't say that, Joe. You won't let her go. You'll never let her go. Your mum? He nodded sadly. He'll kill her before he lets her leave him. Sniffing, he added, I know him, Eve. I know the bastard better than anyone. He's waiting for his chance. Joe, you're scaring me, I admitted, feeling panicked by his words. Nothing's going to happen, okay? It's just the drugs, baby. They're messing with your mind. It's true. I can feel it, he choked out. But I don't want to go out that way, he argued weakly, shifting closer to nuzzle me. If I'm going to die, I want it to be on my terms, not his. You're not dying, Joe, I warned, tightening my hold on him. Because you promised that you wouldn't leave me alone in this. No one sees me, he whispered. No one hears me. No one listens. But I'm right. It's coming. I can feel it in my bones. Joey, please, you're scaring me. If anything happens to me, I want you to move on, he mumbled, pressing a kiss to the curve of my neck. I want you to be strong for our son. Joe, nothing's going to happen to you. I took a breath, hating every second of this morbid conversation. And we don't know if we're having a boy. We are. He reached a hand between us and cradled the swell of my stomach in his trembling hand. You're growing my son. You know, if you're right about this baby's gender, then I'm taking you to a circus. I tried to joke, desperate to lighten the atmosphere, as I pushed him onto his back and straddled his lap. Because you are freakishly intuitive, and we could make a killing off your predictions. I want the baby, Malloy, he slurred, hands moving to my hips as he looked up at me through hooded eyes. I know I'm more fucked up in the head, but I swear it's true. I want this baby with you. And there he was, my Joey. He was still in there. His heart was still beating inside that shell. We're going to make it, Joe, I whispered, leaning down to press my lips to his. You're going to get better, and we're going to have a long and happy life together. I refuse to accept anything less. I hope you're right, he replied sadly, because I've got this awful feeling that it's too late for me.
You're late. Again.
Joey.
Late. I was late again. And it wasn't fucking good enough. I was a disgrace. I knew it when I woke up this morning on the mattress in a pool of my own vomit. And I knew it now as I tried to find my way through the maze of corridors at the maternity hospital. Going through the horrors of a particularly rough come-down, I used my sleeve to wipe the cold sweat beading my brow as I waited my turn at the receptionist's desk. Yes? I'm looking for the ultrasound department, I mumbled, trying my hardest to keep my shit in order and look somewhat presentable. My girlfriend has an appointment. Name? Joy Lynch. No, love. I need your partner's name. Oh, shit, yeah. Swallowing deeply, I shook my head and said, Aoife Malloy. The woman behind the desk clicked a few buttons on her computer before saying, She's already had her anomaly scan. She's waiting for the consultant now. Straight down the corridor, last door on the left. Thanks. Repressing a full-body shudder when a wave of nausea attacked me, I pushed it down and hurried off in the direction the lady had sent me. After fumbling with a few doors, I finally located the right room and slipped inside, and there she was, sitting all alone in the consultant's waiting room. The moment the door closed behind me, Malloy's attention snapped my way. You're late, she accused, tears filling her blazing eyes. I know. Guilt churned inside of me. Can I come in? What's the point? She tossed back bitterly. It's not like you'll remember any of this. Fuck. Shoving my hands through my hair, I closed the space between us and leaned in to kiss her. Don't. She turned away, and my heart cracked clean open in my chest. You're high and you stink. I'm not high. I tried to persuade her. I'm not, I swear. Don't, Joe. She choked out, holding a hand up to warn me off. Just don't. How was the scan? I asked, sinking down on the chair next to hers. Is the baby okay? I swallowed down another surge of bile and forced myself to look her in the eyes. Are you? The baby's fine, she replied, voice thick with emotion. Where were you? This was an important scan, Joey. I know, I groaned, feeling like a piece of shit, as I pressed the heel of my hand against my forehead. I overslept. You mean you got high with Shane and your boys last night and forgot about us? She snapped back, resting a hand on her bump. My heart cracked in my chest. When the doctors come in, I don't want you to say a word, she instructed in a strained voice. Just stay quiet and let me handle everything, okay? I don't need another report going in against me. Aoife, I'm so fucking sorry. No, she warned when I reached for her hand. Not here, Joe. She bit out, blinking her tears away. I can't do this here. Swallowing deeply, I shoved my hands into the front pocket of my hoodie and attempted to sit straight and not sway. Look at you, she said, as tears trickled freely down her cheeks. Wake the hell up and look at yourself, will you? Stiffening in my chair, I tried not to let her words wholeheartedly consume me. I love you. Panicking when she didn't respond, I reached for her again. Aoife, did you hear me? Yeah. And you love that shit. You inject into your veins more. She patted my hand away. I don't want anything to do with that kind of love. Keep your love for the drugs. What do you want me to say? I demanded, feeling lost and fucking broken. You asked me to come and I'm here. I don't want your words, Joey, she cried. I want action. I'm here, aren't I? She shook her head. I'm not the rest of them, you know. I'm not ever going to give up on you. Sniffling, she added. Remember that, Joe. Why tell me that? I asked, thoroughly fucking rattled by her words. She looked me dead in the eyes when she said, So you can stop disappointing me.
Teardrops and text messages. Aoife. Are you feeling okay? Casey asked on the first Saturday in May. We were sitting on the footpath outside my house, watching as Podge, Alec, and several other lads kick a ball around on the green across the road from my house. No, I replied, not bothering to lie. The blasé facade I used for the rest of the world was exhausting, and after a long week of bullshit smiling at school, I was running on empty. I'm tired, I'm fat, and I'm going out of my mind with worry. Casey didn't ask me why. She was all too aware of Joey's behaviour these past few months. Where is he now? At work, supposedly. You don't believe him? I don't believe anything he says anymore, Case. I can't afford to. That was the sad truth. Keeping my eyes trained on the football match unfolding on the green, I shook my head and shrugged. Dad says he's been showing up for his shifts, but I don't know. Oh, babe. Don't say oh, babe like that, I begged, repressing a shudder. I'll cry, and I really need not to cry anymore, okay? He'll come right, Eve, she said. He will. Maybe, I whispered, chewing on my lip, as my gaze flicked to my stomach. But I need him to do it now. When's your next scan? She asked, reaching a hand over to rub my bump that was discreetly hidden beneath an oversized hoodie. The anomaly one is coming up soon, isn't it? No, that's the one I had last week. When's the next one? My 28-week one. Shit, Eve, I can't believe you're already halfway there. Yeah, I sighed heavily. Me either. Listen. Twisting sideways to face me, my best friend took my hand in hers and squeezed. I know you don't want to talk about Joe, but I just need to make sure you know that none of his behaviour has a thing to do with his feelings for you and the baby. She gave me a sad smile. He's messed up in the head, babe. He's dealing with a lot of unresolved trauma. I mean, the shit with his father is enough to give me PTSD, let alone Joey. But none of that means that he doesn't love you and baby bear. I know he loves us, I whispered, gaze flicking to my lap as a tear threatened to spill. But he just loves that poison he injects in his veins more. We both know that's not true. She was quick to soothe, but we also both know that he's not getting better without professional help. It's gone too far, Eve, and lying and covering for him isn't going to help him in the long run. What am I supposed to do, Case? I choked out, swinging my attention back to her. I can't force him into a rehab program, and even if I could, how am I supposed to pay for it? His mother doesn't give a damn, and every penny I'm earning at the pub, I'm either using it to pay off his debts or trying to save up for the baby. Because that's another thing I have to worry about. What if he's not there when the time comes? Don't think like that, she argued, flinching. He'll be there, Eve. But if he's not? I pushed, forcing myself to admit my greatest fear aloud. What if he slips so far off the map that I can't reach him? What if he overdoses, if he dies or gets killed? What then, Case? The tears I'd been trying to fight escaped me, and I sniffled back a sob. What am I supposed to do? Mum and Dad can't finance this baby. They're barely making ends meet as it stands. I know what Joey needs, but I just... Feeling helpless, I shrugged. I just don't have the money to fix him. Doesn't his older brother have a good job? Fuck Darren, I spat, narrowing my eyes. He would rather pay me to have an abortion than pay to fix his brother's mental health. Besides, he's been spending more and more time in Belfast lately. Mark my words, Case, he'll be gone before the baby's born. You could ask him to help you. I did. Ask again. Please don't start, I warned, holding a hand up. I already have Ma'am on my back 24/7, lecturing me on everything that I should be doing. Please, Case, I don't need it from you too. Never, she soothed, slinging an arm over my shoulder. In my humble opinion, I think you're a bomb-ass bitch for handling all of this so well. Funny. It's true, she pushed. You are incredible, Eve. The definition of a strong woman. All the crap you've been taking from assholes at school, how you handle yourself, how you get up and hold your head high each morning. Babe, you are amazing. Except that I've never felt less like a woman, Case, I admitted hoarsely, and more like a lost child. Distracted when the sound of a car engine revving filled my ears, we both turned to see a fancy Lexus pull up at the footpath in front of Katie's house next door. Well, if it isn't Miss Slick riding shotgun with the rich boys, Alec called out from the green, whistling loudly. Fuck me, Podge, we're in the wrong damn school. The best I've ever been dropped home from school in was the backseat of Aoife's banger. Hey, you leave rattles and squeaks alone, you hear? Casey called back with a laugh. It beats the hell out of the shitty saddler you gave me on the back of your mountain bike. Stolen mountain bike, Podge chimed in as both boys crossed the road to meet us. Don't pretend like I didn't give you the ride of your life, Al teased, winking at my bestie. Did you? Casey pretended to think hard about it. Must not have been that memorable if I can't recall. Cheeky fucker, he chuckled, tossing his sweat-soaked t-shirt on his lap. When you're ready for the sequel, just say the word, devil tits. My laughter quickly died in my throat when the passenger seat of the Lexus flew open and a teary-eyed Katie emerged, followed by a boy I knew wasn't her boyfriend. Katie? Patrick? Casey called out, sounding confused as we both scrambled to our feet. Okay, I growled as I both moved straight for my friend with my bestie and my boyfriend's besties flanking me. Who the hell hurt you and where do we find them? Honestly, I'm fine, Katie replied, eyes bloodshot as she quickly slipped around us and hurried into her front garden. I just need to go home. Hey! Closing the space between herself and Patrick Feely, Casey poked him in the chest and glowered up at him. What the hell happened to her? Silently and stoic, Patrick looked from one of my besties to the other and shook his head. Ask her, was all he finally said. I'm asking you, Casey growled, not giving an inch. If you hurt her... I don't go around hurting girls, he said, blue eyes darkening. I don't go around breaking hearts either. Katie, hold up, I called out, moving to go after her, only to halt in my tracks when I heard a familiar voice behind me. Malloy. Repressing a shiver, I swung around to see Joey crossing the road towards me, still clad in his work overalls, with the sleeves tied around his waist and the white t-shirt he had on underneath smeared in engine oil. He had a baseball cap slung on backwards and his lunchbox dangling between his hands. I found myself looking at him, really looking at him, and I sucked in a sharp breath at the sight. He looked haunted. Hollowed cheeks, dark circles beneath his bloodshot eyes, several weeks' worth of stubble on his face. He looked lost in his world, not even seeing me as he stared off into nothing. I'd often heard the term functioning alcoholic thrown around in conversation, but my boyfriend was the definition of a functioning drug addict. It didn't seem to matter what Joey took or how high he got. He continued to present himself and function at a level that kept everything ticking over. If it wasn't so soul-crushingly depressing, it would be impressive. Go, Casey whispered in my ear. I'll deal with Katie. What are you doing here? I asked, meeting him halfway so that our friends were out of earshot. It's only 4 o'clock. I folded my arms across my chest, desperately trying to soothe the ache beneath my ribcage. You don't finish work until 6. My question seemed to take him aback, and his brows furrowed for a moment before the guilt kicked in, clouding his surprisingly clear eyes. How are you feeling? Fine. His eyes searched my face. Yeah? I didn't respond. I couldn't. It hurt too damn much. What's up, Joe? My gaze flicked to the track marks on his arms, and I flinched. Why aren't you at work? Wordlessly, he pulled out his phone and held it out for me. Frowning, I took his phone and unlocked the screen, opening a string of messages between Joey and none other than Johnny Kavanagh. Yeah, so strange thing happened today. Why are you texting me? Because I took your brothers and they're at my house. Why? I don't know. Do you plan on giving them back? I guess. You're really fucked up, Kavanagh. I know. I'm on my way. Johnny Kavanagh took your brothers? I gaped at my boyfriend. Where? When? Why? I don't know. Where's your mum? Joey shrugged but didn't respond. Darren? Another shrug. So it's left to you to clean up the mess and pick up the pieces. It wasn't a question, more of a resigned statement. Again. I know I've been letting you down, he explained, tearing at his forearms with his nails as his attention flicked from me to the commotion behind us. And you're pissed with me, but I was sort of hoping you might give me a spin over there to collect them. Shrugging helplessly, he added, I don't have anyone else to ask. My heart cracked in my chest. Yeah, I'll take you, I replied, repressing the very strong urge I had to close the space between us and take him in my arms. Because I loved this boy so fucking much that it almost killed me to stand here and not throw my arms around him. But I couldn't. Because it wouldn't change anything. Because in the end, I would end up as the injured party. That wasn't to say that I'd given up on him. It simply meant that I had boundaries now.
I believe in you.
Joey.
Malloy turned the heater on full blast in her car on the way to the Kavanagh's house, and I was glad. I was so fucking cold. I couldn't get warm. It was in my bones. When she retrieved a hoodie from the back seat and instructed me to put it on, I did as she asked without argument. Malloy's favourite band, the Cranberries' song, When You're Gone, was drifting from the car stereo, but I couldn't focus on the lyrics because I wanted to talk to her. I wanted to find the words she needed from me, but they didn't exist in my brain anymore. I felt very little these days, but every single emotion I did feel was evoked from, directed at, and aimed towards her. I loved her, and no number of drugs could change that. Neither could the depression that was eating me from the inside out. Because it had to be depression, right? Wanting to die wasn't something an 18-year-old fantasized about. You're thinking about it, aren't you? Malloy asked, breaking the silence that had built up between us. My brain was too hazy, my heart too checked out, to understand or interpret her words. Instead, I reached into the pocket of my overalls and extracted my wallet. I have your money, I told her, splitting my wage packet in half. Here. That's not my money, Joe. She replied sadly, refusing to take the cash just like last week. That's your money. No, I muttered, tossing the cash into the glove compartment of her. You for your money. I'm sorry about missing the scan. I heard myself tell her for what had to be the 100th time. I'm sorry for all of it. I know, Joe. She replied with a small sniffle, still avoiding looking at me. I know. I love you, I added, knees bopping restlessly as I chewed on my nails. More than life. Yeah, I promise. Okay, Joe, she replied, tone laced with sorrow, as she covered my hand with hers. Whatever you say. Anxiety and panic gnawed at my gut. You believe me, don't you? Malloy was quiet for a long time before she glanced sideways at me and said, I believe in you. When we parked up outside Kavanagh's house and climbed out of the car, we were ambushed by an army of dogs and children and one guilty as fuck looking rugby player. Joe, Ollie and Tag both called out before running off in the opposite direction with two demented-looking golden retrievers. Hi, Kavanagh said, rounding the car with my brothers hot on his heels. I'm, words trailing off. He reached up and scratched the back of his head, expression sheepish. Sorry about this. Sorry for not snatching his siblings, Malloy teased, leaning a hip against the bonnet of her car as she reached down and patted the head of an ancient-looking Labrador. Strange behaviour, rugby boy. Very strange indeed. Oi! Sean squealed in delight when he rounded the corner of the house and noticed me. Oi! He cried out, arms outstretched, as he ran straight for me. Oi! How's my baby? I coaxed, lifting him into my arms. Did you go for a spin with Johnny? Nodding solemnly, Sean pressed his slobbery hand to my cheek and then buried his face in my neck. Me love Zoe. Good job, kid, I whispered in his ear as he wrapped his tiny arms around my neck and squeezed. I love you too. Zoe. Turning my attention to where my girlfriend was having an animated conversation with my sister's boyfriend, I asked, what happened? They were alone, he replied, gaze flicking from Sean to me. He was alone. She wasn't there? Malloy asked him before I could. In bed, apparently, Kavanagh told her, and I watched as something passed between them, an understanding of sorts. Fuck, I muttered, feeling my anxiety rise, right along with the aching in my stomach. Jesus fucking Christ! It's all good, Joe. My girlfriend was quick to soothe, coming to stand beside me. Looks like the boys had a ball at the manor. Joey Lynch? A woman called out, and it took me a minute to register the voice as Kavanagh's mother. Moments later, she appeared at the front door with a towering man flanking her. We meet again. So we do, I replied, eyeing her wearily as she approached. You have 3 little reincarnations of you, she mused, not stopping until she was once again all up in my personal space. What a beautiful family. I didn't know what to say to that, so I remained silent, eyes trained on the man by her side. I could smell the law a mile away as this fucker, while too well dressed to be a Garda, reeked of authority, and money, and power. John Kavanagh, he said, introducing himself with a warm smile and an outstretched hand. Johnny's dad. I didn't take the bait, but my girlfriend did. Aoife Malloy, she chimed in, taking his hand in hers when it became clear that I wasn't going to. Flashing one of her infamous smiles, she flicked her hair back and beamed up at both Kavanaghs. Joey's girlfriend.
MILFs, DILFs, and drug addicts. Aoife. Johnny Kavanagh's mother looked like she had fallen from heaven, while his father looked like he had been carved from gold. Seriously, the boy had some damn fine genes flushing through his veins. He was almost as blessed in the looks department as the little bruiser growing in my belly was going to be. Almost. So, this is the famous Joey Lynch, John Kavanagh said, giving my boyfriend a polite smile. I had to give the man props for not adding the "in" to the famous statement. I've heard a lot about you. Unmoving, Joey studied him, looking a little cornered and a lot defensive. Interjecting on his behalf, I took what I hoped was an inconspicuous step in front of him, knowing that he needed a minute to take a breath and not react on instinct. Looks like this little guy had a ball at your house, I offered, reaching behind me to ruffle Sean's curls. You have a lovely home. Your brothers were alone. Adele Kavanagh cut the bullshit and stated, never once taking her eyes off Joey. Johnny couldn't leave them on their own. I could read Joey like a book, and it broke my heart knowing that every instinct inside of his body was screaming danger. Knowing that he wasn't in his right frame of mind right now made him even more unpredictable. My gaze flicked to Johnny, who seemed to be thinking the same thing and had taken a step towards his mother. I narrowed my eyes and gave him a look that said, as if. He shrugged unapologetically. I'm sorry. Joey surprised me by responding, giving the woman his full attention. I was at work. The lack of bite or fire in his response gutted me because it just clarified what I already knew to be true. He had checked out. Pain flickered in her brown eyes, and she cast a worried glance to her husband before shaking her head. No, Joey, love, I wasn't implying that you had done anything wrong. Either way, Joey replied with a shrug, as he rounded the passenger side of my car with his youngest brother in his arms and opened the door. It won't happen again. You don't have to leave right away, love. Adele was quick to protest as she watched my boyfriend settle Sean in the back seat and fasten his seatbelt. Stay for dinner, all of you. It would be our pleasure. No, we've stayed long enough, was all Joey replied, straightening back up and searching the grounds for the others. Boys, he called out, followed by a piercing whistle. Let's bounce. As loyal to their brother as these dogs were to Johnny's mother, Ollie and Tyke came thundering towards Joey, not stopping until they were standing beside him. Thank Johnny and his parents for holding on to you today, Joey instructed quietly. Thanks, Tyke parroted, more interested in saying goodbye to the dogs than the humans before climbing into the back seat with Sean. Thanks, Deli, Ollie chimed in, bolting back to the blonde woman and throwing his arms around her waist. I had the bestest time. Clearly taken aback, she hugged him back tightly. You come back to see me soon, love. I will, Ollie replied, taking a little too long to release her. When he finally did, he took a safe step back and eyed her husband warily before holding his small hand out. Bye, John. Bye, Ollie, the big man replied in a soft voice, accepting his handshake. Remember what I told you? Uh-huh. Ollie nodded brightly up at him and smiled. I gots it, John. I won't forget. It's got, not gots, little Alpha piped up from the back seat. Learn to speak, asshole. Pack it in, Joey warned, steering Ollie into the car to join his brothers. Only when they were all sitting down with their seatbelts fastened did Joey turn back to the Kavanaghs. Thanks for everything. It won't happen again. And your mother? She doesn't need to know about it. Looking defeated, Joey climbed into the passenger seat and closed the door, leaving me standing alone with all three members of the Kavanagh family looking at me expectantly. It'll be fine, I mumbled. They'll be fine. Are you sure? Adele asked, looking as convinced as I felt. No. Forcing myself not to cry, I offered her the brightest smile I could muster and nodded. Uh-huh. There was a storm brewing in my boyfriend's heart. Silent and brooding the entire drive back to Elks Terrace, Joey drummed his fingers on his knee. He glared out the passenger window while the boys laughed and joked in the back seat, blissfully unaware of their older brother's inner turmoil. The minute I parked up outside his house, though, Joey was out of the car and stalking into the house. Fuck, he's raging, Tig surmised, making eye contact with me in the rearview mirror. You're not supposed to curse, Ollie scolded as he worked on unfastening both his and Sean's seatbelts. It's not good manners. Tig rolled his eyes. Hey, Ollie, I don't give a flying Okay, I interjected, before Tig schooled the minors on the more colourful side of the English language. Let's just go inside, lads. With Sean's sticky little hand in mine, I followed the boys into the house, only to wince as the sound of shouting coming from somewhere upstairs filled my ears. Wow, you guys got a new television. Darren got it for us, Ollie explained with a huff. Why don't you put some cartoons on? I suggested, ushering all three into the sitting room before moving for the stairs. I'll be back in a sec. Fine, but I'm not watching shitty cartoons, Tig called over his shoulder. There's a match on RTE. Leaving the boys to battle it out over the remote, I followed the sound of shouting and raced up the stairs, not stopping until I was standing in the doorway of their parents' bedroom. How many fucking times do we have to do this? Joey was demanding as he ripped at the curtains to flood the once dark room in evening sunshine. You can't leave Sean on his own like that. With my heart racing wildly, I flicked my gaze to the woman curled up in a ball on the bed. Marie. Just go away, Teddy, she slurred, clutching her pillow, as sob after gut-wrenching sob escaped her. I'm tired. It's Joey, he choked out. Christ, what have you taken? Like you can judge me. I'm not judging you. I'm telling you to get the fuck up and be a mother to your children. I'm so tired. And I'm not, my boyfriend demanded, running his hands through his hair in obvious frustration. You don't get to do this, ma'am. You don't get to check the fuck out on them, he spat. You wanted to keep them. You wanted your family together. That was yours and Darren's #1 goal, right? To keep the boys here? To pull the wool over Patricia and every other social worker's eyes. Well, you did it. Congratulations, because those boys are downstairs. But they're on their own, ma'am, without a mother or father to look out for them. So stop feeling sorry for yourself and take some goddamn responsibility. I said go away, she screamed, throwing her pillow at him. I don't want you here. You don't want me here, Joey roared, throwing his hands up. Well, we have something in common because I don't want to be here either. Joe. Moving on instinct, I went to him. Like the habit of a lifetime. It's okay. You see this? He strangled out, trembling violently as he pointed at his mother. What the fuck am I supposed to do about this? Nothing. Because he'd done enough for her and had it thrown back in his face. All he needed to do now was look after himself, but he couldn't hear me. He was too far gone, just like his mam. Look at me. Hey, look at me. Catching hold of his face between my hands, I forced him to make eye contact with me. Just leave her, okay? But shh. Pulling his face down to mine, I pressed a kiss to his brow and focused on his eyes once more. It's okay. It wasn't. None of this was okay. But this boy needed something to cling to. Breathing hard and fast, he reached for my hand and let his shoulders slump in defeat. I can't do this anymore. I know. Taking his hands in mine, I led him out of her room and closed the door behind us. Listen to me, I coaxed, moving for the bathroom. I'm going to go downstairs and sort the boys, and you're going to take a shower. Pain and confusion flashed in his eyes. But just breathe, Joe, I instructed, ushering him into the bathroom. Take a minute, okay? Shower and change out of your work clothes. I'll hang with the boys for a bit. I can't do this, Malloy, he repeated, sounding as broken as he looked. I can't. My heart seized with a horrible concoction of fear and dread. You've got one more night in you, I replied, reaching up to stroke his cheek. I promise. I don't want to let it go. What? Was all I managed to croak out. Us, he replied. I'm not letting it go. I can't do this without you. The words escaped his lips like a torn admission, like it pained him to say this, like he was only registering the impact of his words as they spilled from his lips. And I don't want to, he whispered, dropping his head. I don't want a life without you in it. Broken in half from his admission, I could do nothing but wrap my arms around his lean frame and pull him close. I'm still here, Joe. Don't go downstairs, he mumbled, snaking an arm around my back and pulling me flush against him. Be with me. Joe, just be with me, he begged, dropping his head on my shoulder. You don't have to do anything with me, I promise. He exhaled a ragged breath and said, just hold on to me, Malloy. Okay, was all I could say in response, while my heart well and truly split down the centre. I'll be with you, Joe. Always. After coaxing Joey into the shower, I popped downstairs to check on the boys, to find them still arguing over the remote. Settling grudges and doling out snacks, I then returned to Joey's room to find him fresh from a shower. With a towel wrapped around his narrow hips, he sat on the edge of his bed with his shoulders slumped and his head in his hands. What's wrong? I asked, closing his bedroom door behind me. You look sad, Joe, I noted, moving to stand in front of him. You look devastated, if truth be told. It just, shaking his head, he forced himself to look at me when he said, I thought you left. My poor heart slammed violently against my ribcage. Nope, I'm afraid you're stuck with me for the evening. He blew out another shaky breath, and then his hands were on my hips, tugging me closer until my belly was touching his nose. Good. Joe. Without a word, he reached for the hem of my hoodie and pulled it up to reveal my bump. I love you. He pressed a lingering kiss to my belly. Both of ye. My breath hitched in my throat and I couldn't stop my hands from knotting in his hair. We love you too, Joe. I'll sort this, he continued to whisper as he peppered kisses over my stomach. I promise I'll fix everything. And that was all it took. Just a glimpse of the boy I'd fallen in love with was all it took to rid me of my clothes and have me on my back beneath him. Trembling when his lips moved over my skin as he buried his face between my thighs, I clutched at the bedsheets and blinked my tears away, feeling too much for this boy than was good for me. Joe, I whispered hoarsely when he moved between my legs. I need you to wear a condom, remember? He stilled for a moment, and I could see the devastation washing over him in waves before he nodded in shame and reached for the drawer of his nightstand to retrieve a foil wrapper. Ironically, it was during pregnancy that we had finally decided to use protection. I could count on one hand the number of times we'd been intimate since his father's attack, and I had been careful to protect myself each time. I know you haven't been with anyone else. I hurried to soothe, watching as he clumsily rolled a condom on his shaft with trembling hands. You remember the doctor said that I need to protect myself and the baby in case. It's okay, he replied, voice cracking, hands resting on his thighs. I understand. Joe. Pulling myself up on one elbow, I hooked an arm around his neck and drew him down to me. It's okay. Just be with me. I'm sorry, he strangled out, pushing himself deep inside of me. You'll never know how much. Part 9.
You call and I come running.
Joey.
Allergic. It was the only word to describe how I was feeling when I walked through the front doors of BCS on Monday morning. An epic showdown between Mam and Shannon over Kavanagh picking her up for school, followed by a shit show of a shouting match between myself and Darren, was the reason I was late. When I walked into class 10 minutes after the bell, and my eyes landed on Malloy sitting at our desk, I felt every muscle in my body coil tight in dreaded anticipation. Would today be the day she had enough? Would today be the day she finally told me to go fuck myself? Because let's face it, we both knew I was on borrowed time with her. Being with her on Saturday night had done something to me, though. It had sparked a fire inside of me that resulted in my holding out yesterday. Somehow, and I wasn't too fucking sure how, I had managed to steer clear of Shane and survive on a couple of joints. My head was in bits and my body was in worse shape, but I could see clearly and I was thinking a little more rationally. It was nothing to sing home about, but it was a start. I had to start somewhere. That girl was my everywhere. Time management, Joseph, Mrs. Lane snapped, giving me the evil-eyed glare that she reserved especially for me, as I waited for her to fill in my red book. Last warning. Like I give a fuck. I was here for 2 reasons. The blonde at my desk and the baby in her belly. Ignoring Podge and Alec, who were trying to grab my attention, I moved straight for my desk, not stopping until I was in the seat next to hers, with her knees brushing mine. Malloy? Joe? She replied, keeping her gaze trained on the copybook lying open on the desk in front of her. Without a word, I retrieved the earphone waiting for me and popped it in. Tracy Chapman's fast car filled my ears, and fuck if it didn't pour salt in my already gaping wounds. Like always, she reached under the desk and took my hand in hers, but when I entwined our fingers and squeezed back, she turned in surprise to look at me. Hey, stud, Hey, Queen. Nice shirt. Nice legs. Her eyes widened in surprise. I winked. You're... she whispered, studying me with wary eyes. You? No. Resisting the urge to bow my head in shame, I held my ground and forced myself to keep eye contact. But I'm trying. To give this girl what she needed, what she deserved. It was too much. Her, the moment, my feelings, the way my heart beat for her. It was all too fucking much. And still I remained completely motionless, letting her take her fill. Joe. Her fingers tightened around mine. Joe. Just had to get through 1 hour at a time, right? With tear-filled eyes, she nodded rapidly and choked out a pained smile. Right. Struggling to concentrate on a word of what was being said around me at lunch, I shivered in my seat as the most horrendous cold sweat bled through my skin. The lads were talking about hurling, the girls were chatting about babies, and I was fucking drowning in the horrors of withdrawal. I need something, I admitted, turning in my seat to face the only reason I had to not throw the towel in and be done with the pain. I need something, Malloy. Jesus, Joe, you're burning the hell up, Malloy replied, reaching up to wipe a bead of sweat from my brow. Are you... No, I'm freezing, I assured her, snatching her small hand up in both of mine. But I need something or I'm going to be sick. Panic filled her eyes. You can't. I have to. No. She shook her head. 1 hour at a time, remember? You've got another hour in you, Joe. I'm dying here, I admitted, shifting closer so that only she could hear me. Help me. I can't, she choked out, tightening her hold on my hand. You can do this, Joe. I know you can. You've done it before. Just let the poison seep out of your system, baby, and you'll feel so much better. I'm telling you that I'm going to fucking die if I don't get something, I strangled out. I can feel it. I blew out a strained breath. My heart's going to burst in my chest. Then we'll leave, she tried to soothe. We'll go home. If I get off this chair, it's not home I'm heading to. I forced myself to be honest and tell her, I'm so fucking sorry. No, 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 she replied. Don't be sorry because you're still hanging in there. I wasn't. I was seconds away from peeling the skin off my bones. The urge was too fierce. The need was too strong. The hunger was too consuming. I can't do this, Malloy. Yes, you can. No, I really can't. A smoke will take the edge off, lad, Alec interjected in a rarely tender tone of voice as he placed a hand on my shoulder. Say the word, and I'll get you sorted. Malloy's eyes flicked to me, and after a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly nodded. Help him. I was out of my chair and moving in an instant, unravelling faster than I ever had before, as the cravings tormenting my body caused my stomach to roll and protest. That's it, lad, Al coaxed when we reached the back of the PE hall, and I unceremoniously puked my guts up. You get that shit up, and I'll spark us up some grade A weed, my friend. Fuck my life, I groaned between retches, as I hemorrhaged bile and poison. It physically hurt to breathe. Every time my heart pumped, the blood rushing through my veins burned and scalded me. I'm dying. You're not dying. You just can't go cold turkey on this, my friend coaxed, placing a neatly rolled joint between my fingers. Take a hit, lad. It'll help with the sickness. Shaking violently, I took a deep drag, filling my lungs to the point of pain, and then I held it there until dizziness engulfed me. "That's it," Alex said, giving my shoulder a supportive squeeze. "Sit your ass down, lad, and just soak it in." Trembling, I managed to sink down on the footpath at the back of the hall and take another hit. "Fuck," I said, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. "You know I'm the last person to judge you, because God knows I'm a fair bit of a fuck-up in my own right," he said, lowering himself down to sit beside me. "But you need help, Joe. Help, please, lad. I can't hear this right now. You're going to have to, Joe. You've got a girl in there and a baby on the way, and I'd be a piss-poor friend if I didn't step in and at least try to talk some sense into you," he continued. "The shit you've been messing around with, heroin, people don't just stop cold turkey. If they could, then there wouldn't be any need for methadone clinics and rehabilitation facilities. It's serious, lad, and you don't just walk away from people like Holland either. You know this." "I don't know what to do," I admitted, feeling broken. "I know she needs me." "She's still here, man," he offered, nudging my shoulder with his. "She's still holding out for you, which means there's still hope. You've got a little family waiting on you to get better. You can get better, Joe. But you need to want it, lad. You need to fight." I don't know if I have another fight in me," I admitted quietly. "I'm so tired, Al. In my head. My mind is fucking weary." "Hey, stud." Malloy's familiar voice drifted through the air, causing everything inside of me to spring to attention. Appearing from the side of the PE hall, she sat on the wall opposite me, keeping her distance from the smoke. "Feeling better?" Disgusted with myself for becoming this decrepit creature, I forced a small nod while buckling under the weight of my shame. "He'll be grand." Al was quick to interject in his usual jokester tone. "Lynchy here just needs to get back to basics." My phone decided to torment me in this moment by ringing loudly in my pocket. Taking another deep drag of my smoke, I passed it to Alec and reached for my phone. Concern roared to life inside of me when I saw my sister's name flashing on the screen. Her calls had come less frequent since the arrival of Mr. Rugby, and she never called during school hours anymore. The fact that she was calling me now assured me that something was very wrong. "Shan?" I demanded, putting the phone to my ear. "What's going on?" "Joey," she cried down the line. I could hardly make out her voice from the sheer height of crying. Instantly my back was up, and the blood in my veins had turned to lava. "I need you to get me."
Boyfriends, brothers, and battle-axe bitches. Aoife. 1 minute, Joey was thrown down on the footpath, looking like death warmed up, and the next, he was on his feet. Whatever his sister had said on the other line of the phone had caused a switch to flip in his brain. With his inner turmoil momentarily forgotten and fury coming off him in waves, he threw his head back and roared, sounding genuinely feral, as he stormed off in the direction of the car park, demanding my car keys. "Joe, just hold up a second, will you?" I called out, struggling to keep up with his feet and his mood swings. "Talk to me, will you?" "She was attacked," he roared over his shoulder. "My sister was motherfucking attacked, Malloy." His voice louder with every word that tore from his lips. "Again." My heart plummeted into my ass. "No, keys?" he demanded when we reached my car, holding his hand out. "She needs me to come get her." "You're not driving to Tommen in your condition," I flat out told him. "Put that notion out of your head." "Fine, then you drive," he conceded, stalking around to the passenger side of the car. "I don't care how I get there as long as I get there." "Okay, but please, Malloy," he choked out. "We can talk on the way. Just drive, baby. Drive." Knowing this was a terrible idea, but unwilling to leave Shannon at Tommen after being attacked, I unlocked the car and climbed into the driver's seat. "Promise me, Joe." Cranking the engine, I chugged out of my parking spot, slipping gears before finding my groove. "Promise me that you'll ask questions first." "What's to ask?" he spat, knees bopping restlessly as he gnawed on his knuckles anxiously. "My sister was attacked. I'm going to make it right." Jesus. "Just keep the head," I instructed, pulling onto the main road in the direction of Tommen College. "No fighting, Joe." "Yeah, fuck that." "No," I argued. "No, not fuck that. You need to not go in there all guns blazing, baby." My sister phones me up hysterical, saying someone attacked her at school after all the shit she's been through this year, and you expect me not to retaliate? He demanded, and then shook his head in blatant frustration. "It's not happening, Malloy. It's not fucking happening, you hear? I'm done with this shit. I'm through with letting people stomp all over my siblings." Meaning his father. He wasn't thinking logically. This was more about his father than anything else. He was looking for redemption for something he didn't need to feel guilt for. "Joey, this isn't the same thing," I tried to placate. "What happened to Shannon in the kitchen that day? I couldn't stop it." He filled in for me. "But I can stop this, Malloy, and I will." "I don't want to go," I blurted out, slowing the car when the gates of Tommen College came into view. "This is a bad idea." "Malloy, drive the car." "No." Shaking my head, I flicked on my indicator and pulled onto the side of the road before killing the engine. "I'm not taking you. Not while you're this worked up. You need to calm down and breathe, Joe." "Fine." Releasing a furious growl, he unfastened his seatbelt and flung the door open. "I'll walk the rest of the way." "No, wait!" I tried to call after him, but it was too late. He was already sprinting at full speed in the direction of his sister's prestigious private school. "Shit," I hissed, slamming my hand on the steering wheel. "God damn it to hell, Joey Lynch!" Cranking the engine of my Old Faithful, I attempted to pull back onto the road, but of course I ended up tailing a tractor and a slurry tank, moving along with all the speed of a sedated turtle. Fuck my life. By the time I reached the school, there was a huge crowd forming in the nearby car park. It didn't take a genius to know why the crowd had formed, or why they were chanting "Fight, fight, fight" like a bunch of deranged lunatics. To spare Joey a conversation he wasn't ready for with his sister, I pulled on one of his hoodies from the back seat before shoving the door open and sprinting out. Not an easy feat with a belly that was growing rounder by the day. "Joey!" I called out, pushing through the large crowd that had built up around. Yep, around my boyfriend. He was lunging for Johnny Kavanagh, but being held back by Gibbsy Gibberson? Fuck my life. "What are you doing, Joe?" Pushing past a particularly boisterous bunch of teenage boys, I moved straight for him. "I thought we said no fighting." Slaps had clearly been thrown. The blood trickling from Johnny's busted lip was proof of that pudding. Breathless, I hurried to reach him before all hell broke loose again. Stepping between two testosterone-fueled alpha males clearly wasn't my brightest idea. but I couldn't leave him alone in the lion's den. We were ride or die. Joe! Pushing Shannon's boyfriend aside, I stepped in front of mine and grabbed his face, forcing him to focus on me. Ask questions first, remember? Wild, fevered eyes glared back at me for the briefest of moments before recognition flickered in him and he stopped thrashing against Gibbsie's hold. Gibbsie, to his credit, wasn't trying to hurt Joey or hold him down while his buddy gave him a beating. He was truly trying to defuse the situation, a lot like I was. I forgot, Joey replied as his wild eyes flicked from me to Johnny before returning and settling on my face. That's it, I mentally coaxed, not taking my eyes off his. Just breathe, baby. Clearly noting Joey's withdrawal, Gibbsie released him and took a few steps backwards, offering me a knowing wink as he went. If he only knew. If Joe only knew how much that boy had helped us. What the hell is happening? Johnny demanded, dragging my attention back to the present as he wiped a trickle of blood from his lip. You tell me, Gibbsie muttered under his breath. I've a headache coming on from the sheer height of confusion. Shannon called me. Joey was quick to answer, as anger emanated from him in waves. Someone in this stuck-up school did something to her. Did something to her? What? Johnny stared blankly. I was just with her at lunch. He looked around, clearly confused. What did they do to her? He looked around wildly, clearly willing any of his friends to give him the answer. What the fuck is going on? Gibbsie opened his mouth to reply, but Hughie quickly covered his mouth with his hand. This is the part where you shush, lad. When I find out which one of you privileged pricks hurt my sister, I'll do time for ye. That was Joey, who was literally thrumming with tension. What's going on here? A man I presumed was a teacher at Tommen demanded. However, the speed in which the crowd around us quickly scattered led me to believe that this man was higher up the rank than a regular teacher. Fuck, I heard him tell his friend as they ran off. It's the principal. Lovely. Just lovely. Alone with 3 Tommen rugby players, their patriarch, and a BCS hurler suffering a horrendous case of delirium tremors, I watched on helplessly as their principal gave Johnny a resigned look before turning his attention to us. Are you two aware that you are not permitted on school property if you are not enrolled here? Fuck you. Of course, that was Joey. Joe, I groaned, trying to rein in his reckless temper. He's their principal. So, he's not mine. He shot back, well and truly on the edge now. I'm here to pick up my sister since your piece of shit school can't control its students and keep her safe. And your sister is? Shannon Lynch. The man visibly paled. Yeah, that's right, Joey sneered, focusing every ounce of fury on the older man. You know who I'm talking about. You made all sorts of promises to her, didn't you? About keeping your students safe? What a fucking joke you are. I beg your pardon. The older man looked genuinely affronted. I have no idea what you're talking. Hi, Joe. Every head turned in the direction Shannon was coming from, soaked to the skin, and looking like she went 10 rounds with Rocky. Oh, sweet mother of mercy, I mumbled to myself, forcing back the urge to hurl when the smell of sour milk wafted towards me, wreaking havoc on my poor pregnancy-enhanced sense of smell. Clearly, whoever had dunked her in sour milk had rubbed salt in the wound by scribbling something derogatory about blowjobs on her face. Even though she'd clearly tried to wash it off, it was still there for the world to see. Sniffling, she looked to her giant of a boyfriend, and only then did the tears she'd clearly been holding back spill over. "Hi, Johnny." "What the actual fuck?" Johnny roared, first to react, as he closed the space between them and caught a hold of his girlfriend before she hit the ground. "What happened to your face, Shannon?" "I want to go home." I watched with my heart in my mouth as she fell against his big frame and clutched him tightly. "I just want to go." "It's okay." Inspecting every inch of her like she was the greatest of importance to him, I watched as the big lad was overcome with emotion. "Shh, baby, shh." Seeing her hurt affected him. No, it was more than that. It crushed him. "Just calm down." "Who did this to you?" Joy demanded, jumping into action as he moved straight for his sister. "Shan, what the fuck happened?" "Was it her?" Johnny asked, joining my boyfriend in the interrogation. "What am I saying? Of course it was her." "Who?" their principal asked. "Who did this to you, Shannon?" "Bella fucking Wilkinson," Gibbsy chimed in, tone laced with disgust. "Who else?" My brows furrowed as a wave of recognition washed over me. "Bella Wilkinson?" "Oh, yeah." Nodding eagerly, Gibbsy's eyes widened to saucers as he said, "Cap's crazy obsessed. Super stalker ex-bitch." "I want her out of this school," Johnny ordered, tucking Shannon under his arm. "She can't get away with this. You know what she's been going through. She's supposed to be safe at school." "Shannon, are you saying that Miss Wilkinson did this to you?" "Back the fuck up," Joey warned when the older man moved towards his sister. "Don't come near my sister, I'm warning you." "Fucking Bella Wilkinson," Huey grumbled, coming to stand beside Gibbsy. "It's always something with her." "Because she is Lucifer with tits," Gibbsy confirmed grimly. "The living, breathing devil incarnate." "It's incarnate, Gibbs, not incarnate." "Whatever, lad. I tried to warn you all, but oh no, nobody listens to the beautiful one." His tone was laced with a heavy dollop of sarcastic outrage. "I'm just a pretty face to you assholes, some eye candy for the ladies. Well, I know things too, you know. It's not all about books. I'm an excellent judge of character." Bella Wilkinson. Why the hell was that name so familiar? "I slept with someone." "You lost your virginity? To who?" "A girl from Tommen." "What's her name?" "Bella Wilkinson." "No!" I gasped, wide-eyed when awareness finally dawned on me. The girl Paul slept with behind my back. It was the same person. What the... "You!" Johnny roared, startling me from my thoughts, as he took off like a thundering bull in the direction two students were coming from. "I want a fucking word with you." "Johnny, don't!" Shannon sobbed, covering her face with her small hands. "Cap, you're in contract. Think about Saturday. Take the high road." "Fuck your high road," Johnny roared back, ignoring his friends as he moved straight for who I presumed was Bella and her beau. "What did I tell you, huh?" the big lad demanded, closing the space between them. "What the fuck did I tell you about that bitch?" "Joe, he's in contract," I said, attention flicking between Johnny's worried-looking circle of buddies to his sobbing girlfriend. I had no clue what that meant, but clearly it was a pretty big deal. "Stop him, baby. Don't let him fight." "Oh, shit," Joey muttered under his breath, and then he was darting off in the same direction. Whoa, Johnny! The older lad tried to appease, holding his hands up. I have no idea what you're... Bam! A well-trained fist clocked him straight in the face before he could finish his sentence, and the boy hit the deck with a thud. However, the right hook that pancaked the lad on the ground hadn't been the result of Johnny Kavanagh's fist, but Joey's. Always the protector. What the fuck? I owed you one, my boyfriend explained, shaking out his hand before gesturing to the busted lip of his nemesis-turned-ally. Besides, I'm already getting arrested. Johnny gaped at him. For what? For this, Joey explained, seconds before lunging for the lad on the ground. Oh, Jesus. Get off him, you dirty little scumbag! Bella screamed, and then she did the unspeakable. She put her hands on my man. Oh, hell to the no. As I witnessed the bitch slap Joey, I couldn't see beyond the haze of red blinding me. Hey, don't call my boyfriend a scumbag, I roared, taking leave of my senses as I hauled ass towards the whore putting hands on him. Is this her, Shan? Did she do this to you? No, Eva, please, just leave it. Nope. Nuh-uh. Wasn't going to happen. Because she had the nerve to put hands on my man. Who the hell are you? Bella demanded, casting a menacing glare in my direction. Oh, you poor sweet summer child. Oh, I'm your worst nightmare, bitch, I snarled, knocking her off Joey's back and onto the flat of her own. You like terrorizing little girls? Try someone your own size. Losing my ever-loving shit right there and then, I straddled her chest. Think you can call my boyfriend a scumbag? Think you can bully a sister, huh? Think you're safe because you're a girl and he can't hit you back. Narrowly avoiding a nail to the eye, I reared my fist back and socked her in the nose. Well, I can. You're a psycho, she screamed as she tried to tear and scratch at my face. Bitch, please. She was about to get schooled real fast. Nails, I spat, deftly pinning her arms to her sides with my knees, a skill I'd honed to perfection after countless battles with my asshole twin. You think nails are going to do it? I reared my fist back and hit her again. Rule number 1, you boundary-absent, morally lacking, conniving bitch. If you put hands on another girl's fella, make damn sure you know how to throw a punch. How's your money faring out for you now, rich boy? I heard Joey taunt from nearby as he got the better of Bella's bow and pinned him to the ground. Being a scumbag has its benefits, doesn't it? I'm calling the guards, I heard the principal command. Stop it this instant, or I'll have every last one of you arrested. I couldn't stop. People were shouting and arguing around me, but I couldn't hear a word of it. All logic had flown out the window, and I was running solely on temper fumes. 6 years. 6 long-ass years I'd watched Joey Lynch take beating after beating. Seeing Bella put hands on that boy had been the straw that broke the camel's back in my mind. Besides, she had this coming. Fucking around with other girls' boyfriends when their backs were turned. Bullying and tormenting girls younger and weaker than her. She deserved everything she got and more. Malloy, come on, baby. A pair of strong arms came around my waist then, lifting me off my target and away from the fight. She's not worth it. With his hand wrapped protectively around my middle and his chest heaving against my back, Joey continued to pull me away from trouble. You can't be fighting in your... She called you a scumbag! I choked out, struggling to rein in my fury now that it had finally been unleashed. I'm not having it, Joe. My voice broke and I sucked in a shaky breath, feeling like I needed to scream at the top of my lungs to project the anger raging inside of me. I know, baby. Breathless and panting, he turned me in his arms to face me and cupped my face between his hands. But I need you to be careful. My heart jackknifed in my chest as reality smacked me square in the chest. The baby. Oh shit! My hand automatically moved to my bump hidden beneath his oversized hoodie and I sagged against him. Oh God, Joe, what did I do? Disgust filled every pore in my body. I didn't think. I shook my head, feeling helpless and filled with self-loathing. I'm so stupid. What if I hurt the baby? No, you didn't. It's all good, Malloy. He was quick to soothe, tightening an arm around me. You're grand. And the baby's grand, okay? But what if... Everyone, follow me to the office. I'm calling your parents. The principal yelled, commanding everyone's attention, as he ordered Bella and her bloodied beau in the direction of the school. All of your parents. You do that, Joey sneered, still keeping a hold of me. Be useful for something. Parents meant guards. Guards meant handcuffs. Reality hit me like a wrecking ball and I stiffened. He was over 18 now. The guards in this town weren't going to give him any more chances. Joe, I couldn't hide the fear in my voice. You're on a warning. Listen, I need you to get out of here. Catching a hold of my hand, Joey led me towards where I had haphazardly parked my car, sounding more composed than he had in months. You weren't here and you didn't see shit. Stopping when we reached the driver's side door, he turned to face me. You got that? What? I gaped at him and shook my head. No, I'm not leaving you. Get in the car and go home, baby. He cut me off and ordered. Now. Joey, no, I can't leave you. Reaching up, he cupped my face between his hands and gave me a meaningful look. Nobody's going to mention you. No, Joe. I strangled out, chest heaving. No, I can't. Aoife, but you're going to be... Fisting my hair, he leaned in and pressed his lips to my ear. You listen to me, he said, low enough that only I could hear him. You get your ass in that car and straight to the hospital. Don't worry about me, okay? I'm grand. You tell those doctors whatever the fuck you need to tell them to make them scan you to check our kid is okay. Joe, when they give you the all clear, because they will give you the all clear, Malloy, I want you to go home and stay there. Don't come looking for me, and don't go fighting my battles, baby. I can do the fighting for the both of us. But I'll look after everything else, okay? He exhaled a harsh breath and momentarily sagged against me before straightening back up. All I need you to do is look after yourself and my kid. Let's get out of here, I blurted. Come with me. I can't. You have to. My heart bucked wildly in my chest as it cracked down the centre. They'll arrest you if you stay. It doesn't matter. It does matter, I cried, clinging to him. You matter. You... I'll be grand. Just go and I'll call you when I can. He cut in, pressing a hard kiss to my forehead. I'll be seeing you, Malloy, he called over his shoulder as he walked away. And then he was gone.
Jailhouse Rock.
Joey.
It was no big revelation when the only handcuffs the guards withdrew at Toman were the ones they used to cuff me with. Nor did it come as a surprise when I was read the usual "I'm arresting you under Section 4 of the Criminal Justice Act" spiel, because, quite frankly, I'd heard it a dozen times before. Thrown into the back of the squad car, I'd been taken straight to the station, where I had been searched, stripped, and slapped around by none other than Paul the Prick's daddy. All that before being tossed in the cells for a time out, while I waited on legal aid to show up and escort me to the courthouse. Unapologetic for my actions, I took my punishment on the chin, unwilling to show emotion or feel bad for defending my sister. Because fuck those pricks at Toman. Fuck the whole damn world. My only regret about the day's events was that I had dragged my girlfriend into it, because Malloy wouldn't have been there if it wasn't for me. And she sure as shit wouldn't have been fighting if it wasn't to defend me. Her face continued to haunt me long into the evening as I sat on a concrete slab that doubled up as a bed in the holding cell which I was being retained in. I battled with both my conscience and my body as it reeled from withdrawal. The stainless steel piss hole in the corner of my cell had seen more vomit than I cared to admit, as I continued to eject the contents of my stomach. Black gunk, green bile, clumps of blood. Jesus Christ. I was hemorrhaging poison. The phone call I'd been awarded, I naively used on a woman who wouldn't even pick up the phone. My mother didn't care. She had never cared. Christ. I had a better chance of the old man showing up to get me. You already know this, asshole, so stop caring about her. Disgusted with myself for being so damn weak, I refused the chance to make another call, because, in all honesty, I didn't have anyone to call. The beef I had with Darren meant that I would gladly serve an 18-month sentence for assault and battery before crawling on my knees to him for help. Because fuck Darren. The only person I could call, the only person who hadn't completely given up on me, was the one person I needed to protect. The person I cared about most in the world. I knew Malloy would answer. I knew she would come for me. She would fight my corner, regardless of what it cost her. That was the whole fucking problem. I had to stop this. I had to stop putting her at risk. On your feet, Lynch, a male guard ordered, as he unbolted and opened the metal door containing me. You have court in 20 minutes. Peachy. Just fucking peachy. Not bothering to argue, I complied with his orders and remained still as a statue as I was recuffed. Yeah, this wasn't going to end well for me. Maybe this is a good thing, I thought to myself, as I was led out back to an awaiting prison van. Maybe the judge will decide to remand me, and I'll be transferred to Cork prison. At least then, Malloy and the baby will be safe from me.
Going stir crazy. Aoife. Tears. I couldn't stop them from falling. It was ridiculous because I'd always thought of myself as a strong girl, but lately all I seemed to do was cry. And lie. Oh yeah, I seem to be doing a whole heap of lying these days. When I arrived at the maternity hospital earlier, I'd lied through my teeth and told the admissions nurse in the A&E that a car had backed into mine and I needed to get checked out. I mean, seriously? Too worked up to think straight, I'd sat in the waiting room all alone, bawling my eyes out while I waited to be called in for an ultrasound. The one that assured me what Joey had. Everything was fine with the baby. Knowing that I couldn't go home in my current state, I somehow made it to Casey's flat feeling overwhelmed with regret and disappointment in myself. The minute she opened the flat door, I barreled into my best friend's arms, crying hard and ugly. They arrested him, The text message I'd received from Shannon had confirmed it. Oh shit! What did he do this time? Casey spluttered in surprise, wrapping her arms around me and pulling me inside. Wait, we are talking about Joey here, aren't we? Yeah, Case. I choked out, chest heaving. Obviously, she agreed, walking us over to the couch. Okay, you sit and start explaining, and I'll boil the kettle. I don't want you to make tea, I cried, dropping my head in my hands. I want you to help me get him out. Of jail? Her brows shot up. How? I don't know, but I can't just leave him there. How about you explain why he's there in the first place, and then we can make a plan? Sucking in a shuddering breath, word for word, I delved right into the day's events at Tommen, leaving no stone unturned. Come on, Eve, this is Joey we're talking about, Casey tried to coax once I was finished regaling her with my tale of woe. He's like a cat with 9 lives. He'll get a slap on the wrist and be out in no time. No, sniffling, I shook my head. You don't get it. He's over 18 now. Shit, you're right, my best friend agreed, flopping down on the couch beside me. The guards in this town have been dreaming about this day. They're going to throw the book at him. Not helping. Yeah, sorry, I just heard myself out loud. Slapping her forehead, she twisted sideways on the couch and offered me a supportive hug. Listen, I know it's really fucking scary, but you need to listen to what Joe said. She squeezed me tighter. You need to look after that baby. And who's going to look after Joey?
Unanswered calls and unexpected lifelines.
Joey.
Clad in my BCS school uniform and rocking handcuffs, I was escorted by the guards into a private waiting room at the back of the courthouse to meet my legal aid and await my turn before the judge. The most shocking part of the whole ordeal was the well-dressed man waiting for me in said waiting room. Joey Lynch. John Kavanagh looked up from the table he was sitting at and smiled. We meet again. The fuck? What are you doing here? I asked, sinking down on the chair opposite him. You're not my solicitor. I am today, he mused, combing through a stack of paperwork that I assumed contained my file. Shit, knowing my luck, the whole damn stack was dedicated to me. If you'll have me. I'm broke, I decided to throw out there. And no offence, it's pretty clear from the mansion you live in and the designer suit you're wearing that you don't work for free. And I'm actually a barrister. Even more expensive. I shrugged, feeling at a loss. Listen, John, I appreciate this, but I could work for a year and never be able to afford your services, so I'll just take my chances with the free legal aid rep. I'll be requiring an urgent meeting with your superintendent to explain to me in grave detail why my client is displaying very clear physical evidence of excessive force at the hands of your colleagues. He surprised me by saying, turning his steel blue eyes on the Garda lingering near the door. Which, before you try to excuse away, I am more than willing to have a medical professional attest to. Your client was arrested for fighting. He got those bruises from... my client is an 18-year-old boy with a horrendous detailed history of domestic violence. There are decades of reports of him being the victim of atrocious child abuse at the hands of his caregivers. That's not to mention his even more troubling history of being let down by both the state and the Garda Síochána in this town. John interjected coolly. Quite frankly, I am astounded your superiors had the nerve to take this boy before the judge. Once I'm finished making a spectacle of them, I'd be turning my attention to the long list of guards, social workers, and attorney figures that failed my client and his family. Leaning back in his chair, John rolled a pen between his fingers, absent-mindedly, while giving the officer a cool appraisal. "Now, when you're ready, my client and I will have the room." Red-faced and fuming, the guard turned on his heels and stalked out, leaving us alone in the room. "Well, shit," I mused, begrudgingly impressed. "Flexing your muscles there, John." "It's always good to practice, I bet," he smirked. "So, am I representing you? Do I have a choice?" "Not if you want to stay out of prison." Fuck. Reaching up with my still cuffed hands to scratch my nose, I pointed to the stack of paperwork in front of him. "Is that all about me?" "Every page," he replied, pushing the stack towards me, front to back. Shoulders slumping in defeat, I leaned back in my chair and studied him. "Why are you helping me?" "Why did you hit that Ryan boy?" I shrugged. "He had it coming. Try again." I met his unyielding stare, before blowing out a breath and mumbling, "You clearly already know why." "Indulge me." "Because if I didn't, your son would have. And he has a hell of a lot more to lose than I have." I came right out and told him. "Is that indulging enough for you?" He didn't look one bit surprised by my admission, because this man was smart. Hell, he was sharp as a razor. "You protected my son's future, and now I'm here to protect yours," he finally said, folding his arms across his chest. "Sounds like a fair trade, if you ask me. Except that I don't have one of those." I'm sure my wife would argue that statement. He smiled ruefully before adding, "You've won yourself a fan, Joey Lynch." "Your wife?" I deadpanned, repressing the urge to groan when a sudden pang of intense pain and hunger attacked my senses. Fuck. It was never going away. "I can't see how, when your wife doesn't know shit about me." "And you clearly don't know shit about her. Excuse the term of phrase," he replied with a smirk. "She has a feeling about you." I narrowed my eyes, instantly suspicious. "A feeling?" He nodded. "She wants to help you." I stiffened. "I don't want her help. Ha! But do you need it? Can you just get to the point?" I flat out asked him, feeling confused as fuck. "I don't do beating around the bush. Just tell me what you want." "First, I'm going to get you out of this mess," he said, rising to his feet. "And then we'll talk. Too good to be true, or safe?"
Joey.
After spending a grand total of 7 minutes in front of the judge, John Kavanagh not only had my case thrown out, but had somehow managed to coerce a fucking judge, to take pity on me enough to apologize to me. If I wasn't drowning in the unbearable pain of my latest come-down, I would have been seriously impressed with the man's powers of persuasion. Completely fucking reeling, I sat in the passenger seat of his high-end Mercedes after court, too overwhelmed to argue when he took me back to the manor. I needed something, anything to take the edge off. The adrenaline that had been pumping through my veins earlier had long since deserted me, leaving my body cold to the bone and every muscle attached to me aching. It didn't seem to matter how fiercely my mind protested or my heart resisted. The physical pain from withdrawals was too goddamn much for me to handle. I hated myself for not being strong enough to push it down anymore, but it was too big for me. It was too big of a fight. I couldn't win. "Sit down, Joey, love," Adele instructed when I walked into her kitchen a little while later. Feeling like an intruder, I wanted to be just about anywhere else. "How you feeling? How's your face? How did court go? Oh, you poor love. You're all battered and bruised." "Give the boy some breathing space, sweetheart," John said, following me over to the island. "Sit down, Joy. We need to talk." I didn't want to sit down. I wanted to talk even less. But I owed the man my freedom. If a conversation was all he wanted as payment for keeping my ass out of prison, then I would gladly give it to him. Slumping down on a stool at the island, I had to resist the urge to lash out and react when his wife literally put her hands on my head. "Jesus, Mary and Joseph and the donkey," she strangled out, investigating my scalp like a mother would check her child's hair for lice. "What happened to your skull?" she demanded, pushing clumps of my hair aside as she trailed her fingers over my head. "My father happened." "Adele," John said in a slightly sterner tone. "He's not Johnny, sweetheart. You can't touch the boy like that." "But he's—" "Sweetheart." Right. Thankfully, she removed her hands and took a step back, giving me some personal space. "Sorry, Joey, love." "It's grand," I said, trying to appease her and wanting them to know that I was grateful for their weird intrusion on my life, even if I couldn't stop the full-body shudder that rolled through me. I'm not a hugger." "Not a hugger," she repeated, sounding like she was storing that piece of information safely away. "Got it, love. No hugs." "Relax," John coaxed, giving his wife a wink. "Just be yourself, sweetheart." "I'm trying," she replied, as she buzzed around the kitchen like a tiny blonde whirlwind, fetching cups and saucers. "I'm just nervous." "Why?" I asked, instantly on edge. My gaze flicked to John. "What's going on?" "Remember earlier when I said that we would talk after court?" John answered, tone eerily calming. I nodded stiffly, hackles rising. "Well," he continued to coax, "my wife and I have been doing a lot of talking lately, and we wanted to speak to you about the possibility of—" "We want to keep you," his wife blurted out, causing John to drop his head in his hands and groan. "All 5 of you," she continued, hurrying over to the island and catching a hold of my hand. "Especially you." She smiled down at me. "I think I want you the most." "The fuck?" I choked out, yanking my hand out from under hers. "What are you?" Shaking my head. I practically fell off the stool in my bid to get away from this strange woman and her hands-on nature. "You want to keep me?" "Tact, sweetheart," John groaned, biting down on his fist. "Where's the tact we talked about?" "I forgot," she argued, before turning her attention back to me. "That didn't come out right, Joey, love." "Listen." I held a hand up to warn her off. "I appreciate everything you've done for me." Keeping my back to the kitchen cupboards, I stepped sideways in my bid to escape the second coming of Mother Teresa. "And how good you've been to my sister. But I'm not interested in anything else, okay? I don't need anyone keeping me, so I'm going to go home now." "She means fostering," John explained with a sigh. "Adele, would you back up, sweetheart, and give the boy space? You can't crowd him, remember? Baby steps." "Oh, Jesus, yes," she mumbled, hurrying to her husband's side. "Of course. I'm sorry, Joey, love." "Fostering?" I stared blankly at them. "The fuck?" "We're already approved," Adele blurted out. "We have been foster parents before. It's not our first time, love. And we can offer you stability and safety and—" "No!" I choked out, practically climbing the wall backwards in my bid to escape. "Jesus Christ, no!" Panic-stricken, I looked around uncertainly before locking eyes on John. "I want to leave." "You can leave any time," he assured me, keeping a firm hand on his wife's shoulder, who looked like she was seconds away from springing towards me. "Right now, if you wish." "Good." Blowing out a shaky breath, I cagily walked to the utility room door that led to the back door, only to hesitate when I reached for the door handle. No. Wait. Hear them out. Think of the kids. Jesus Christ, what was I doing? Run, lad. Get the fuck out of this place. "When you say you want to foster us..." Turning around, I eyed them wearily. "Are you offering my siblings a home?" I looked around. "Here." "We're offering all of you a home," John replied. "Sean, Ollie, Tag, Shannon, and you, Joey." "I don't..." Swallowing down a lump in my throat, I quickly shook my head. No." I could see the devastation flash across his wife's face, and I felt like a prick. "I don't want to be fostered," I said slowly, trying to find the words I needed to make sense of this madness. "But I think..." Jesus Christ. Why was this so fucking hard? Why couldn't I just think clearly? My brothers and sister would need... Fuck. I can't get it out. "Take your time, love," Adele said in a soothing tone. "Take all the time in the world." "I don't know you," I bit out, pinching the bridge of my nose as I forced down a wave of nausea. "And you don't know me." "We'd like to get to know you, Joey," John said calmly. "No." I shook my head. "Not me. I'm off the table." Adele shook her head. "But..." "Let the boy speak," John cut in, giving her hand a supportive squeeze. "I'm listening, Joey." "I'm fucked up," I admitted, shrugging helplessly. "I mean, I'm really fucked up in the head." "No, you're not." "Yeah, I am." "That's okay, love." "No, it's not," I protested with a shake of my head. "You don't want me in your family, trust me. But Shannon and the boys..." I shrugged again, filled with desperation. The prospect of getting my siblings out of the shitstorm of a life we had been born into was dangling in front of me like a gold nugget. God knows, I didn't know these people, and I wasn't even sure if I trusted them. But right then, in the state we were in, they could offer the kids a hell of a lot more than Mom could. They deserve a better life than the one they've been dealt. Swallowing deeply, I forced myself to say, they deserve to have parents. "From what I can tell, they've always had one," John said, giving me a meaningful look. "You've been one hell of a father, Joey Lynch." "Except that I'm not," I croaked out. "I'm not their father, and I'm fucking tired of having to be." There it was, admitted out loud, for what I thought might be the first time ever. "I can't do it anymore." I continued to spill my confessions, too weary and broken in the head to cover it up. "I can't keep raising them in that environment. If someone doesn't get them out of that house, they're going to die, or worse, turn into me." When you say die, I mean die, I confirmed, feeling weirdly liberated, having adults finally listen to my worries and take me seriously. Our father's not done with us, and our mother's not stable enough to protect us. If they stay in that house, they're fucked, and I don't want that for them. So, if... Fuck. I can't believe I'm even saying this, but if you're serious about fostering Shannon and the boys, then I won't stand in your way. I paused for a moment, trying to clear my thoughts, before warning. But Darren will. Ah, yes, John sighed, drumming his fingers against the marble island. Darren. He's not in this for the long haul, I decided to throw them a bone by saying. He couldn't stick it out before, so he's even less likely to do it now that he's had the taste of freedom. But he's our mother's blue-eyed prince, and his word is golden. Those two are thick as thieves, so he'll take you on to retain his spot as Mammy's right-hand man. Folding my arms across my chest, I gave them a hard look, trying to take their measure before throwing my 2 cents into the mix. The way I see it, the younger kids are crying out for change. They don't want to be in that house with our mother any more than I do. Problem is, they've never been offered a safer alternative, until now. All 4 of them will fold like a deck of cards, I added, if they're told they can. By someone they look up to, John filled in knowingly. By someone they trust. By someone like you. You want me to go out on a limb for you and your wife. You're asking me to do something I've never been able to do before. Something I've been programmed to never do. Returning to the stool I'd abandoned, I sank back down and dropped my head in my hands, elbows resting on the marble countertop, as I fought my fears and tried to do the right thing. The real right thing. Not the fabricated version that had been drilled into my mind since childhood. I want to help. You do. With my brother's voice inside of my head screaming, no, 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 I forced myself to nod stiffly and bit down on my fist. Do this for them. You can save them. Get them out. Trust these people. I'll support your case. I'll back you up with the social workers. I'll give an honest statement to the authorities. I'll lay all of my parents' shit bare and expose them for the neglectful pieces of shit that they are. If it means those kids don't end up like me. But if you fuck me over, if you hurt them... Exhaling a shaky breath, I turned my glare on John Kavanagh. If you even think about putting your hands on my siblings, it won't matter how much money you have, or what fancy law degrees line the walls of your house. I will come for you, and Jesus Christ himself won't be able to save you. I wouldn't expect anything less, John replied calmly, not taking my threat to heart. I'm not going to promise you with words, because it's clear to me that you're a man of action. I nodded, appreciating the fact that he didn't try to bullshit me or fob me off with empty promises. The shrill sound of a mobile phone piercing filled the air, and John quickly stood. That'll be the school, he said, moving for the hallway. Please, excuse me. When did it happen? Adele asked, once her husband had left the room. When did what happen? When did you lose yourself? The day I was born. Sadness filled her eyes. And the drugs? I stiffened. I am not blind, love, she said in a gentle tone, inclining her head to where I had my sleeve rolled up to my elbows. I don't come from a sheltered home either, which means that I know track marks when I see them. Ashamed, I pushed my sleeves down and stared at the counter. How long has it been since you last shut up? I remained silent, knowing there was no right answer to this question. A day, 2 at the most. Her voice was gentle and full of understanding when she asked, "Does your skin itch so bad you want to tear yourself open? Has the cold gotten into your bones so deep you feel like you'll never be warm again? What about the cold sweats and the nausea? Have you reached the stage where you would rather die than go without?" "I have it under control." "Do you?" She sighed heavily. "Or does it have control of you? You don't know me." "What did it start with, love? Cannabis? Prescription medication? Benzos? Uppers? How long did those keep you sated until you moved onto something stronger like coke or fentanyl? When did you take the plunge?" "What fucking difference does it make to you?" I spat, feeling my hackles rise as I tried to defend the inexcusable. "I'm not hurting anyone." "Joey, love, you deserve a good life too," she pushed. "Everything I want for your Shannon and your brothers, I want for you as well." "I'm 18. Love, it wouldn't matter to me if you're 80, she said. "We would still want that for you." "Well, I don't want that for me," I argued. "I don't want to be mothered, and I don't need a father figure. I'm too old for that shit." "You're never too old to be loved, Joey. My childhood ended a long time ago. It doesn't have to be like that. It's too late for me." "It's never too late, Joey." "Aoife's pregnant," I decided to throw out there, deciding I had nothing to lose. "I'm about 3.5 months away from becoming a father myself, so I appreciate the offer, but the only family I'm interested in being a part of is the one I've made with her." "Pregnant?" Adele's eyes widened. "You don't do things by halves, do you, Joey, love?" I shrugged in response, because, in all fairness, what the fuck else could I do? "And where does this little habit of yours fit in with your girlfriend and baby?" "It clearly doesn't," I bit out, hating that she hit the nail on the head. "I'll fix it." "Look at you," she said, with tears filling her eyes. "Look at how articulated you are, how smart, how brave." She smiled sadly. "You know that this is too big for you, love." She reached across the counter and covered my hand with hers. "Let me help you." "No." Jaw clenched. I shook my head. "I don't need your help. Joey, love, no," I repeated, yanking my hand away. "Don't talk about this, okay? It's a hard fucking limit for me." "Because you know you're in trouble, love." "Because it doesn't matter to you," I snapped. "It doesn't matter, okay? So just drop it." "I think it does matter, Joey. I think you matter too." "You're wrong," I bit out, needing this woman to just back off. "So just give up." "You've been travelling down a very long road, love. Maybe it's time to rest those feet and let someone else carry the load for you." She implored me with her eyes to listen. "Let me help you. Let me save you, Joey." "You can't." What part of that didn't she get? "There's nothing left to save, Miss Kavanagh. So please, just stop." When her son strode into the kitchen a moment later, I could have kissed the fucking ground at his feet. "Oh, love, you're home." Springing to her feet, Adele rushed for her son, thankfully taking her hugs and cuddles with her. "How was training?" "Grand," Kavanagh replied, accepting his mother's kiss on the cheek. "What's going on?" "Are you hungry, Johnny? I've made roast beef with pepper sauce. Jesus. Sinking down on the stool his father had vacated, he let out a whistle and pointed to my face. Cormac got you good? No. My girlfriend's ex-boyfriend's father got me good. Yeah, and I got you good, I said instead, feeling like a piece of shit for clocking him earlier. Sorry about that, I offered with a shrug. Poor communicational skills. Understatement of the century. So, what's happening now? I'm in a fair bit of shit, I deadpanned. That's what's happening now? Yeah, I gathered that much, he replied, evenly sounding eerily similar to his father in this moment. Are you being charged? He's not going to be charged with anything, his mother answered for me, as she fussed at him and ruffled his hair. Your father has made sure of that. Kavanagh's brow shut up. You're off the hook. Apparently, I shrugged again. According to your parents. Where's your ma? Jesus Christ. He was as nosy as his mother. Did she go down to the station for you? Did she fuck? She's working, I deadpanned, knowing that a fellow with parents like his could never in a million years understand my situation. He could try, he could sympathise, he could listen to all of my sister's tales of woe, but he could never truly get it. No one could. Not unless they lived through it. Couldn't get through to her phone. That was Principal Toomey, John announced, returning to the kitchen, phone in hand. The school board held an emergency meeting tonight, and Bella will not be returning to Thomond to finish out the school year. Thank Christ for that, I muttered, thankful that at least something good had come from a very unproductive day. One of my sister's bullies was gone. Permanently. I considered that to be worth the hassle. Knowing that Shannon would have one less tormentor made the whole ordeal worthwhile. She will be allowed to sit her leaving cert in one of the local schools, but she'll not be welcome back at Thomond. Her locker has been cleared out, her phone has been confiscated, and all images she took of Shannon have been erased. John continued, to reel off in that no-nonsense lawyer voice of his. Natasha O'Sullivan and Kelly Dunn have both been given a week's suspension for their roles in the incident. Due to Shannon's statements, though, and following a lot of discussion, it has been decided by the board that both girls will return to Thomond after their suspension, and will be permitted to sit their exams there. That's bullshit, we both chorused in unison. Pick your battles, boys. This is a good result. Accepting the cup of coffee his wife held out for him, John kissed her before turning his attention back to us. Take emotion out of the equation and look at the result for what it is, a win. And Cormac? Johnny pressed. How did you manage to pull that one off? He was hell-bent on pressing charges earlier. With a great deal of persuasion. Well, shite. Leaning back in his chair, he let out another whistle. Remind me to never go against you. It's not all good news. You've been expelled from Ballylagan community, John added, turning his attention back to me. Apparently, you were on your final warning, following 7 suspensions this year alone and countless others tracing all the way back to your first week of first year. A flicker of guilt flashed in his blue eyes when he said, I did what I could, Joey, but they're not budging. Committing an act of violence against another school while wearing your BCS uniform is against their policy and punishable by immediate expulsion. It's okay, I replied, too numb to give a damn. Nahan and Lane had been chomping at the bit for years to get me out of BCS. They finally had their excuse. I wanted to care about it, but I just couldn't. Okay. Kavanagh looked at me like I'd grown an extra head. But you're supposed to sit your leaving cert next month. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it does, he argued, tone passionate for a fella whose future this didn't affect. It does fucking matter. I wasn't going anywhere anyway, so it's all the same to me, I replied, which was mostly true. I never planned on college. I never planned on leaving Ballylagan. I couldn't. So why worry about it? What the hell, Joey? This is important, my sister's boyfriend argued. Turning back to his father, he asked, Is there anything you can do for him? My hands are tied, son. Joey here has a record for violence that makes Gibbsy look like a saint. John sighed heavily. They're unwilling to negotiate having him return to school, not even to sit his exams. Of course they weren't. Those fuckers had wanted me out since first year. What about Toman, love? Adele asked, worrying her lip. Toman is private, sweetheart. Another public school, then? Their son suggested, running a hand through his dark hair in obvious frustration, which puzzled me because why the fuck did he care? Not in the area, John explained evenly. Nothing public, at least. Meaning the only way that I was stepping foot inside of a school to sit my leaving cert was if I had the cash to bribe my way through the door. The city, then, Kavanagh, ever the optimist, suggested. No school will touch me with a 10-foot barge pole, I interrupted, just about done with the whole conversation. I wasn't his pet project. He didn't need to find solutions to my problems. All he needed to do was treat my sister well, and we were golden. Your dad's right, Kavanagh. My record is shocking. No one's going to want me, and it doesn't matter anyway, because I don't care, so don't waste your breath talking about it. Jesus! Sounding thoroughly deflated, he sighed heavily, shoulders slumping. What a disaster. Yeah, this was all getting a bit too fucking chummy for me. A little too family meeting-ish for my liking. Can I use your bathroom? I asked, standing up. Please. Of course you can, Joey, Adele replied, waving me off. You don't have to ask, love. Thank you. Feeling like a dick for doing what I was about to do, but knowing that I honestly couldn't handle another minute, I stopped in the kitchen doorway and added, For everything. No problem, Joey, John called after me. Remember what we said, he added in a meaningful tone. The offer's on the table, and it has no expiration date. Yeah, I nodded stiffly. I'll think about it. And then I got the hell out of Dodge.
I won't be long. Aoife. Oh, thank God! I strangled out when Joey's name flashed across the screen of my phone a little after 9 that night. Joe? Trembling, I pressed my phone to my ear and bit back a sob. Are you okay? Malloy. His voice came down the line, and I collapsed in a heap on my bed, body flooding with gratitude. Are you good? Did you get checked out at the hospital? Did they scan you? Is the baby okay? Yeah, they did, and everything's fine, I told him, heart thumping hard in my chest. It's all good, Joe. Our baby's healthy as a horse. Oh, Jesus. I heard him release a huge sigh of relief. Thank fuck for that. Joe, where the hell are you? I'm on my way to your place, he replied. It might take me a while. The sound of traffic whizzing past filled my ears. I'm walking back into town from the Kavanagh's place. Johnny Kavanagh? I frowned in confusion. What were you doing there? What happened with the guards? It's a really long story, Queen, he replied. I'll explain everything when I get to you. I'll come and get you, I hurried to say, searching my room for my keys. Just wait there and I'll drive. No, baby. Stay where you are, he instructed. I'm like 20 minutes away tops. Just relax and rest up, okay? I won't be long. Joe? Instantly suspicious, I demanded. Tell me you haven't. I haven't. Promise me. I haven't, I swear. I sagged in relief, wary but needing to believe him. Come straight here, okay? Don't get sidetracked. Don't fuck up. I'll be waiting for you, okay? I love you, Malloy. I love you too. See you in 20.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Joey.
After bumming a lift halfway there, and then running the rest of the way into town, I was round in the corner of my girlfriend's street in Rosewood Estate when a dark figure stepped out from a side alley. Startled, because what the fuck? I staggered sideways, knocking up against a row of wheelie bins and dropping my phone in the process. What the hell, lad? I growled, pissed off and agitated, as I hunched down to retrieve my phone, only to reach for it a second too late. You owe me a fucking phone, asshole, I snarled, watching in dismay as mine fell through the metal slats of a road drain. I figured I'd find you sniffing around her neck of the woods. The familiar sound of his voice had every muscle in my body locking tight in fearful anticipation. Relax, boy. I only want to talk to you. Panicked and off kilter, I quickly straightened up to my full height, poised for trouble and pain. What the fuck do you want? To talk, my father slurred, holding one hand up while the other fisted a bottle of his poison of choice. Whiskey. Just to talk, boy. That's all. We have nothing to talk about, I sneered, taking a safe step back from him and then hitting myself for doing it. Jesus, this man made my skin crawl. The familiar smell of that particular top-shelf spirit twisted my stomach up in knots. It had been so long since I'd laid eyes on him that I'd almost forgotten about the feeling of terror he could invoke from me. Almost. I'm not talking to you, I warned, holding a hand up when he stepped closer. Did you read my letter? Fuck your letter, I spat, vaguely remembering the bullshit spiel he had put down on paper to make us feel sorry for him. But then again, a lot of the past few months was a jaded blur to me. And fuck you. I need you to do something for me, he said, somehow angling our bodies so that I was the one cornered in the alleyway entrance, with him blocking my escape. I need you to talk to your mother for me. She listens to you. She'll take me back if you tell her to. Take you back? I laughed humorously. Are you completely off your head? There's no back for you, old man. You almost killed your own daughter. You're going to prison, asshole. Not home to your wife. I'm not going to prison, boy, he replied, sounding so sure of himself that it didn't settle well with me. But you're going to hell if you don't sort this out for me. Then I'll see you there, I spat, unwilling to bend to this asshole, no matter how badly he set my teeth on edge. In a weird way, his abuse was familiar. Unlike my mother, I knew where I stood with my father. It gave me a sick sort of fearful comfort. I knew that didn't make sense, but it was how I felt. On the rare occasion I slipped up and allowed myself to feel. His cruelty was home to me. It was all I knew. I could handle his attacks because I knew they were coming. I never knew what was coming with Mam. Jesus, I was seriously messed up in the head. With the hair standing on the back of my neck, I watched him watch me. His cold, dead eyes were locked on mine, sending a cold shiver down my spine that resulted in my body shuddering. "You think you know it all, boy," he said, taking a menacing step towards me. "Think you're better than me, but you'll see. As soon as that pretty girl of yours spits that kid out, you'll see. You'll understand what it's like to be trapped." "Don't fucking talk about her," I warned, hackles rising. "I mean it. You'll know what it feels like." He continued to goad me and step closer. "You'll finally learn what it feels like to be me." "I'll never be you," I warned, backing up further. "I'd rather slit my fucking wrists than become you." "You're already me," he roared, heatedly. "You've always been me, boy. Look at you." He pushed, closing the space between us and clamping a beefy hand on my shoulder. "You can't leave her alone any more than I can leave your mother. Isn't that proof enough for you?" My blood ran cold. His words rocked me to my core, because he was voicing my deepest fears aloud. Worse, he was voicing the truth. Because it was true. I couldn't leave Malloy alone. The resemblance was uncanny, and it caused my mind to spiral. "It's not the same thing," I strangled out, feeling my body bow from the pressure as I jerked away from him, while drowning in the comparison. "I would never hurt her the way you hurt Mam." "That's what I used to think," he replied. "I used to think I'd never hurt your mother the way my old man hurt mine, believe it or not. I loved her my whole life. I can remember how it felt at the beginning, how special she was, how much I adored her. I swore to myself that I wouldn't repeat my own father's mistakes." He choked out a humourless laugh. "And look where I am, boy. My mother was a vulnerable teenage girl, and you took advantage." I choked out, trembling. "You're a fucking monster." "Do you think I was born this way, boy?" he demanded, taking another swig from his bottle. "I'm a product of my upbringing, same as you." "I'm not you," I ground out. "I refuse to be you." "You can't stop it, Joey," he replied, using my name for impact. It worked. It rattled me. "You can't fight your nature, boy." He took another slug of whiskey. "Only way you're changing the end of your story is if you walk away from that girl and her kid, and we both know you'll never do it." He shook his head in defeat before adding, "God knows I couldn't."
Bated breath. Aoife. When 20 minutes passed by with no sign of Joey, I didn't panic too much, deciding to give him the benefit of the doubt. After all, he wasn't Superman. The boy was a fast runner, but he couldn't fly here. However, when 20 minutes turned to 30, and then 40 and 50, I began to pace my bedroom floor, anxious and on edge. When I phoned him, the call went straight to voicemail. An hour passed by, and then another one. Something was wrong. I could feel it in my bones. Frantically trying and failing to get hold of my boyfriend, I bombarded his sister with text messages, desperate to know if he had been in touch with any of his family. Because this felt all wrong. I knew Joey. Hell, I knew him like the back of my hand. And while he absolutely had a serious drug problem, he wouldn't call to say he was coming over if he didn't plan to. If Joey wanted to get high, he would do exactly that and then show up. He was an ask for forgiveness, not permission type of guy. The only time in our entire relationship that he bailed on me like that was the night his father beat Tig, which led me to believe that something very bad must have happened to him. With bated breath, I grabbed my phone and tapped out another frantic text message to his sister. Any sign of him? Not yet. Mam's downstairs with Darren. I can hear them arguing about Joe. No offence, but Darren is a big dildo. Agreed. They're talking about Joe like he hasn't kept this whole family together for the past 6 years. It makes me sick. Please, Shan, the second you see him, text me. I need to know he's safe. I will. I mean it, okay? Please just text me, okay? I promise. Kiss.
Quiet warnings.
Joey.
My father got in my head again, but this time it was different, because this time his words meant sense to me. They had gotten through the walls I'd built up to keep everything out, because this time I finally understood what he meant. If he had walked away from Mom back in the beginning, everything would be so different. Hell, not even in the beginning. If he had just walked away after Darren's rape, when it was just the three of us and Mom, then we might have made it. We might have been able to pick up the pieces and build some semblance of a life for ourselves. But he didn't leave, and the repercussions of him staying had sent shockwaves through multiple lives. Worse than sending shockwaves. The repercussions had ruined us. Would that happen with me? Would the baby growing in Malloy's stomach turn around someday and resent me for not being a man enough to walk away and give him the chance of a decent life? Would I have a son who hated me as much as I hated my old man? Would he resent his mother like I resented mine? Would he fall into the same pattern of addiction that I had? Was I forever destined to repeat the cycle, and then produce more sons to carry on the fucked up gene? Jesus, I could barely breathe just thinking about it. It was for those reasons that I couldn't do it. I couldn't go to her, not tonight, at least. Dejected and thoroughly demoralized, and with my father's words still fresh on my mind, I returned to the only place I felt some semblance of control over my life. Word on the street is the shades lifted your ass from that prizzy private school today, Shane said when he walked into the sitting room of his shithole house and slumped down on the couch. Fighting with the rich boys, Lynchy. Never a smart move. Yeah, I muttered, dropping my head back to rest against the couch. Sounds about right. Heard you snagged yourself a fancy-assed barrister to get the charges dropped. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he turned to give me a hard look. Heard you were spilling your guts to that fancy-assed barrister. Had the judge weeping like a little bitch over your sad little life story? I stiffened, noting the threatening lilt to his voice. Relax. I didn't say shit. I growled, giving him a what you take me for look. I'm not a rat, Shane. You better not be, kid, he replied coolly. Because you know what happens to rats. He narrowed his eyes. They get poisoned, right along with every member of their little rat family. I'm here, aren't I? I spat, forcing down the urge to shudder as I slipped my hand into the front pocket of my school trousers and pulled out what was left of my wages. Just give me some oxy and a few benzos to get me through the night. He stared at the money in my hand for a long moment before blowing out a breath and reaching for it. I don't know what's going on in that head of yours, kid, but if you're parading around with lawyers, then you're no friend of mine. If you're thinking about jumping ship, then forget it. Because you're in as deep as I am. There's no walking away from this world, Lynch. I'm not palling around with anyone. I bit out, watching as he retrieved the familiar tin from under his couch. I'm just trying to get by. So long as your version of getting by doesn't result in name-dropping or throwing your old friends under the bus, we're golden, he replied, handing me a bag of pills. But the minute you even consider crossing me, it'll be over for you, kid. I'll come down harder on you than your daddy ever did. You remember that. By the time I managed to make it back to the house, every wall in my world felt like it was closing in on me and I was suffocating from the pressure. Mom, Dad, Darren, Malloy, Shane, the baby, the Kavanaghs, the kids, Shannon's bullies. I couldn't fucking breathe. With my body in pieces and my mind reeling, I barely managed to get my key out of the front door when Shannon came barreling towards me. You're back! She threw her arms around me as her small body trembled. Thank God! I was tired. I was so fucking weary, and my sister's arms felt like concrete boulders weighing down on me, pushing me deeper into the darkness. It's okay, Shan. It's all good. I tried to soothe, because I had a love in my heart for this girl that no volume of drugs or depths of depression could kill. Except that she wasn't a little girl anymore. She was a young woman, and it gave me hope. Hope that she'd survive what I couldn't, what I failed to do. There was a family waiting to take her in, to take all of them in. Because something deep inside of me, in the parts that still worked, assured me that I could trust the Kavanaghs. It was the same part of me that had locked on tight to Eva Malloy. If I had nothing else in this world, I would see this through. I would get these kids the fuck out of this hellhole, I would. Wait. Catching a hold of my arm when I tried to step around her, Shannon pulled me back to face her. Look at me. Having nothing left to give or lose, I did as she asked. Joe? She sucked in a sharp breath. Why? Just get off my back, Shan. I replied, too damn weary to go another round with anyone, much less her. I knew what she was upset about, but I couldn't hide it to anyone. I'm fine. Joey! Mom cried out when I walked into the kitchen with my sister hot on my heels. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Yeah, fucking right. Mother, you're keeping well. What's wrong with you? Darren demanded, stalking towards me. Why are you shaking? When he put his hands on me, touching and probing my face, I had to use every ounce of self-control inside of my body to not react. For fuck's sake, Joey, he boomed, coming to the same conclusion as Shannon, before roughly shoving me out of his sight. What the hell is the matter with you? Everything. I felt like laughing. Fucking everything, asshole. What's wrong? That was Mom. Again, I felt like laughing, manically, like she gave a fuck. What's wrong? Darren exclaimed. What's wrong is your son is back on drugs. Is this true, Joey? Resisting the urge to laugh in their fucking faces, I made a sandwich and grabbed a drink from the fridge. I'm not back on drugs. Yeah, because you were never off them to begin with, were you? Fuck you, golden boy. You're all overreacting. You're high. Darren narrowed his eyes. Again? Whoop-de-fucking-do. And you're an asshole, I shot back. Again. What are you doing, Joey? Ma'am decided to throw her 2 cents into the mix. Why would you put that stuff in your body again? Had I entered the fucking Twilight Zone? At what point in time did she assume that I stopped? She knew the score. She goddamn knew it. This whole damn fiasco was a show put on for Darren's benefit. You're the one to talk. I laughed. Drowning yourself in Prozac and Valium, prescribed to me by my doctor, not the drugs from the terrace. Okay, Mom. I rolled my eyes and took a bite of my sandwich. Whatever you say. Is that Shane Holland? She demanded. Is he sniffing around again? Jesus Christ. What do you care? I snapped. Having had just about enough of the bullshit interrogation. Everyone get off my fucking back. No, I won't get off your back. The golden boy himself interjected. You're back on drugs. You've been expelled from school. You're off the hurling team, and you're... He stopped just short of saying about to become a father. I knew that was on the tip of his tongue. You are ruining your life. I don't have a life, I roared, losing my ever-loving shit with him. I've never had a life. Well, life or not, if you keep this up, you're going to turn into him. You're going to end up becoming the one thing you hate most in the world. Shut up, Darren. Shannon was quick to defend as she rushed towards me. Joey, shh. It's okay. Don't listen to him, okay? It's not true. You're going to be okay. Stop fucking saying that, Shannon. Nothing's okay. Nothing. I strangled out, feeling myself slip, feeling the mask that I wore to shield my emotions fall away. You know, I sat in that cell for hours, thinking, how did this happen to me? How did I end up the way I am? All fucked up in the head. But then I called you. My voice cracked, and I forced myself to point at her. I called you to come help me, and you didn't pick up. And then I knew. Sniffling, I threw my hands up, feeling helpless and alone. I said to myself, that's why. That's how I turned out like this. Narrowing my eyes at the woman who gave me life, I spat. Because you broke me. That's not true, Ma'am cried out, shaking her head. Take it back. It was true. It was the truest thing that had ever come out of my mouth, damn it. You fucked my head up worse than he ever did. He used his fists, but you got in my head, I admitted. On a roll now, as pain and poison spilled from my lips. You broke my mind. I slammed the heel of my hand against my temple, desperately trying to emphasize to this woman just how badly she had damaged me. I don't work right anymore, and it's because your voice is stuck in my head. The sound of you crying and begging me to help you is all I can hear. Joey, every time I close my eyes, you're there in my head, crying for me, begging for me, screaming, save me, Joey, save me. Joey, stop. But I couldn't ever save you, Ma'am. I cried, hating myself for my weakness as tears trickled down my cheeks, hating myself for still loving her. I couldn't save you because you didn't want me to. You wanted him to be here. You wanted all of this to happen. My mother struck me so hard across the face that I momentarily lost my train of thought. Don't you dare blame me, she hissed, poking me in the chest. I did everything I could for you and your brothers and sister. You did everything you could for him, I retaliated. For them. You can't lie to me, remember? I see right through you. My mother hit me again, harder this time. Hard enough to twist my head sideways. Ma'am! Darren was first to react, stepping between us. What are you doing? Don't hit him! And yeah, her slap hurt, but not nearly as much as the truth I'd given her. And I'm the one turning into him, I said, glaring at the pair of them. Fuck it. What was the point? I'm not living like this anymore. I'd had it. I couldn't take another fucking second. There and then, the decision was made. I'm done. Moving for the stairs, I thundered up to my room and started piling random items of clothing into my gear bag. Why? I had no fucking clue. It wasn't like I was going to need them. Not where I was going. Joey, stop! Wait! Still, it felt sickeningly liberating to do it. To pack my shit up for the last time. To walk out of this house and know that I would never have to come back. What are you doing? I heard Shannon ask from my bedroom doorway. I can't stay here anymore. Knowing that it would kill me to look at her, I kept my head down as I packed. I'm sorry. You're going to be okay. I'll make sure of it. But I'm going to explode if I stay in this house. You mean for the night? You'll go to Eva's and come back tomorrow, right? No. I wasn't going to Eva's. I wasn't coming back either. Joey, please. I'm sorry. Hating myself for knowing what my decision would do to her, but knowing that I had no other way out, I zipped up my bag and flung it over my shoulder. I've tried. I can't do this. Joey, please, she sobbed, clinging to me just the same as always. What about me? What about her? What about Tag? What about Ollie? What about Sean? What about Darren? What about me? I broke down and cried. What about me, Shannon? What about me? I love you, she wept, unwilling to let me go. I do. I love you so much, Joe. I care about you. You're important to me. We can figure this out. Desperation filled her voice. We can get through this together. You don't need to do... Listen, I interrupted, before she could cut me any deeper with her words. I need you to take care of yourself, okay? I need you to do that for me. Trembling, I leaned in close and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Don't depend on her, or Darren, or anyone else, because in the end, the world will let you down. They will all let you down. Anyone with a Lynch last name, at least. And you? My baby sister asked, looking up at me like I could somehow fix her world when I couldn't even fix my own. Does that include you? Especially me. I forced myself to tell her, though it almost killed me to say it. And then I did the best thing I could for her. For all of them. I walked away. Where's he going? Is he leaving us? Forever? But he can't go. Joey, don't go. Joey, think about this. Forcing myself to block out their voices, I hurried down the staircase and moved for the front door, needing to get the fuck away from these children before I lost my nerve. They would be okay. I had to believe it. Do something, man. Say something, please. Stop him. Joey, don't go. You swore. You fucking promised you wouldn't leave us. Don't rush out. Darren tried to plead, blocking my exit. Please, just sleep on it and we can talk about it in the morning when you have a clear head. I can't do this, I replied lifelessly. Get out of my way. Joey, no, talk to me. Get out of my way, Darren, I repeated. Now. Owie. Owie. Sean's voice almost broke me, and I sucked in a shuddering breath, too afraid to turn around to look at the baby I'd given up so much of my life to raise. I'm so sorry. I could only hope in time that he would forgive me, that he would be able to understand why I had to do it, why I had to go. The Kavanaghs would give him a good home. They could give him what I never could. Stay, Joey, Darren pleaded, voice breaking. I can't do this without you. You're going to have to, I deadpanned, before stepping around him and opening the door. Don't let them down. Don't hold them back like you held me back. Let them have a life we were both deprived of. Stepping outside, I closed the front door behind me, pulled my hood up, and moved for the wall, only to stop dead in my tracks when my eyes landed on Malloy. She was standing in the middle of the driveway, in a pair of yellow pajama bottoms and my hoodie, with her arms folded across her chest. You were going to leave without telling me? Her tear-filled eyes flicked to the bag thrown over my shoulder, and devastation and fury encompassed her features. I'm not even worth a fucking goodbye. Of course she was worth a goodbye. She deserved an explanation more than anyone else on this planet. Problem was, I couldn't tell her any of that to her face. The only way I could give her my truth was on paper. On pages of paper that I had neatly folded in the ass pocket of my school trousers. On the pages of paper that I had planned to put through her letterbox. Look at me. I couldn't. She was my breaking point. If I looked at her, I would do what he did, and that might be the right thing for me, but it wasn't the right thing for her. God damn it, Joy Lynch. You better look at me. Aoife, please. I could feel my tears soaking my cheeks, but I didn't look up. Just let me go. I can't. Her perfume filled my senses when she closed the space between us. I won't. I have nothing to give you, I said brokenly. I'm not good for you. Why can't you get that into your head? I don't care about stuff, Joey, she cried, throwing her arms around me. I only want you. I'm done. I had to be, for both of their sakes. Trembling, I reached into my pocket and retrieved the folded-up letter I'd written her after leaving Shane's. I'm done dragging you down with me, I whispered, slipping it into the front pocket of her hoodie without her noticing. I'm sorry. Please. I can't. I would not turn her into the woman in my kitchen. I loved her too much to allow that to happen. My father didn't do the right thing for the mother of his children, but I would do it for mine. I'm so sorry. Don't go, she cried out when I stepped around her and moved for the road. Please, please don't go, Joey. Joey, I love you. I love you too. More than this life. I know, I forced myself to shout. And it's not good for you to love me. Joey, I need you. No, you don't. What she needed was for me to get the fuck away from our baby before I turned him into another version of me. Another version of his grandfather. You need to let me go, Aoife. That's what you need to do. It was the only thing I could do for her. It was the right thing to do for her. What about just go home and don't come back here? I called over my shoulder, blinking the tears from my eyes as I forced myself to walk away from her. It'll all be over soon. Do yourself a favour and forget about me.
Everything has changed, Aoife. Hysterical, I sat on the cold concrete path, watching as Joey Lynch disappeared from sight, leaving me alone with only his sister to comfort me. Come back. I wasn't sure if I was thinking the words or screaming them, but I knew this was different. Something had changed in Joey. I saw it in his eyes. He was resigned. He was finished. For him, the fight was over. The fire inside of him, the one that had kept his heart beating through all the hardship and pain, had been snuffed out. His brother came bolting out of the house, shouting something about going to find Joe, but I couldn't take a word of it in. The sound of my heart shattering in my chest was so loud and violent it drowned everything else out. We were having a baby, and Joey was leaving. Worse than leaving, he had left. How could he leave me? He promised. I trusted him. I still trusted him. No, this was all wrong. Something's wrong. Don't give up on him. He's not well. Find him before it's too late. With a horrible sense of dread settling in the pit of my stomach, and an even bigger urge to find my boyfriend before it was too late, I climbed to my feet and moved for my car. Unable to form the words, I needed to hold a coherent conversation with poor Shannon, who looked almost as devastated as I felt. Almost. Mumbling something about needing to go home, I climbed into the driver's seat and cranked the engine before quickly tearing away. It wasn't a lie. I was going home. I just needed to find him first, because that boy was my home.
It's not the way out.
Joey.
For most of my life, I felt like I was running out of time. Now, as I sat on the metal railing of the footbridge that separated Malloy's estate from mine, with the end in sight, it suddenly felt like I had all the time in the world. The night air whipped and lashed at my face, but I felt nothing. Eyes locked on the raging current of water flowing through the river, crashing against the foot of the bridge. I felt a level of calmness that was staggering. Several weeks of rainfall meant that the town's river was close to bursting its banks. Good. The current would take me quickly. All I had to do was let go. Just close my eyes and let myself fall. Eerily at peace with my decision, I tossed my bag into the water and watched as the river swallowed it under and washed it away. That could be me. I could just disappear. I will disappear. It's the best thing for everyone, especially her, because she'll never stop fighting for me while my heart's still beating, and I'll never stop dragging her down. Don't do it. A voice called out, and I stiffened before reluctantly twisting around to find a familiar blonde watching me from the rosewood estate of the bridge. Don't, Joey. Clad in an oversized hoodie, I watched as Lizzie Young slowly walked towards me. Don't. Just turn around and walk away. I replied, bone-weary, as I turned my attention back to the river. Just leave me alone. Please, she whispered, as she slowly closed the space between us. Please. Trembling, she reached out and gently covered my hand with hers. Don't go over the edge. The wind blew her hair around her face, but she never faltered when she stepped closer and circled my waist tightly with her hand. It's not the way out. I sighed wearily, eyes locked on the hand she wrapped around mine. Lizzie, please, just... No. Momentarily releasing my wrist, my sister's friend wrapped both of her arms around my body and pressed her cheek against my back. I won't let you do it to Shannon. Do what? Turn her into me. I don't need this shit. I choked out, voice breaking mid-sentence, making me sound like my fucking sister. Do you hear me? I don't need anyone to save me. I don't care what you want. She screamed back at me. I care about what you need. Let go. No, Lizzie. It won't fix anything. She strangled out, burying her face in the back of my hoodie. You think it's the answer to all your problems, and maybe it is, to yours. She sucked in a sharp breath. But what about the people you leave behind? You think they'll be able to accept it? I could feel her shake in her head. They'll never accept it, Joey. It'll haunt them forever. It haunts me forever. I'm not your sister. You know this is the same bridge, right? She sobbed, holding on to my body for dear life. The same fucking spot, Joey. No. I didn't know that. Nobody was there to stop her, she continued, crying hard and ugly. Nobody was there to stop my sister, but I'm here now. I'm here to stop my best friend's brother from following my sister. I'm not your sister, I repeated on a croak, tears flowing freely down my face. I'm not worth saving. Do you have any idea how fucking selfish that sounds? She demanded. When you mean so much to so many people. You don't know what you're talking about. Your sisters and brothers love you. She screamed at the top of her lungs. They love you so fucking much, it's palpable. And your girlfriend, Aoife, holy shit, lad. I've never seen someone look so in love with another human being in my life. You don't get it. I shook my head, trembling. I'm not good for her. Then get good for her, damn it, she snapped, as the sound of fire engine sirens filled the air. Don't throw in the towel and ruin her life before it's even started, because that's what you'll do. You jump, and you're killing more than just yourself. You're killing everyone that loves you. You're sentencing them to a life in prison. Trust me. I should know. I'm trying to do the right thing, I pleaded. Please, just let me do the right fucking thing for once in my goddamn life. You've always done the right thing. She shouted back at me as the wind howled and the sirens grew louder. That's never been your problem, Joy Lynch. You don't know me. You're a piece of shit for thinking about doing this, she argued. But as a whole, you're a good fucking human, damn it. And I'm not going to stand back and watch another person I know erase themselves from this world because of another arsehole's actions. Because that's what this is about, right? She demanded. Your father? You don't know a fucking thing about my father. Fine, she agreed, still shouting. I don't know you, so change that. Climb down from the railing and tell me about him. With my heart hammering in my chest, I stared down at the hands that were knotted together and resting on my stomach. If you don't let go, we're both going under. Yeah? She doubled down and tightened her hold on me. Then I guess we're both going under. And please bear in mind that, going off rumours and the colour of your eyes, you're clearly high as hell right now. Therefore, any decisions you make may be heavily influenced by the shit pooling around in your veins, and not how you would genuinely feel in your right frame of mind. Jesus, I bit out, frustrated. You're so fucking stubborn. Says the pot to the kettle, Lizzie countered. So what's it going to be, Joy Lynch? Are we dying tonight, or are we living? You're living, I begrudgingly conceded, allowing her to pull me back over the railing and onto solid ground. I'm being emotionally blackmailed. Hey, whatever keeps your heart ticking, she replied. Sorry, not sorry. Another loud scream of a fire engine siren filled the air, and we both turned towards Elk's side of the bridge to see flashing lights whizzing by in the distance. Looks like you're not the only one being a menace to society tonight, she jibed, folding her arms across her chest, still watching me warily. Sounds like it's coming from your neck of the woods. Yeah, I muttered, feeling a wave of unease creeping over me, as I watched in the distance the stream of fire engines, ambulances and squad cars speeding towards Elk's Terrace. I think you might be right.
Queen of Hearts, Aoife. Queen, there's so much I want to say to you. So much I want to apologise for. I know that writing this down looks like I'm taking the coward's way out, and you're absolutely right. I am a coward. But then again, I've always been weak when it came to you. But I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not taking you down another day. I refuse to. Besides, I've done enough of that shit to last a lifetime. I spoke to my father tonight. Talked things through. He made a lot of sense. Said a lot of shit that rang true with me. He told me the only way I can break the cycle is by leaving you and the baby before I destroy you. For the first time in my life, I feel like he gave me solid advice. Because if he'd left my mother, then maybe everything would be different. He didn't love her enough to do the right thing for her, but I do. I love you enough to do the right thing for you. And the right thing for you and our baby is to live a life without me in it. Because let's face it, baby, I'm not getting better. I'm sorry, Queen, for the lies I've told, for the names I've called you, for the times I've made you cry, for every ounce of shit I've put you through, for leaving you alone in this. I know what you're thinking, that I'm bailing, but I'm not, Malloy. I'm trying to make sure that kid doesn't end up like its father. I'm trying to make sure that you don't end up like my mother. Knowing that I'm sparing you and the baby a life like the one I've lived gives me so much peace. You deserve to live a good life, and as long as I'm still here, that'll never happen for you. I love you, okay? Please don't ever doubt that. I love you so fucking much I don't even know how to put it into words. But I need to set you free. Yours always, Joey. Kiss. P.S. On the other side of this letter is a full confession of the shit that went down at home in my words, dated and signed. I want you to give it to John Kavanagh. It will help him in court when he goes for custody of my siblings. Tell them I was sorry. Tell them I loved them. Tell my son that I loved him. Tell yourself that I loved you most. I'll be seeing you, Malloy. Kiss, kiss. Frantic, I shoved the letter I'd found in the front pocket of my hoodie down on the counter in the Garda station and cried, "You have to help me find him before he does something." Aoife, pet, try to stay calm, Dad instructed as he wrapped his coat over my shoulders. The guards are doing all they can. They've already sent a car out looking for him. Podge and Alec are out looking for him. Darren's out looking for him. Your mother and Kev too. It's not enough, I screamed, clutching my stomach as I leaned heavily against my father so as not to collapse in a heap on the floor. You don't understand. He's not well right now. He's so vulnerable. What did you say his home address was? The female guard behind the counter asked. 95 Elks Terrace, I strangled out, chest heaving. Why? Is he there? Did they find him? Is he okay? Looking concerned, the Garda tapped on the keyboard attached to her computer before switching up to read something scribbled down on a notepad. She then picked up the ringing phone on her desk and paled as she listened to whatever was being said on the other line. No, 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 I cried, sagging heavily against my father as my legs gave out beneath me. He's dead, isn't he? There's been a fire, the guard told us, wincing when she set the phone down. At 95 Elks Terrace, all fire department units have been dispatched. A fire! My eyes widened in horror. What do you mean, a fire? At their house? Is anyone hurt? I'm sorry, but that's the only information available to me at this time. Dad! I spun around to face him. We need to go. Aoife, love. No, you either take me or I'll walk, but I'm going, Dad.
I had a dream about a burning house.
Joey.
When I reached the end of my road and my eyes landed on the orange flames swelling from my house, the heavy weight of disgust and self-loathing that had been pressing heavily on my shoulders was quickly replaced with sheer fucking terror. The fire engines, the ambulances, the squad cars, the sirens. It was for my house, my family. Joey! Fran, our next-door neighbour, cried out, hurrying towards me as hordes of our neighbours began to gather on the road. I don't know what happened. Your father showed up a couple of hours ago, and then all of a sudden the entire house went up in flames. I phoned the guards as soon as I heard the bang, but I overheard them talking about accelerants. My father. Trembling violently, I looked from her face to the house. He was here. He's still in there, love. Where's my mam? I demanded, feeling my body grow limp as a horrendous feeling of cold dread washed over me. Where are the kids? I don't know, love. She shook her head, eyes filled with tears. I think they might still be inside. I didn't see anyone leave. Jesus Christ. With my heart gunning in my chest, I sprang into action, my body automatically shifting into fight mode as I ran towards the flames. Joey, no! You can't go in there, pet. It's not safe. Ignoring Fran and every other one of my neighbours trying to get in my way, I darted under the tape cordoning off my house from the rest of the street, narrowly avoiding 2 firemen in the process. However, the second I touched the door handle, a sudden blast of blistering heat shot through my flesh. It was burning. Fuck. Shannon! I roared, voice rising with my panic, as I pulled my sleeve over my hand and persevered, needing to get inside that house more than I needed air. Tag! Choking and spluttering when the sudden wave of black cloud smoke greeted me in the hallway, where I'd witnessed both Sean and Ollie take their first steps. I covered my nose and mouth with my arm and staggered through the doorway, only to be swallowed up by the smoke. Momentarily taken aback by the unbearable heat that attacked my flesh, I felt around in the darkness, trying to familiarise myself with my surroundings and locate the staircase. Alls, a fit of coughing enveloped me, and I gasped and clutched at my throat in the darkness. Shaney boo! Blinded and suffocating from smoke, I managed to find the staircase and made it about 3 steps up when I was roughly dragged backwards. "Get the fuck off me!" I spluttered and coughed, fighting against the fireman's hold as he carted me outside. "I need to—" "Stand back," he commanded, pushing me roughly aside as 3 of his co-workers rushed forward with a hose. "There's nothing left." Nothing left. Nothing fucking left. I moved to run forwards, but ended up staggering backwards and falling on my ass in a heap when someone tackled me. "We have one. Move aside. Move aside. Child or adult? Adult female in the kitchen doorway. And I think we're too late. Paramedic, now." Oh, fuck. Everything inside of my stomach came rushing back up when I watched the fireman place my mother on a gurney. Her face, her hair, her burned and blistered hand. Heaving, I watched in horror as they started to cut her clothes. "Ma'am!" I cried out, feeling my tears dampen my cheeks. "Save her!" Oh, Jesus. There wasn't an inch of her that wasn't burned and blistered. The fire had ravaged her. "Ma'am!" Twisting onto my hands and knees, I scrambled towards her, only to be pulled back. "Is she alive? Is my mother alive?" "Don't look, lad," someone was saying in my ear as they draped a blanket over my shoulders and hauled me away from the scene. "Just close your eyes." I couldn't close my eyes. I couldn't take the medics working on my mother. My mother. That was my mother. With the flesh peeling from her hands. I wanted to scream at them, to look at her hand, but the words wouldn't come out. "Ma'am," I whispered, body shaking violently. "Ma'am." "We have another one. Adult male. In the sitting room. He appears to have been trying to escape through the window. Deceased. The damage is contained," I heard someone shout out moments before another body was carried from the house. "The upstairs is clear." No, no, no. The upstairs was not clear. I had kids up there. I'd fucking left them up there, damn it. My brothers and sister. I strangled out, scrambling to my feet as I fought against the hold the man with his arms around my shoulders had on me. "Let me the fuck in." "There's no one else inside." "You're wrong," I vehemently argued with the man I now realised was a Garda. "My brothers and sister are upstairs." I knew they were. Worse, if they were aware that our father was in the house, then there was a huge chance that they had barricaded themselves in their rooms and were in hiding. Fuck. They're inside that house. You have to let me get them. Wheezing out a pained cry, I fought against his unbreakable hold. I left them in there with her. The entire house was checked, he tried to placate. He fucking lied to my face. There's nobody inside. Bullshit. Lunging away from him, I managed to break free and make it a couple of feet towards the house before he dragged me backwards once more. Get your hands off me, you dirty fucking pig! In the middle of my world falling down around me, Johnny Kavanagh's face came into view. "Joe," he called out, slipping under the tape. "It's okay." "Cav!" Breaking away from the asshole trying to hold me down, I moved for Shannon's boyfriend. "You have to help me get them out." Feeling frantic, I rushed at him. knowing that if anyone in this world would want to save my sister, it would be this guy. I walked out. I got pissed and left, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't leave them, so I came back, but the house was... my mother. The image of my mother caused my stomach to heave, and I choked out a sob. Fuck, Shannon, Tag, nobody's listening to me. I have them, Joey. 4 words that shook the foundations I was standing on, followed swiftly by 4 more. I got them out. You have them. Dizziness engulfed me as I tried to comprehend what the fuck he was saying. He had them. My kids. He had them. You got them out? He nodded vigorously as his arms came around my body. Ollie, Tag, Sean and Shannon. Ollie, Tag, Sean, Shannon. Johnny Kavanagh had them. What the fuck? If this was a trick, it was the cruelest kind. Shit, I choked out, suddenly remembering. Darren! I dove for the burning house once more. My brother's still in there. No, he's at my house too, he said in my ear as he heaved my back against his chest and dragged me away from the flames lapping at us. They're all there. I swear to God, lad. All of your brothers and Shannon are at my place right now. He tightened his hold on me, and I was fairly sure he was taking the weight for both of us when he whispered in my ear. They're safe. They're safe. They're safe. They're safe. You both need to get out of here, someone commanded. It's not safe. We're going, Cav replied, carting me away from the house. Come on, lad. His words broke off when 2 body bags were wheeled onto the back of an ambulance. Ma'am, she didn't make it. Flinching, Cav spun us around, but it was too late for me. I had already seen it. I'd seen them, him and her, my parents, laying side by side, even in death. This is my fault. No. Hauling us both under the tape that was cordoning off my childhood home, Cav pulled me along towards a familiar Mercedes. This is his fault, Joey. His. I was high, I confessed, feeling like my mind was slipping on me as I struggled to take everything in, as I checked the fuck out. I lost my head and walked out on them. And if you stayed, you'd have been passed out in your bed. Darren wouldn't have been out looking for you. Shannon wouldn't have been awake to call me, and you all would have burned to death in your sleep. He was saying the words, but they weren't helping. Nothing was helping. Jesus Christ. Another horrific visual of her hand flashed in my eyes. My mother. This is not on you, so don't you dare let that bastard get in your head, he commanded, as he pushed me into what I thought might be the back of a car. I couldn't tell any more. You didn't do this, I heard my sister's boyfriend say from somewhere nearby. He did this. Everything was slipping on me. It was as if my mind had reached its limit and decided to shut down. Was it self-preservation? Was it a mental breakdown? Had I jumped off the bridge? Was I in hell right now? It felt like I was in hell. I was trapped in a nightmare. Wake up. Wake up, Joey. Joey, you're going to come home with us now, okay? A familiar voice was saying, but I didn't know where it was coming from. My heart was beating so hard that it was making my eyes blur. Or maybe that was the tears. We're going to take care of you. And that's not me asking you, son. That's me telling you. You jumped. Don't worry. You jumped. None of this is real. It's not happening. I should have been here, I heard myself say. To who? I wasn't sure. But I said it. It's my job to keep them safe. They are safe. Someone was holding me. There was an arm around my shoulder and a big hand covering mine. And so were you. Was it God? Was it the devil? Where the fuck was I? No, I mumbled drowsily as I felt the last strand of my sanity snap. It was my job to keep her safe.
High time. Aoife. The smell was the first thing that hit me when I jumped out of Dad's van at the bottom of the road and ran towards the crowds gathering on the street outside 95 Elks Terrace. Huge plumes of black smoke continued to rise into the sky as the fire brigade battled to extinguish the blaze that was devouring my boyfriend's house. "Aoife!" Casey called out. "Oh my God, Eve!" Slipping around a group of pajama-clad women, she ran straight for me. "You have no idea how good it is to see you." Breathless and panting, she threw her arms around me when she reached me. "I heard the sirens, and then I saw all the flames, and everyone started coming out of their houses. Jesus, I tried to call you, but your phone's going straight to voicemail. I was terrified you might be in there. When I saw Joey losing his shit—" "You saw him?" I demanded, chest heaving, as I struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. "When? Where? Is he okay? Was he—" "Yeah, I saw him. He's okay. Well, clearly he wasn't okay. I mean, he was understandably losing his shit, trying to go back into the house, but Johnny Kavanagh showed up and hauled him away." And that was all it took. He's okay. 2 words. He's okay. Sobbing uncontrollably as a tsunami of relief washed over me, I felt my legs give out beneath me. "Joe's okay." "You're okay too," Dad soothed, catching me before I hit the ground. "You're okay too, pet." Turning to Casey, he asked, "Did everyone get out?" "All the kids got out," I heard her tell him. "From what I've been hearing from the neighbours, Joe and all the kids have been taken to Shannon's boyfriend's house. It's just his mother and father. They're the only ones who burned." "Right, that's enough," Dad interrupted, hooking an arm around me and pulling me to his chest. "You're coming home with me right now. Casey, pet, are you coming? I think Aoife could use her little sidekick tonight." "For sure, Daddy T, I'm coming." "What? No. Wide-eyed and horrified, I spun around to gape at my father. "Dad, no, I can't go home. I have to go to him. He's—" "No." Cutting me off, my father wrapped a strong arm around my shoulders and led me back to the van. "You're not. You're coming home with me and Casey, and you're going to stay home. Tomorrow's another day. You can go and see him then. I promise you faithfully I will take you to the Kavanagh's house myself, but right now I need you to come home and rest." "Dad, you don't understand." "No, you don't understand, Aoife," he snapped, helping me into the passenger side of the van and then waiting for Casey to climb in beside me before slamming the door shut and rounding the driver's side. "You're pregnant, for Christ's sake," he continued, climbing in alongside us and starting the engine. "This isn't good for you. I know you love the boy, and my heart is breaking for him too. I've indulged you all night. I've done everything I can to help and support you, but I'm putting my foot down now. This isn't good for the baby, and I think it's high time you start putting the baby first."
Wake me up when it's all over.
Joey.
How am I supposed to do this, John? How am I supposed to arrange my mother's funeral? You're not on your own here, Darren. We'll support you in every way we can. People were talking around me. It will be some time before they release the bodies. Making plans. I presume they'll release his body to your family too. Making decisions. She's not been buried with him. I couldn't take in a word of it. The guards will take another round of statements, but it's safe to say it's looking like arson. Slumped against the dining table of a room I'd never been inside, I rested my cheek against the solid oak and held the back of my head with my hands. Of course it's arson. The bastard burned her alive. It's a murder-suicide. Her hand. He tried to take the kids out with him. Why the fuck could I not get the image of her hand dangling out of that body bag out of my head? The doctor is on his way again. He'll look after them both. That's your mother, asshole. She's cold on a slab now. Because you couldn't stay. Jesus Christ. Nanny keeps calling. I can't deal with her right now. Trembling violently, I focused on the sound of my heart hammering violently against my ribcage. Here, give me the phone. I'll talk to her, love. On the way, my body wouldn't stop shaking. Alex, I need to get in contact with Alex. He's in Belfast. He doesn't know. As the memory of my brother's wailing continued to haunt me. I'll do all of that for you. Her hand. And Mom's sister, Alice, in Berra. Was it the one with her wedding ring? Fuck, it was. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm so fucking sorry, Mom. Joey, love, how do you feel about this? It was her left hand. Was she wearing it? Is this something you'd be interested in trying? I couldn't remember seeing it. Fuck. She always wore that thing. He needs to go. He'll die if he doesn't get treatment, and I can't lose another member of my family. Where did her ring go? Did it melt to her skin? Joey, love, can you hear us? I wasn't entirely sure why she or any of the others were asking me questions. I didn't have words left in my head to answer them. Joey, sweetheart, do you have your phone? I can call your girlfriend for you. No, I mumbled, body stiffening, as her face broke through the darkness, the only face I'd been able to see since I was 12. Blonde hair, green eyes, smiling, loving, warmth, light. That face. Her face. Queen. No. I managed to strangle out the words as my heart gunned in my chest. I don't want her to see me like this. Joey, love, I'm sure Aoife is very worried. No, Adele, I don't want her coming anywhere near him. So, do you have a name? Boy who can think for himself? Darren, love, that's not your call to make. It's your brother's. You're my favourite friend. But my favourite everything. Yeah, well, my brother's not well. He doesn't need more pressure on his shoulders. Can't you see he's already reached his breaking point? If I had a packet of Rolos right now, I'd give him a last one. What do you think bringing his pregnant girlfriend over will do to him? He needs to focus on himself right now. He can't do that with her in his face. Don't worry, Peter Pan. I'll be your Wendy. You can't shut her out, love. She's having his baby. It's okay. Just concentrate on us. Listen, I'm just trying to keep my brother alive here. If that makes me the bad guy, then so be it. I'll take that title and all the shit that comes with it on the chin for him. Because he can't do this, Adele. He can't take another person sucking the life out of him. I love you, Joey Lynch. Have you ever considered that she might be the one pouring life into him? Ride or die. I know what I'm talking about. He can't cope with her right now. He just watched our mother's body being dragged from our childhood home. He needs to be in rehab, not playing house with a teenage girl. Darren, love, I know your heart's in the right place, but I have to tell you that I think you're going about this all wrong. Keeping them apart will only backfire on you in the long run. I don't care. He's going to rehab. He's agreed to go. And I'm not going to stand by and allow her to put notions in his head and make him change his mind. This is going to backfire on you. I don't care. Joe, it's me, Dar. Can you hear me? I need you to sign these forms for me, okay? I can't do it for you, buddy. You're over 18. You'll have to sign yourself in. Whoever was sitting on my left reached over and wrapped their arm around my shoulder. And that's when I knew I was broken. Because I didn't flinch. Because it didn't hurt. Because I didn't care. Give me a pen, I managed to say, using every ounce of strength I had left inside of me to lift my head off the table. I'll sign. Thank Jesus. You're doing the right thing, son. Promise me something, I mumbled. Anything, Joey, love. I'm so proud of you, Joe. Scrawling my name across the page, I released the pen and dropped my head in my hands, feeling like I didn't have an ounce of life left inside of me. Promise me you'll keep her safe from me. Who, Joey, love? Malloy.
You can't stop me. Aoife. It's not right, Tony, Mam said, setting a fresh mug of hot chocolate down in front of me on Friday evening. It's been 4 days. The girl has a right to see him. Listen, Trish, I'm not arguing with you here. I don't think it's right either. Dad replied, sinking down at the kitchen table beside me. But he's their brother. He's the eldest. Their parents are dead. We have to respect his wishes. Darren's doing the best he can under the circumstances to keep the family together. 4 long days had passed since the fire that had taken the lives of Teddy and Marie Lynch. 4 days in which I had zero contact with Joey. 4 days since my world had fallen apart when I read the words on what could only be described as my boyfriend's suicide note. My mind was still reeling. My heart was in tattered shreds. All of this I could have handled if they would just let me see him. But no, apparently I wasn't what Joey needed right now. According to Darren, I needed to keep my distance and give his brother time to grieve. Like hell. Joe wasn't just grieving. If they had him holed up in a room somewhere, then he was going through withdrawals. He was suffering, and the fact that I couldn't get to him made me physically sick. Darren is not the patriarch of the Lynch family, I spat, feeling my stomach twist up in knots. He's a piss-poor substitute for the only parent those children ever had. Their mother. I'm not talking about their mother, Dad, I snapped, pushing the mug away from me. I'm talking about Joe. Well, when Darren phoned, he asked us to keep Aoife away from the funeral on Monday. Mam said, apparently Joey is going straight to a rehab facility afterwards, and he doesn't feel that seeing Aoife will be good for him. in case he changes his mind. What the fuck am I? I demanded, pushing my chair back and standing up. The devil incarnate? Ma'am sighed heavily. Aoife. No, ma'am, it's bullshit, I cried out, hating myself for sounding so weak in that moment. It's not fair. I've been here the whole time. I didn't run away. I didn't check out on Joey. 6 years, ma'am. For 6 years I've stayed and I've helped him. I've pulled him out of drug dens. I've taken needles out of his arm. I've begged and borrowed to pay his dealers and keep him safe. And now, because I'm pregnant, Darren's making it out like I've caused Joey's entire downfall. Jesus Christ. My father choked out, dropping his head in his hands. Why didn't you tell us it had gotten that bad? How could I cried. Look at how you're reacting now. You would have fired him from the garage and sent him away, and he doesn't have anyone else. You're only 18. He bit back, tears filling his eyes. I don't want this life for you. He's only 18, I shot back, trembling. And he is my life, Dad. He's my life, and I'm his. We're family. My voice broke, and I sucked in a shuddering breath before squeezing out, He's the father of my baby, and Darren's taking him away from me. Aoife, pet, I know you. The sound of the doorbell ringing pierced through the kitchen, causing my father to pause and frown at the closed kitchen door. Are you expecting anyone, Trish? No, love, Ma'am replied, patting Dad's hand. I expect it'll be young Casey. She usually comes over at work. Aoife? Kev called from the hallway a few moments later. I know you don't want me to speak to you, but there's a woman at the door for you. If it's another fucking reporter looking for a statement, I'll lose my mind. Dad snapped, rising to his feet and stalking out of the kitchen. All week, we had been bombarded with phone calls from local radio stations and reporters coming to the house looking for a scoop. We were a small country, which meant that fire was big news in Cork. It had even made the national news, and the media was disgustingly intrusive about it. Casey even heard a rumour that the national news broadcasters planned to attend the funeral. It was beyond insensitive to 6 children who had just lost both of their parents, shitty as they were. Dad returned a few minutes later with a familiar blonde woman in tow. Trish, he said, gesturing for the glamorous blonde to join us at the table. This is Adele Kavanagh. Hello, Trish, Adele said, offering my mother a soft smile before turning her attention to me. Warm eyes full of sympathy greeted me. Aoife, love, how are you? My mouth fell open and I tried to answer, but I couldn't get the words out. Not when my entire attention was riveted to the small child whose hand she was holding. Oh my God! I cried, practically falling off my chair in my bid to get to him. Shawnee! Aoife! He mumbled around the fingers he was sucking before releasing himself from Adele and toddling towards me. His little hand covered in its usual slobber. Aoife! Oh, Shawnee boo! Scooping him up in my arms, I broke down there and then as a wave of relief washed through me at the sight of his little curly head. You have no idea how good it is to see you, baby boy. Oh, he's sad, he told me, touching my cheek with his hand. Oh, he miss Aoife. The fact that he was trying to speak and doing such a good job at articulating himself only made me cry harder. Yeah, buddy, I sniffled, burying my face in his neck and soaking in his familiar smell. Aoife misses Joey too. That's actually what I'm here to talk to you about. Adele chimed in, taking the seat my mother was offering her. Thank you. Coffee? I'd love a cup, thanks, Trish. How are the others? I asked, unable to keep the emotion out of my voice. And Joe. Blowing out a shaky breath, I climbed to my feet, taking Shawnee with me, and returned to my seat at the kitchen. Is he doing okay? Thanks, Trish, Adele said, accepting the mug of steaming coffee my mother handed her, before turning her attention back to me. Darren, Shannon, Ollie and Tig are doing remarkably well under the circumstances. She smiled indulgently at the little guy on my lap. And Shawnee here is the sweetest little soul. And Joe? She shook her head sadly. Not as well as the others. My heart plummeted. He's in bad shape, she added, and I tightened my hold on the small boy on my lap, feeling like I had a connection to my boyfriend for the first time in days. He hasn't spoken a word since the night of the fire. Jesus, my father muttered, scrubbing his face with his oil-stained hand. Poor lad. He hasn't eaten a single bite either, she offered, concern evident in both her voice and her features. To be honest with you, I'm not sure he's even slept. When he's not vomiting, he's staring lifelessly at the wall. I need to see him, I told her slowly, emphatically, fucking desperately, willing this woman to do the right thing for my boyfriend. You don't get it. Darren thinks he knows everything, but he doesn't have a clue. He doesn't know a damn thing about his brother, but I do. I know Joey. I can help him. I can get through to him if you just give me a chance. I agree. She surprised me by saying, That's why I'm here, love. My brows shot up in surprise. You agree? Adele nodded. I wanted to have you over that night. I thought it would be good for Joey to have you with him, but Darren had just lost his mother too, and I didn't have the heart to fight with him. He genuinely believed that he was doing the right thing for his brother. He was so adamant that he knew what was best. She took a sip of coffee before setting the mug back down and saying, But I have a feeling that the best thing for Joey is sitting in this kitchen. Her words meant so much to me in this moment. They curled around my heart like a warm hug. You'll take me to him? She offered me a sad smile and nodded. You should have never been kept apart in the first place, love. It was an error of judgment on my part, and it will never happen again. I was on my feet before she finished her sentence. I'm ready now. No, Dad blurted out. I don't want her to go. Tony, Ma'am sighed. Please, I'm sorry, I know the lad's in a bad way. Dad argued, sounding genuinely torn. And I would half my heart with him to make him better. I swear I would, but not at the expense of my daughter's welfare. Tony, Aoife's over 5 months pregnant. She needs to be here where she's safe and not stressed out. I'm going, Dad. Aoife, no, please. Would you just think of yourself for a minute? I'm going, Dad, I repeated, setting Sean down on his feet. And there's nothing you, Darren, or anyone else can say to stop me. Back to me, back to you. Aoife. Adele Kavanagh's house was packed to the rafters with people when I stepped over the threshold an hour later with her and Sean. Armed with an overnight bag filled with prenatal vitamins, spare clothes and snacks, I followed after the woman who had taken mercy on my poor frazzled emotions, smiling and nodding at anyone who stopped to greet me. It wasn't until we reached the sitting room and were greeted by Darren that I felt my hackles rise. He was sitting on the couch, tucked under the arm of who I presumed was his boyfriend Alex, as they spoke quietly to each other. The minute his eyes landed on me, I felt the shift in the air. the unwelcome feeling. Aoife. Darren? What did you do? His attention flicked to Adele. You know he doesn't want to see her. Ouch. I couldn't hide how badly hearing that hurt me. My sharp intake of breath was proof of that. Shannon has Johnny, and you have Alex. Adele explained calmly, reaching out a hand to stroke my back reassuringly. Joey has Aoife. She's not good for him right now. I'll show you something not good for you if you don't shut up. A little old lady ordered from her perch on an armchair by the fire. The cheek of you, laying down the law in this kind woman's house. But Nanny, don't you but nanny me, she chastised, holding up a wrinkly finger. You're not too big for a clip around the ear, young man. I watched as she turned her attention to where I was standing and smiled. Aoife. Looking withered and worn from the knocks she had taken, but with kindness still shone from her eyes, she held out a hand to me. It's been too long. We'd only met a handful of times down through the years, but this woman meant a great deal to Joey, which meant that I held her in the highest regards. Hi, Nanny, I replied, closing the space between us, attention flicking to her adorable cloudy white perm. I'm so sorry for your loss. Come here to me and let me see you, she instructed, catching hold of my hand in both of hers and squeezing. One of my grandsons tell me that you're in the family way with another one of my grandsons. Jesus Christ. I cast a scathing look in Darren's direction before reluctantly nodding. Listen, Joey really wanted to tell you about the baby himself, but his parents didn't want the younger children finding out, and then everything just sort of spiraled these past few months. I mean, we've never openly announced it or anything. You'll have a fine son, she cut me off by saying, as a strange wave of warmth flushed through me. Strong like his mother. I could feel the tremor of old age running through her when she placed her hand on my stomach. Loving like his father. We don't know what we're having, I heard myself whisper. You'll have a boy, she told me, and he'll be just like his father. I hope so. You're a good girl. Her eyes burned with emotion, with a heart of gold. I shrugged in response because I didn't know what to say. You should bring her to him and watch her work her magic, Nanny said then, turning to Adele. Return my grandson's heart to him, and he'll start living again. He's in here, Adele said, knocking lightly on a closed bedroom at the far end of the right wing of the house. Just give me a second to coax Shannon out. Nodding, I clasped my hands together, barely able to contain my emotions. Hello, Shannon, love, Adele said when she pushed the door inwards and stepped inside. You have 2 visitors here to see you, Claire and Lizzie. They're downstairs in the sitting room, pet. Maybe I shouldn't leave him on his... And I have a visitor for you too, Joey. Adele interrupted, gesturing for me to follow her inside. Go on in, love. With my heart hammering violently in my chest, I stepped inside, immediately taking in the sight of my boyfriend curled up on his side in the fetal position. Clutching a pillow to his chest, he remained still as a statue on the plush bed facing the window. Oh, baby. He looked so young, so utterly broken. The memory of the words he'd written in that letter continued to haunt me so much that it was a struggle to contain my emotions. Finally seeing him and knowing that he was still here made me want to bawl like a baby in relief. You can't hide from me, I cleared the lump in my throat and declared. I felt bad for ignoring Shannon, but in that moment, her brother was my number one priority. And you can't give up either. His body jerked, a telling sign that even though he looked like a ghost, he could hear me. Stepping around his sister, I sat on the edge of the mattress facing him and exhaled a shaky breath when my eyes took in the sight of him. His gaunt features, his haunted expression, his vacant eyes. My Joey. His body twitched. My baby. His body shook harder. That's it. Follow my voice. Come back to me. With trembling hands, I stroked his cheek and brushed his hair out of his eyes before leaning in close to nuzzle him, because I'm not giving you up. Jerking in what looked like genuine agony, a pained groan tore from his throat. I know, I coaxed as I continued to trail my fingers through his hair, to touch him, to bring him back to me. You're in there, aren't you? He twitched again, hands balling into fists. That's it. I see you, Joey Lynch, I whispered, pressing a kiss to his cracked and peeling lips. You can't hide from me. His hand moved then, settling on the swell of my stomach, and I swear I could have cried in relief. That's it, I coaxed, gently lifting his head onto my lap. Come back to me, baby. Instinctively, he rested his cheek against my belly button, against the part of my body that separated him from his baby. It's okay, I whispered, cradling him when he shook and trembled and clawed at any part of me that he could catch a hold of. You can't scare me away, I promised, holding him closer when his hands knotted in my hoodie. You're mine, remember? It wasn't until Adele had taken Shannon from the room and closed the door behind them that Joey finally spoke. Queen. My heart soared to new heights. There he is. He's still here. Hey, stud, I replied, using my shoulder to wipe a rogue tear from my cheek as I continued to cradle his face to my stomach. I'm right here. Am I dead? No, baby, you're not dead. I tilted his face up so that I could look at him. You're safe, okay? Lonesome green eyes, so full of heartache and loss, stared up at me. Is she dead? Sniffling back a sob, I cupped his tear-stained face between my hands and pressed a kiss to his forehead. Yeah, baby, your mom didn't make it. He didn't react. He didn't stiffen or flinch or scream or cry. Instead, he closed his eyes, settled his head back on my lap, and whispered, I thought it was a nightmare. Shredded. I felt shredded to the bone. I know you're hurting, and I know you're tired, baby, I whispered, holding him as close to me as I physically could in this moment. But I promise, if you just hold on a little while longer, it'll get better. I kissed him again. You're going to make it, Joe. I swear it. Okay, Malloy. Another tear trickled down his cheek. Whatever you say. I'm sorry. His words were barely more than a broken whisper in the darkness as he lay on his side facing me. His eyes, full of tears, were glazed over, and it felt like he was looking straight through me, but he was holding my hand. I could feel him coming back with every timid stroke of his thumb. I'm sorry. It's okay. Sniffling back my emotion, I cleared my throat and rested my hand on his damp cheek, feeling his tears as they slowly trickled onto my skin. You're okay. The same two words fell from his lips again. I'm sorry. You've got this. Shifting closer in the semi-darkness, I placed my hand on his cheek and brushed my nose against his. Ride or die. The letter. Did you read it? Yeah, Joe, I read it. I didn't want to leave you, he admitted, and then a heart-wrenching sob tore from his chest. I only wanted to protect you. That's my job, remember? I joked through my tears. I'm the one saving you, Six. What if I can't get better, Eve? He choked out, holding onto my body for dear life. What if this is who I am? Then you'll be stuck with me, I told him. Because I love you, stud, in all your shapes and forms. I let them down. Who? The boys. He shuddered. Shannon. No, baby, you didn't let anyone down. They hate me. Nobody who knows the real you could ever hate you, I whispered, wiping a tear from his cheek. If you could only understand how much you mean to those children, how much they adore you, appreciate you. If you could only see through their eyes. I exhaled shakily. You are so important to so many people. Well, Adele demanded when I stepped into the kitchen later that night. Any luck? I waved the empty plate and glass in front of her. It was a battle of wits there for a while, but he knows I always win. Oh, thank God, she replied, sagging in relief as she pressed a hand to her chest. That's the first bite he's eaten since Monday. Ham sandwiches and cans of Coke, I reeled off, setting the plate and glass in the sink. That's the way to his heart. Good to know. Has he said anything else? He wants a song played at the funeral, I told her, relaying one of his heartbreaking ramblings. Lightning crashes by live. It's the only thing he wants, I explained. Well, the song and the promise that Marie isn't buried with Teddy. Any other advice, Aoife, love? She asked with a weary sigh. Yeah. Don't give up on him, I told her, forcing my lip to stop wobbling as I spun around to face her. I know he's difficult and can be a right pain in the hole at times, but you need to not quit on him, Adele, no matter what. If you quit one time, one single time, then that's it. Leaning against the sink at my back, I snapped my fingers for emphasis. He'll be done. That flicker of hope, that tiny semblance of a bridge he's offering you and John into his world. He'll burn it to the ground the minute you let him down, and you'll never get back in. I paused for a moment before reaching into the pocket of my sweats and handing her the letter. He left that for me, but I think you should read it. You could hear a pin drop as I watched Adele read my boyfriend's suicide note. With every line she read, the harder her hands shook. Read the part at the end, I instructed when she gasped and clenched her eyes shut. Read the part where he was trusting his babies with you and John. The poor boy. Because that's what Ollie, Sean, Tig and Sean are. I forced myself to continue. They're his babies, and something about you and your husband resonated with him. You don't realize how momentous that is. He planned on killing himself, and the saddest part about it is that he's been fighting his whole life. He's tired. He's so damn weary, and I know that despite everything, he would never contemplate leaving those kids unless he had a plan for them. He did have a plan for them. He finally found a home for his babies with people he feels he can trust. If you knew Joe like I do, then you'd know that he doesn't trust. He's been through too much, so the fact that he wrote all of this down and was prepared to go against his mother and brother to get his siblings to safety, well, that's one hell of a compliment to you and John. Oh, Aoife, love. But he'll push it, I warned her, wiping a tear from my cheek. Joey will do everything in his power to prove himself right and prove you wrong. Shivering, I rested my hands on my swollen belly and sighed. He'll take you on like a soldier at war because all he's used to doing is being in battle with grown-ups. He's going to question everything you do, from the television shows you let them watch to the food you feed them. He'll watch you like a hawk and make you feel like a paranoid wreck. It's nothing personal. You need to understand that these kids are cubs. He's a glorified mama bear. Giving up power to you will be his biggest sacrifice because you're a woman, and women have always let him down. He's not fixable like Tig, Ollie and Sean. You can't slap a plaster on him and heal the scars they put in him. He's not forgiving like Shannon or diplomatic like Darren. Joey's not open to change. He's a closed book. He's been traumatized far deeper than you, his siblings, or anyone else could comprehend. But you... I looked her dead in the eyes. There is something about you that calls to him. He's trusting you with his babies. That's a breakthrough. I am all in with these children, she vowed, voice thick with emotion. I am all in with him. I hope so, I replied, tone mirroring hers. Because he's going to get better, I can promise you that, and then your family is going to meet the real Joey. And I promise, you guys are going to fall head over heels in love with him. She smiled softly. We already do, love. We already do. Like a noose around my heart. Aoife. The mid-morning heat, emanating from the relentless sun, was stifling, causing what little makeup I had managed to apply that morning to sweat down my face. Summer had well and truly arrived in Ballylagan, bringing with it green trees, freshly cut silage, and bittersweet goodbyes. Unperturbed by everything but the blonde in the suit, I kept my eyes trained on his back as he stood at his mother's graveside. I felt an unbearable urge to protect the boy that had been thrust into manhood several years before today. It was a yearning so strong it almost rivaled the one I felt for the child growing inside of my womb. His child. The only time I had left his side was that morning when I reluctantly went home to change for the service. I'd even showered at the Kavanagh's house in the ensuite bathroom attached to Joey's room. It was the only way I could get him in there, to hold him and wash him and stay with him the entire time. That designer suit he was rocking. Yeah, I'd dressed him in it before I left this morning. Entirely alone in his thoughts, in his pain, my boyfriend remained rigid at the graveside. Long after his mother was lowered into the ground and the other lynched children had dispersed, Joey continued to stand vigil, still trying to protect her, even in death. It broke my heart because I knew she had put more holes in Joey than his bastard of a father ever had. There was a Marie Lynch-sized hole in my boyfriend's heart that no amount of loving could heal. God knows I had tried. She didn't deserve Joey's unconditional love, not when she had never loved him the way he deserved. Yet she had always received it anyway. Maybe it was the pregnancy hormones elevating my frazzled emotions and causing me to think more irrationally than usual, but I was so fucking angry with her. Her death, as horrible and unspeakable as it had been, didn't absolve her of the sins she had committed against her children when she was alive. Those sins which had left her second-born son's heart almost unsalvageable. All he ever wanted was her love, and she never gave that to him. Bitterly sad for all they had lost, I looked around, knowing that the other lynched children would be okay in the long term. Darren would return to the life he had built for himself in Belfast, while Shannon and the 3 younger boys had the Kavanaghs to care for them. It wouldn't be easy, with plenty of teething pains along the way, but they would adapt. They sure as hell had a better chance now. That left my Joe, the one shipping himself out of his family, shipping himself out of Ballylagan, out of my life. He had checked himself into a rehabilitation centre up the country. The Kavanaghs, once realising how severe his addiction was, had offered to finance it, and in a rare moment of clarity, Joey had signed the papers. When his mother's funeral service ended, he was leaving. For the whole summer. Maybe forever. Fuck. Don't think like that, Heath. Last night, when he questioned whether he was doing the right thing by going, I had fiercely supported and encouraged his decision, even though it broke my heart to do it. He needed to go, and I needed to let him. Exhaling a pained breath, I tightened my hold on the red rose I was fisting and closed the space between us, ignoring all the curious stares and gawks I received in the process. Some people knew. More people didn't. Truth be told, I didn't give a damn about what anyone thought. They could speculate all they wanted about the drastic weight gain I was attempting to conceal behind my black dress. Fuck them all. Not stopping until I was shoulder to shoulder with the only boy I had ever loved, I kept my eyes trained on his mother's freshly dug grave and tossed the single rose inside before finally finding the courage to face him. Keep it together, Eve. Don't scare him off. Don't try anything stupid. Sucking in a sharp breath when my eyes landed on his gaunt, beautiful face, I masked my devastation with a steely look of determination. That was the thing about Joey Lynch. He couldn't handle weakness. It wrecked him. He spent so much of his life caring for his family, fending for those weaker than him, that he didn't have any room left for vulnerability. He needed a strong partner, someone who could look after themselves, someone who didn't need to be treated with kid gloves. Enter Aoife. I told you not to come. No, hello, Aoife, or anything. Just blunt honesty. He wanted to say goodbye this morning, but I couldn't do it. I needed another minute. Steeling my nerves, I arched a brow, burying down my insecurity and replacing it with feigned bravery. And I told you to save your breath. Eve. Pain encompassed his features, and a shiver wrapped through his lean frame. You shouldn't be here. It's not good for the baby. Yeah, I knew all about the old pishyog, another old wives' tale. Stare at the face of death, never feel your baby's breath. Thing was, I was more in love than I was superstitious. I don't care, I shot back defiantly, as if I wasn't going to come, Joe. We had been through hell and high water together. I wasn't about to let him bury his mother alone. Still, his eyes continued to search mine. For what, I had no idea, but he seemed to find whatever it was, because he exhaled a sigh of what sounded like relief. So, are you ready? I clasped my hands together to stop myself from reaching for him. In truth, I wanted to snatch him up and lock him away in my bedroom, so I could keep him safe, so I wouldn't be alone in this. I forced a small smile before adding, for what comes next? Lonesome green eyes seared something deep inside of my soul. No. More blunt honesty. Good, because neither am I. Breath hitching in my throat, I wrapped my arms around my body, willing myself to be a stronger woman and not break down. You can do this, Aoife. You can let him go. No, you can't. You can't. Don't let him go. Malloy, just put your arms around me and hold me like you're not going to see me for another 3 months. I ordered hoarsely, needing him to not say anything that would shatter my barely held together resolve as I walked into his arms. Inhaling deeply, I noted the clean scent of him. Lynx, fresh air, and nothing else. No alcohol or smoke. God, he must be in so much pain right now. Jesus. His lips moved to my hair, and like the habit of a lifetime, my trembling hands moved to hook the waistband of his trousers. You don't wait, do you hear me? His words infuriated me, but I didn't respond. How could I? It was taking everything in me to hold it together. I wouldn't fall apart now. Not here. You live your life, okay, Malloy? As if that was even an option. I was pregnant with his baby, for Christ's sake. His comments only went to show how unattached from the real world he had become, how badly his mind had slipped, how utterly broken and irrational his thought process had become. Another could mistake his words for selfishness, but it wasn't true. He was the least selfish person I knew. He just wasn't here mentally. He had detached from reality. Just shut up, Joey Lynch. My voice cracked and I clung to him, not daring to give into any notions of doubt I had that this wouldn't work. I couldn't afford to think like that. He was going to get better. And then he was going to come home to me. I love you, I squeezed out, clenching my eyes shut tightly. You shut up, Malloy, came his broken reply, pressing a hard kiss to my forehead. I wanted to tattoo the feel of his lips on my skin, terrified that I would never feel it again. His hands moved from my shoulders to my neck before settling on my cheeks. I love you too. I'll be here when you get out. I knew I sounded pathetic, like another stupid woman putting her future on the line for a man, but I needed to give him hope. Don't be here. He leaned in and kissed me hard. Be somewhere better. I don't take orders from you, I breathed, lips moving against his. You should know that by now. Because you're crazy stupid. His lips, all swollen and busted up, brushed against mine as he spoke. You're wasting your life on me. You know this. Everyone keeps telling you, but you won't listen. Because it's my life to waste, I snapped, reaching up to grab the lapels of his suit jacket, keeping my eyes clenched shut to keep the tears at bay, and trying for humour, I added, Now, you get your sexy ass better and come home to me, because I'm going to need you healthy, okay? That was the truth. I needed him healthy. Hell, I just needed him, period. Aoife. Pain washed over his features. I'm a bad bet. Okay, I repeated, not finding any comfort in his lack of confidence. Oh God, he doesn't think that he can do it either. Yeah. Nodding slowly, he stroked my nose with his. Okay. Now, give me a kiss and tell me you love me, I instructed, cupping the back of his head. And make it a good one. You should have told me to fuck off, he whispered, leaning in close. All those years back when we were in first year. His lips brushed mine once, twice. I've loved you since then. Another kiss. From the first time I laid eyes on you, sitting on the wall with your blonde hair blowing around your face. His tongue snaked out, teasing mine. I just didn't know it then. Joe, I know I've done you wrong, Malloy. He quickly continued, seeming to stumble over his words as he tried to piece reality back together in the haze of withdrawal and grief. But you're the only one, he continued to tell me, voice low, pained, and urgent. You were always the only one. My one. In the good times and the bad, I swear to Christ. He cleared his throat and tipped his head towards the freshly dug grave beside us. On her grave. I swear it. No matter how fucked up I ever got, I never touched another girl. He shook his head again, blew out a pained breath and said, all of the crazy shit I did. Fucking around with Shane and the lads, the drugs, the fighting, all of it. It was never about me replacing you. It was about me replacing me. You were sick, Joe, I squeezed out, feeling my heart hammer violently against my ribcage, his words taking aim at my heart in a deliciously devastating new way. I know that you never intended to hurt me with any of it. But we both know that I did. He answered gruffly, hurt you. I had no answer to that. He had hurt me. Worse than hurt me. I think he ruined me. I love you, was the only thing I could say to justify my staying, as illogical as that sounded. It was all I had. And somehow it had been enough to weather the storm with him. I love you, Joe. Joey! Mrs. Kavanagh called out, causing us both to swing our gazes to where she was standing with who I knew were two rehab porters. It's time to go, love. No, don't go. Stay with me. Yeah, I know, I'm coming, Joey replied, turning his attention back to me. Don't go! I wanted to scream, physically had to clasp a hand over my mouth to keep from blurting. Don't leave me alone in this. I'm so fucking scared. I love you, Queen. Always have, and always will. He continued to break me down by whispering. There was only ever you for me. Stone cold sober or off my trolley, my head knows that. Taking my hand in his, he pressed it to his chest before adding, my heart knows that too. Joe, I've done you wrong in so many ways, I couldn't even begin to list them, but I would never do you wrong like that. I have never done you wrong like that, okay? If I've given you nothing else these past few years, trust that I've given you fidelity. I never broke that promise, Malloy. Fucking never. Joe, I just want you to get better, I pleaded, clutching him with a death grip. I need you to, so badly. Joey, it's time to go, John Sr. called out, sending another sucker punch to my gut. Yeah, 2 secs, he called back in a frustrated tone. Fuck, Eve. This is it, baby. I have to go. Just a few more minutes, I heard myself beg, and a pained groan tore from his chest. I'm sorry, it's just hard. It's time to go, Joey, love. Crap, I strangled out, chest heaving from pressure. Joe. You look after yourself, you hear? He said, tone gravelly and thick with emotion. Don't be climbing any walls while I'm gone, Houdini. Roughly clearing his throat, he pressed a hard kiss to my brow and then stepped back. I'll be seeing you, Malloy. And then he was walking away from me, walking out of my life, leaving me behind. I stood at his mother's graveside and watched him go, with my fingertips touching the locket around my neck, the one he'd given me for my 18th birthday. I watched them take him away. I stood and watched, my heart cracking and splintering with every step he took. And I had no control. He was leaving me, and I didn't know if he would ever come back. trying to be strong for the both of us because God knows he needed someone to be strong for him. I smacked on the smile I had spent my whole life perfecting and kept my eyes trained on his back, feeling like I was seconds away from dying. I couldn't breathe. The pain inside of me was stifling. Several headstones separated us now, as death surrounded us in the most poignant way. It was almost symbolic, really. We were in the place a person went to when their life ended, as our relationship potentially ended. Well, the cruel fucking irony of it all. My world was falling down around me, and I was powerless to stop it. No. I couldn't save him. I accepted that now, but the scary part was that I wasn't sure anyone could. Underneath it all, he was the person I loved, and I still wanted to be with that person. My flag was still stitched to his broken mast. I had his baby growing inside of me. A baby I couldn't think about raising alone, even though I knew there was a very high probability that I would have to. I just wanted to make him better. Promise me, Joe! I broke down and called out, crying hard as I watched him walk away from me for what could potentially be the last time. Promise me that you'll come back to me. Weak girl. Weak, fucking weak. Shoulders stiffening, he stopped walking and turned back to me. An expression of pain and frustration was etched on his face. Malloy. Come back for me, Joe. I cried out hoarsely, clutching my stomach. Get better and come back for me. For your family. Looking shattered, he stared at me for the longest moment before nodding. I'll come back for you. For both of you. And then he was gone. Part 10.
Don't go there.
Joey.
At the rehab facility, they told me that I had to remember. That in order to get better, I had to go back to the start, to my earliest childhood memories. If I didn't, the holes my parents had left inside of me would never heal. I knew that was bullshit. They couldn't heal me. No amount of remembering could fix what was broken inside of me. All I needed from these people was to keep me locked up until I had detoxed, until I had sweated every one of my demons out of my body, so that I couldn't hurt her anymore, so that I didn't break her heart for the 100,000th time. I wanted to get clean, but most importantly, I wanted to stay clean. That was the best I could possibly hope for. I didn't need my mind patched up, just my addictive nature. I wasn't sure how long I'd been here, or how many days it had been since my mother's funeral. I didn't know what day of the week I had, or when I did last felt the sun on my skin, because I couldn't think. At least not about anything but the pain coursing through my veins as my body endured the withdrawal process. It was beyond agonizing. The shakes, the puking, the relentless fucking muscle spasms. It was never ending. For the first time in years, I forced myself to stare at the reflection in the mirror, staring back at me. I honestly didn't recognize my own reflection looking back at me. Jesus, I looked like shit. I was sick of myself. That was a weird statement, but it was the God-honest truth. I was sick shit of every thought, notion, and idea that travelled through the fucked up brain I had been given at birth. I wasn't sure where it all went wrong, or if it had always been wrong, and I was only noticing now. Either way, my life had gone to noticeable ruins, and I was standing slap bang in the centre, the master of my own destiny, the destroyer of all things good. You want to know how it feels to be me? Yes. Hopeless. It feels hopeless. Are you still frightened, Joey? I was never frightened. I think you've spent your whole life in a state of fear. And it's your reaction to that feeling, that fear, that made you so reckless. I was never frightened of him, only of what he might turn you into. Don't go there. Your father hurt you. You already know this. And you're still here. Yeah, I fucking am. You came about as close to death as a person does. I'm not a victim. He knew just how to get inside your head. No. No, your father didn't know how to get inside your head. No, he didn't. But your mother did. I'm done talking now.
Unanswered messages. Aoife. Hey, stud. I know you don't have your phone with you, and you'll probably never read these messages, but I'm having a really hard day, and I need to feel close to you. Texting you helps. Reading your old messages too. It hurts so bad, Joe, being apart from you. I really hope you're kicking ass right now, because I need you home, okay? So, Rebecca called me a whale at school today. Like she can talk. Bitch made a whale noise while I was changing for PE. Can you believe the nerve of her? Anyways, it wasn't all bad because Casey tripped her up on the basketball court afterwards as penance, and then Alec rubbed his sweaty armpit in her face. Not going to lie though, the whale jokes are getting to me. Okay, it's official. I am turning into a whale. I'm still a 10 in your eyes, right? Ugh. I'm sitting right here in my childhood bedroom and I'm homesick. I'm homesick, Joe, because you're my home. Damn you and your fertile dick. So I was in SuperValu doing the big shop after school with Mam, and guess who was there? Shannon. With her boyfriend. Hate to tell you, Joe, but they were lingering in the condom aisle. But I guess that's good, huh? At least they're being safe. She didn't see me, and I didn't approach her. I just couldn't, you know? It's too hard. But I think she's after changing a lot. She was smiling like the cat that got the cream, and her cheeks were rosy, not that deathly pale colour, and she had this calmness about her, like she was content. It was pretty epic to see. So I'm fairly sure Casey had a three-way with Al and Mac. They're all denying it, but something definitely happened between the three of them in Podge's hayshed last weekend. I felt the baby kick for the first time today.
The girl from the wall.
Joey.
With my heart frozen in my chest, I folded my arms behind my head and stared up at the ceiling, with nothing but my thoughts to keep me company. From as far back as I could remember, I had a job. At first, the job consisted of doing one thing, protecting my sister. As the years passed by, my job became more complicated. More babies arrived. The hits came harder, and my mother's presence in my life grew fainter. The light in her eyes slowly dimmed into the darkness. I watched it happen. Powerless, I witnessed her turning into a ghost. It seemed to happen over a spell of years, and then, all at once. By the age of 12, she was gone. By the age of 12, so was I. My broken bones healed, my scars faded, and my body grew. Puberty hit, and I found comfort in girls, except I never really did. Sex was something I took when it was offered. It was the same with drugs. Whatever I was offered, regardless of the consequences, if it was bad for me, I welcomed it with open arms. During therapy, they tried to tell me this was a version of self-harm. I said nothing. They told me I had PTSD. Again, I remained silent. They promised that I wasn't to blame for her death. Nothing. They assured me that I had a bright future ahead of me. Empty. At night, when the withdrawal still hit me deep, I curled up in the smallest ball I could and thought about her. That was the only thing that kept me going, her face. The only face. Her picture in my pillowcase was the only thing I had from back home. She was the only one I brought with me. The only one I prayed would be there when I got out of here, even though I knew she would be better off far away from me. I dragged her down to my toxic level, and then left her alone, carrying a baby inside of her belly. My baby. I did that. I wrecked her future before her life had even started. I was no better than him. I'd done to Malloy what my father had done to my mother all those years ago, and still she remained by my side. Through the storm, through the Category 5 fucking hurricane that was my life, she stayed, never giving up on me, even when I'd given up on myself. Nobody ever got me like she did. Nobody ever accepted me like she did. For me. I spent so long trying to push her away that when I stopped, it was so easy. Being with her was like breathing. I didn't know I needed the air, but I knew that I would die without it. That's what she was to me now. How important her presence in my life was. Being without her now felt alien. The thought of not having her in my life made me want to stay down. Sometimes I wondered if I stayed still enough, would the world just forget about me? Would I join my mother? Wherever the fuck she was. In therapy, they told me to write about my feelings, but the truth was that I didn't know where to begin. I wasn't sure what I felt anymore. Didn't know and couldn't tell what was real and what was synthesized. All I could see was her. The girl from the wall.
Cramming and cracking. Aoife. I'll be seeing you, Malloy. I'll come back for you. For both of you. Aoife, come on, will you? You need to focus. My brother's voice penetrated my thoughts. I looked up from the copybook I was doodling in to find Kev staring at me from across the kitchen table with an expectant look etched on his face. Have you taken in a word of what I've been saying for the past 2 hours? I could have lied, but I didn't have the energy. No? Aoife. He sighed heavily. This is your leaving cert. You can't go into the exams tomorrow and doodle all over your English paper. But my doodles are cute, I replied, adding a little smiley face to my latest creation. Look at this cute little spider in its web. I'm sure the cute little spider drawing will be a fantastic addition to the baby's nursery. He shot back dryly. But it won't help you pass your exams, and we need you to pass your exams, remember? What's the use, Kev? I showed my vulnerable underbelly by admitting aloud. While we had called a fragile truce, and my brother was attempting to make amends by taking on the role of my personal tutor, our relationship was far from back on track. We both know I don't have a hope of passing the leaving cert. There's too much to do and too little time to do it in. Honestly, I had read more in the past 3 days than I had in 18 years. Cramming for exams was a disaster, and while my brother was an exceptional teacher, nothing was going in because I couldn't concentrate on anything but my boyfriend. 3 weeks had passed since the funeral, since Joe had been admitted to a rehabilitation facility up the country, but I swear I was still stuck in that day. Time was passing by, but my head was stuck in that moment. I couldn't reach him, and it was killing me. According to Adele Kavanagh, who had reached out to me every week since the funeral, Joe didn't have phone privileges in rehab. It was against their policy for patients to have access to mobile phones or have any contact with the outside world until they were further along in their recovery. All you need to do is scrape a pass, Kev told me, setting his pencil down and reaching for another textbook. I know you've got a pass in you, Eve. You can do this. What if I don't? You think this year is hard, trying to get through 6th year while pregnant? He tried to play tough cop by saying, imagine how hard it's going to be having to go back to BCS and repeat next year with a baby on your hip. He narrowed his eyes. Everyone in our year will have moved on to college and work. Hell, even your boyfriend's dopey sidekicks have snagged themselves a J1 visa to the States for the summer. They won't be there to have your back if you flunk out and have to repeat 6th year. That was true. As soon as the exams were over, Podge and Alec, along with a whole heap of other people from our year, were heading to America for the summer, and I didn't blame them one bit. It was the opportunity of a lifetime. Aside from me, the only other person in my friendship circle with no plans to leave Ballylagan for travel or college was Casey. Well, aside from a 2-week piss-up in Benidorm in late July. I'm not going back either way, I told my brother. Even if I fail, I'm not going back to BCS to repeat 6th year. I'll apply for hairdressing at the PLC college in the city and hope for the best. And if you don't get into your course? What then? You're going to raise a kid off a barmaid's wage? You're not flaking out without an education, Eve. He growled. I won't let you. It's not up to you, Kev. Well, I know Mum and Dad won't let you either, he argued. So you need to pass these exams. And if you don't want to do it for yourself, then do it for the baby. That stung. Everything I was doing was for the baby.
I'm here, aren't I?
Joey.
Joseph, you lost your mother in the most tragic of circumstances, and it's okay to grieve for her. No shit, Sherlock. It's okay to miss your mother. Keeping my back poker straight, I stared back at the doctor, or therapist, or counsellor, or whatever the fuck she was, and waited for her to be done. All I needed from this woman was to test my piss and stick a needle in my arm, to take all the samples she needed from my body but leave my head the hell alone. Joseph, a heavy sigh escaped her parted lips. Part of your treatment plan is participating in therapy. I'm here, aren't I? Came my sharp reply, knowing what I had regrettably signed up for. Are you? She countered, adjusting her glasses. Are you here? I don't know. Shrugging, I raised my hands and gestured to myself. You tell me, Doc. Seems to me like your mind is elsewhere, back in Ballylagan, perhaps. According to your file, your long-term girlfriend... She paused to read over her notes before struggling to sound out her name. Aoife, I corrected, knees bopping anxiously now. It's pronounced Aoife. Shrugging, I added. It's basically Eva in Irish. Thank you, she replied with a rueful smile. I'm from South Dakota, and while I find Gaelic names beautiful, they can be extremely hard to interpret on paper. I shrugged. It makes sense to me. According to your file, you and Aoife are expecting your first child. Can we not? I muttered, hardly able to sit still now, as a tsunami of guilt and self-loathing flooded my body. I can't. I'm not talking about her. Why not, Joseph? Because she has nothing to do with this. I gestured angrily to the room I had been holed up in for the past God knows how long, heart bucking wildly in my chest. Aoife is nothing like me, nothing like you. She's not a fuck-up. So, you consider yourself to be a fuck-up. Shit, I don't know, Doctor. I narrowed my eyes, tone dripping with sarcasm. What else would you call someone like me? Traumatized? She offered kindly. A victim of extreme violence? I am not a victim. You're not. No, I'm not. I glowered at her. I'm the one who got expelled from school before I could do my leaving cert. I'm the one with fuck all in the line of qualifications. He didn't do that to me. I did that to me. Blowing out a ragged breath, I hissed. And I'm the one who's taken the only person who's ever genuinely loved me down with me. Yeah, Eve is pregnant, and not only does she have to deal with that alone, while I'm holed up here like a pathetic fuck-up I am, but she also has to do it with the label that comes with having my baby. You sound angry with her. I'm angry with myself, I spat, legs shaking restlessly, hands balled into fists on my thighs. I'm pissed that I took her down with me. Words breaking off. I exhaled another shaky breath and glared at her. I see what you did just there. Bringing her up like that? Yes, the doctor smirked. She certainly got you talking, didn't she? When she told me that she was pregnant, I wasn't present, I heard myself admit. I'd been gone a long time before the pregnancy. All the appointments and scans. I'd only been there in the flesh. She was scared and alone, depending on me to help her, and all I did was make it worse for her. But she didn't leave, the doctor summarized. She didn't give up on you. No, I replied. She didn't. Why do you think that is, Joseph? Because she's the most stubborn person you'll ever meet, I muttered, rubbing my jaw. Because Malloy doesn't quit on anything, even when it's not good for her. You include yourself in that statement. Look at me, I deadpanned. I am, the doctor replied calmly. I'm looking at a young man who, despite all of the trauma and horror he's had to endure, has continued to focus solely on recovering and returning to her. She smiled. I'd say that makes this Aoife Malloy an excellent judge of character. Maybe she needs you. She needs to run a mile in the opposite direction of me. But that's not an option, is it? She probed. Your child deserves a father. And you, of all people, know how influential that role can be in a child's life. You're just like me, boy. You'll do more harm than good. He's in your head again, isn't he? The doctor noted. Your father. Fuck. She was intuitive. I don't know if I can break the cycle, but I want to. Needing to move, I stood up and paced the small confines of my room. I want to so fucking badly that it keeps me up at night. It's why I went back that night. Why I let Lizzie talk me off the edge. Why I didn't throw myself off that bridge. Why I'm here right now. Frustrated and anxious, I cracked my knuckles and walked to the window. I know I'm not good enough, but I want to be. How are the withdrawals? She changed the subject by asking. The withdrawals were the worst. For days I felt numb, angry, and lacking in energy. I didn't want to speak to anyone, didn't want to lift a finger. Better, I told her, eyes locked on a group planting flowers in the gardens outside. Manageable. That must be a relief for you. Will the memories fade? Doubtful. But they will become manageable, bearable. You'll find a middle ground on which to rebuild your foundations. You'll learn to cope. That's why you're here, to rebuild. I can still smell her. I released a shuddering breath. I can still smell him. Deciding it was too painful to breathe, I kept poker stiff, nostrils and airways on lockdown, waiting for the wave of sorrow to pass, praying it would do so quickly. Finally, it did. When can I call her? Turning back to face the doctor, I leaned against the windowsill at my back and asked, I need to talk to her. Not yet. I've never not spoken to her in this long, I admitted, feeling pissed off, but knowing that this woman was relentless. She wouldn't bend. God knows, I'd tried enough times. Please, Doc. She's my best friend.
School's out for summer. Aoife. That was painful, I declared, following my friends out of school after finishing up the last exam of our secondary school academic career. 6 years of preparation. Well, 6 years of prep work for Kev and the others. It was more like 6 years of shits, giggles and banter for us four. And now it was all over. That was a total bust. Podge grumbled, scratching the back of his head. My mam's going to go mental when the results come out in August. At least you guys will be away when the LC results come out. I'm going to have to deal with my mam in the flesh. With a dramatic sigh, Casey unzipped her school bag and emptied the contents into the huge communal wheelie bin outside the school, while Podge did the same. Meanwhile, Alec threw his entire school bag inside before stripping off his school uniform and tossing that in too. I've waited 6 bastard years to do that, he declared, standing shamelessly in his jocks, while he rummaged around in his gear bag for a t-shirt and shorts to throw on. I'm telling you, lads, it felt just as good as I imagined it would. I can't believe you guys are going to miss the Debs, Casey grumbled, giving Alec an accusing look. What am I supposed to do, huh? By August, Aoife's going to be ready to pop. Joey's... let's not even go there. And you guys? You'll be off whoring and touring across the United States, leaving me friendless, dateless and dickless. It's bullshit. Ah, don't be cranky, Alec crooned, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and pressing a kiss to her hair. You know I'll be coming back for my little devil tits. He might be out by then, Podge said, giving me a sympathetic look. Any word? I shook my head, feeling that familiar swell of devastation wash through me. I hated being asked that question. It was something my parents had asked me 3 times a day since he left for rehab. Every time I had to answer and say no, another little piece of my heart was chipped away. I got it. Joey couldn't call. He didn't have access to technology, nor had he been granted visitor privileges. But that didn't mean that his lack of contact didn't scald me. Lads, I can't wait to see him again, Alec said in a wistful tone. It'll be weird as hell, though, he added with a chuckle, having a conversation with Lynchy when he's not off his tits. He frowned then and scratched his chin. You know, I don't think that's ever happened before. Not helping, dopey, Casey grumbled, elbowing him in the ribs. Joe's going to kick ass in treatment and then he's going to come home clean, sober and ready to kick ass in fatherhood. Well, that's a given, Podge replied. Lynchy's got this, sexy legs. Al agreed, giving me a supportive smile. You'll see. Yeah, I replied, offering them a bright smile. I hope so.
Poking and prodding.
Joey.
While the rest of my family and friends were enjoying their summer, I was spending mine inside a mental health facility, with doctors who tried to undo the damage already done by my fucked up brain. Every day it was something. Every damn day there was a new topic to broach. If the doctors and therapists weren't probing my feelings towards my father, then they were forcing me to speak about the death of my mother or dissecting my relationship with my girlfriend. Christ, even Granda Murphy had been dragged up in conversation. Nanny too. Nothing was sacred to these people. Every inch of my life, from birth to present day, was as enticing to them as drugs were to me. The worst was when they asked me how I felt about my mother's passing. Passing. Like she passed off somewhere. I hated that world. Mom didn't pass away. She was taken. Fucking stolen. And I blamed her. I spent my life hating on her, blaming her for things I couldn't understand at the time. I didn't get it. Still couldn't. But she was my mother. And she died thinking I hated her. That would never sit well with me. And nothing these doctors could say would repair that hole in me. Nothing. Thinking clearly for the first time in several years, I faced my demons with a loaded conscience and a crushed heart. The stupid fucking journal I had been encouraged to keep in hospital felt unbearably heavy in my hands, filled with more darkness than I knew what to do with. Trusting wasn't something that came easily to me, not even when it came to writing in a fucking journal. Hating, on the other hand, did. I excelled at hating the world. Not just the world, but everyone in it, except for her. Yeah, she was my only exception.
Long, hot summer. Aoife. I saw him again yesterday, coming out of the GAA pavilion when I was driving home from work. Of course, I was wrong. It wasn't Joey, just some tall lad with his hood up and a hurley in hand. But I pretended it was him. For a split second, I imagined he was still here and I wasn't completely alone. Depression had set in pretty quick after that, and I'd eaten half my weight in cheese and onion crisps before passing out on my bed, with the scrapbook I'd spent all summer making. I wasn't entirely sure if it was a healthy hobby to have undertaken, but it gave me unmeasurable comfort, so I was going with it. When I woke this morning, that scrapbook was the first thing I reached for. It was like my own personal comfort blanket, filled with 6 years of memories of Joey Lynch. Every photograph, every perfect summer night, every horrible, roaring, screaming match, everything I was from the age of 12 to this exact moment involved Joey. Revolved around our relationship and the way he made me feel. My eyes landed on a picture taken the night of my 18th birthday. I stared down at the two fresh-faced teenagers smiling back at me. It felt like a million years ago, but I remembered the moment, the feelings I had in my heart at that exact time and space. "This is Daddy," I said, stroking my ever-expanding belly as I sat cross-legged on my bed and turned the page of my scrapbook. When I first started talking to my bump, it was right after Joey left for rehab, and I felt like a tool. but now it felt as natural as breathing. All day, every day, I chattered away to my little intruder. Having Joey's baby inside of me felt like I still had a part of him with me. Like I was talking to him. See? I let my finger trail over the photograph. That's your daddy holding the winner's cup in third year. He was the captain of the school hurling team that year, and he was the best on the pitch. And that's Uncle Podge standing beside him, and right in the back with his shirt over his head is Uncle Al. He's a little unstable, but we love him anyway. My gaze flicked to Paul, who was also in the team photo, and I grimaced. And that guy right there is Mammy's first boyfriend. Daddy likes to call him Paul the Prick. A weird little shiver rolled through me when the baby squirmed in response, causing my poor overstretched stomach to ripple. Take it handy, little hurler, I cooed, stroking the part of my stomach where I felt the most pressure. Poor Mammy doesn't need any more stretch marks, okay? So you just hang tight in there.
Let's talk about intimacy.
Joey.
Let's talk about intimacy. Let's not. I want you to go back to the beginning, my psychiatrist said calmly. Back to your earliest memories. Intimacy. I glared across the room at her, feeling beyond irritated. The shit this woman asked me. It was beyond pale. The fuck has intimacy got to do with anything? A great deal, she replied, offering me a reassuring smile. Let's start off with your earliest memory of being held. Sexually? Let's start off with emotionally, she instructed. Do you remember a time in your life when your parents held you? My parents, she nodded. Your mother, for instance. I stiffened. This is fucked up. Just go with it, she coaxed. Have I led you astray yet? No. I reluctantly had to admit while I tried to think back to when I was a kid. I remember my father hugging me. Let's evaluate on that, shall we? As in tell me about that memory. I think I was about 5 or 6, I offered, struggling to hold the memory in place. It was before we went into care for those 6 months, and I scored the winning goal in a match, a hurling match. I nodded. He was so fucking excited about it that he picked me up and threw me in the air. I rubbed my jaw and blew out a pained breath at the memory. Took me to the shop afterwards and bought me £1 worth of penny jellies. Frowning, I said, I remember thinking if I can keep winning, it'll keep him happy, and he'll stop hitting my mother. Shrugging, I added, so I kept winning. Did it work? I gave her a hard look. What do you think? That's very interesting. How do you figure? Because your mind didn't automatically return to your mother. Because I don't remember her hugging me. That's a heartbreaking statement to make, Joey, she summarized, scribbling away on her clipboard. She was good to Shannon, I offered, feeling that familiar urge to defend her, even from beyond the grave. The boys too, but not you. I shrugged. We had a different kind of relationship, meaning, I don't think she looked on me like a son, I admitted gruffly. More like a teammate. A teammate, I nodded. The doctor was quiet for a long moment before changing it up by saying, Tell me about the first time you had sex. Why? I glared at her. Are you looking for tips? How old were you? I don't know. I was in 3rd year at the time. Frowning, I scratched my jaw and thought back. I think it was a couple of months before my 15th birthday. You think? I shrugged in response. That's very young. Again, I shrugged. How did it make you feel? Not good. Because you weren't ready. Because I wasn't in control. Her brows furrowed. Tell me about the girl. She was just a girl from school. Leaning back in my chair, I pushed my hair out of my face and tried to focus on the memory. We'd been scoring on and off. Scoring? She interjected. I'm sorry, Joey, but I'm not familiar with the slang. Kissing, I explained. It means kissing. I paused for a moment before adding, shifting means kissing too. So, you and this girl were shifting. I nodded. If we were both at the same party or disco, then 9 times out of 10 we'd end up scoring with each other. Did you have feelings for this girl? No, I admitted, truthfully. I mean, I didn't dislike her or anything like that. She was a nice girl. We were friendly enough, but I didn't have any real feelings for her. Not like... I shook my head again. She was just there. Aoife, she filled in knowingly. Not like the feelings you had for Aoife. Have for Aoife, I corrected, and then shifted in discomfort. We were just friends back then. She had a fella. I told you this before. Ah, yes, she mused, flicking through her notes. Paul the Prick, if I recall correctly. I snorted. Yeah. Tell me about that night, she instructed. About the lead-up. You're asking me to remember something that happened 1,000,000 years ago. 3.5 years ago, not 1,000,000, she replied calmly. 3.5, I repeated with a chuckle. This is funny. No, just... Shaking my head, I smirked to myself as memories of past conversations flashed through my mind. It's just something Aoife would say a lot. When? When asked about how long she was with her ex. Dr. B smiled before turning her attention back to her creepy quest. The night you lost your virginity, tell me about the lead-up. Jesus, this is awkward. Humour me. It was Halloween night, I admitted. The night Sean was born. 2001. Yeah, please continue. There was an underage disco being held in town and I went with a few of the lads, I told her, thinking back. I had a run-in with Paul the Prick. He was getting handsy with Aoife at the time, and that triggered you. It did more than trigger me. Keep going. I fucked off with a few of my friends, did a line of coke. Actually, I did a lot of lines. All cocaine. No, I shook my head. I had a thing for oxy at the time, the pills. Yeah, but I preferred to crush and snort them. For a faster, more intense release, I nodded, shifting around in my seat as the familiar hunger roared to life inside of me. Anyway, I was off my head, and I remember her taking me around the side of the building. Aoife? No. I shook my head. Danielle? And what happened next, Joey? I frowned, trying to piece it all together again. I was kissing her, and then she was unzipping me and had her hands on me. On your penis? I didn't mind, I replied with a nod. I mean, it was nice. It felt nice. It was just more of a surprise than anything, because she was touching you intimately. Because I was off my head at the time, I admitted before adding, because I wasn't even seeing her in my mind. Who were you seeing? Aoife. She jotted something down on paper before saying, Keep going, Joey. She had me pinned to the wall, And I remember trying to lift my hands up to calm everything down, but I couldn't move them. And then then I was sitting on the ground with a condom on my dick, and I was inside her. You were inside her? The doctor frowned. Would it be more fitting to say that she was on you? I shrugged in response. It was just a very confusing fucking night, because you didn't consent. I was hard. Having an erection is a perfectly human reaction to stimulation. Pretty sure I came to. Again, ejaculation is the body's response to stimulation. Yeah, well, I threw my hands up and laughed. I went back and willingly fucked her at least a dozen more times over the years, so it mustn't have been that bad. The doctor didn't laugh. But you weren't willing that night, and even if you were intoxicated and incapable of giving consent. Can we not? I said, tone warning. I've already heard this spiel from Shannon, and I'm not buying in, okay? I'm not a victim. I wasn't fucking raped. I got high, and I fucked around. It happens. Are you open to acknowledging the possibility that you were taken advantage of? No? Why not? Because I'm not a victim. Can I suggest something? Go for it. If your sister came to you with the same scenario, some random boy from her class at school had taken her virginity in the same way yours was taken, how would you react? I stiffened. Don't. How would you feel about that, Joey? Murderous. Because? Because it wouldn't be right, damn it. But it's okay that it happened to you because you're a male. I opened my mouth to answer her, but nothing came out. Fuck. Shaking my head, I hissed out a growl. I see what you're doing here, Doc, and it won't work. You've been let down and taken advantage of in terrible ways, she continued. I understand why you refuse to consider yourself a victim, and whether I agree or not, I respect your narrative. But I need you to accept that what happened to you was not acceptable, and a serious breach of trust and consent.
Birth plans. Aoife. So you've hit the 28-week mark. The doctor mused, wiping the gunk off my belly when she was finished scanning me. How are you feeling? On the way over here, we drove past a field with a pregnant pony in it, I told her, as she helped pull me off the examination table so that I could adjust my clothes. I swear, that poor pony was wider horizontally than she was long vertically. I blew out a breath and padded back to the desk. So, yeah, I feel like that pony. Aoife, Ma'am chastised from her chair. What? I huffed, lowering myself down on the seat next to my mother. She asked. Smothering a laugh, I watched as the doctor flicked through my maternity folder, scribbling and jotting down notes as she went. You'll come back to see us at 32 weeks and again at 36 weeks. After that, you'll come bi-weekly until 38 weeks, when you'll come weekly until you deliver. Deliver? Jesus, that was a scary word. Have you discussed your birth plan with the midwife? Yeah. I squirmed in my chair, feeling a sudden spark of panic rise up in me. I've been through the plan. And you've chosen your birth partner? Me, Ma'am interjected. I'll be going with her when she delivers. No, I rolled my eyes. My boyfriend will be coming with me. Aoife. Ma'am's eyes filled with concern. We don't know if he'll be back by then. He'll be back, I confirmed, turning my attention to the doctor. Joey Lynch, I said, pointing at my file. You can jot that down. He's my birth partner.
Breakthroughs and begging.
Joey.
Come on, Joey, the good doctor coaxed, as she sat opposite me in my own personal prison cell. Yeah, we had moved on from Joseph to Joey, and Dr. Bianca rushed into Dr. B, or just plain Doc. We have another 45 minutes of our daily session left. You've been doing so well at articulating your feelings. Don't clam up now. Jesus, she was a demon of a woman, ruthless in her quest for whatever the hell she wanted. I pitied her husband, poor bastard. I already told you, I said, leaning back in my seat and folding my arms across my chest. You can have more out of me when I get a phone call. Smiling, she leaned back in her chair, mirroring my actions. To phone Aoife, obviously, and say what? How about I'm really fucking sorry for skipping out on you, for a start, I snapped. And maybe check on my baby while I'm at it, the usual. Could we step back for a moment and consider the possibility that Aoife is extremely proud of you completing your treatment program? It would be a lot easier to believe if you let me speak to her. You know the rules, Joey. This program is for you, to focus on yourself for a change, not on your siblings or your girlfriend or anyone else. I know it's a foreign feeling for you to put yourself before others, but this time out from the outside world is necessary for your recovery. Like you'd know a goddamn thing about it. Put the gun down, Joey, she replied with a sad smile. The fight is over. Yeah, well, I've been fighting for so long. I don't know how to take my finger off the trigger, I muttered, cracking my knuckles. Fuck it. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it is better that I can't talk to her. I've already dragged her through the ringer. What makes you think you're crazy? Gee, I don't know, I drawled out sarcastically. How about the fact that I'm hearing my dead father's voice in my head, to go with my dead mother's one? Trauma reveals itself in many shapes and versions. Yeah, well, in my head, I'm still fighting a war that I can't win, against people who can't hurt me anymore, but still do. So, I reckon that goes a little deeper than trauma, Doc. Good, Joey, she surprised me by saying. That's really good. Keep talking. Deciding I had nothing left to lose, I let her have it, every fucked up thought and notion in my head. I didn't know if any of it made sense, and I cared even less. She wanted words. Well, she could have them. I tried to get them out of there so many fucking times. But I always caved, I blurted out. There was always a part of me that held out hope for her, the same way she held out hope for him. In the end, look where it got the both of us. He killed her, and I stayed for as long as I did to prevent that. The night I walked out, it happened. How can I get over that? How can I ever move on from it? The guilt is drowning me on the daily. Blowing out a frustrated breath, I hissed. It all feels so fucking needless. I could have stopped it all from happening. I could have saved her if I just stuck in there. But I lost it. My temper, my patience. Whatever I had left inside of me, I lost it that night. And because I lost that, I ended up losing everything. Those kids don't have a mother, and it's because I walked away. Those kids don't have a mother because their father, your father, killed her, not you. He was willing to kill all of you. I have a hard time with living, I admitted. Being alive is a challenge for me because I don't work right. I don't seem to have the right tools for going through the motions. It's like I'm stuck on flight mode. I'm constantly watching for danger. Doesn't matter if it's there or not. I'm programmed to sniff it out. Wasn't so bad when I self-medicated. The drugs took the edge off everything. Made being alive bearable. Until I couldn't go an hour without them. Then I wanted to live even less. That sounds miserable. No shit. Keep going. I can't trust anyone, I added. Not you, not my thoughts, not the people around me, no one. Your siblings. That's different. I narrowed my eyes in disgust. They're babies. Your sister's going to be 17 on her next birthday. That hardly makes her a baby, Joey. She's still a baby to me, I argued. Anyone whose nappies I've changed or knees I've put plasters on will always be a baby in my eyes. Besides, they're not included in that statement. And Darren? You really want to push the boat out today, don't you? She laughed. Let's go there, shall we? I'd rather not, I replied, flatly. I wasn't entirely hating today's session. Bring him up, and I have a feeling that'll change. Not entirely hating today's session. She grinned. That's a compliment if ever I heard one. It only took, 11 weeks? Don't get too cocky. Would you like to know what I think? No? Humor me. Again, no. I think your relationship with Darren is one of your biggest triggers. I don't do triggers, Doc, because he broke your heart. She pushed on. Because he broke your trust. On the contrary, he taught me a valuable lesson, I replied coolly, which was, everyone leaves, and nobody fucks you over like your own blood. But Darren came back. Too little, too late. I think you desperately miss your big brother. I snorted. Like fuck. He wants to visit you. I stiffened. And I think it might help you heal. No. I was up and out of my seat within seconds. You tell that prick to go back to Belfast and go back to forgetting about me. And if I'm suddenly being allowed visitors, then there's only one face I want to see. Do you think, at her late stage in pregnancy, it would be wise for Aoife to travel 4 hours to visit you? Do you think it would be good for her emotionally to have so little time with you and then have to leave again? My heart gunned in my chest. No, I don't think that. Then just let me phone her. Joey, please, I bit out. I will do whatever the fuck you want. I'll talk about all this shit. I'll deal with Darren. Just let me have one phone call with my girl, please, Doc. I don't do begging, but I'll do it for her.
Out of the blue, Aoife. I was halfway through my shift at work, sweltering in the early August heat, and feeling like I had hooves for feet, when my boss stopped me dead in my tracks. Aoife, he said, taking the tray I was attempting to carry into the kitchen out of my hands. How are you, love? Fine, I replied, instantly suspicious. How are you, Gary? To be honest, I'm a bit concerned about you, love. Why? Well, red-faced, he gestured to my stomach and shrugged. I'm just thinking that it might be time you consider taking it easy, pet. You look exhausted. Absolutely dead on your feet. Ha! No fucking way was he getting rid of me that easily. If I left early, it could mess with my maternity leave. He might not take me back afterwards. I had too much to lose. I had a baby to raise, damn it. I'm not due for another 8 weeks, I reminded him. I don't plan on starting my maternity leave for another 6 weeks, Gary. You know this. We agreed on it. I know what we agreed, but aren't you tired, love? I'm beyond tired. I'm happy to work. I don't want you carrying heavy trays back and forth to the kitchen anymore. Then put me behind the bar, I argued. Or doing the pot wash in the kitchen, whatever. I don't care. But I need to work, Gar. I need the money. And you're a great little worker. He tried to fob me off by saying, we're lucky to have you. Then let me get back to work, I said, snatching my tray back and stepping around him, because I have another 6 weeks of work left and I plan on showing up for every shift. Look at the size of you, Paul whistled when I came to take his order a little while later. He was sitting alone in a booth, and that pissed me off no end, because he could have easily taken a spot at the bar and leave the space for larger groups. Jesus, I've seen women having triplets with smaller bumps. Hello to you too, Paul, I drawled, not taking one word of it to heart. Not when it was true. My bump was huge. I'd heard just about every joke, snide comment, and surprised gasp in the book. The baby was measuring so big that I had been tested 4 times for gestational diabetes. The results came back negative every single time. Apparently, I was just growing a baby sumo wrestler. Even Mam had warned me off buying anything in the newborn size, advising that 0 to 3 months was a better choice for my little whopper. Yeah, that wasn't terrifying at all. What can I get you? I asked, flipping over to a blank page on my little notepad and retrieving my pencil from behind my ear. Today's specials are seafood chowder and roast lamb with the chef's homemade mint sauce. I actually wanted a word, he said, reaching up to scratch the back of his neck as he eyed my belly nervously. With you. I'm sorry, but a conversation with me isn't on the menu for today, I replied. Neither is forgiveness. Then I'll have the roast lamb, he said with an awkward shrug. And a pint of Guinness. You've got it. Snapping my notepad shut, I turned on my heels and headed back to the kitchen with his order before moving for the bar to pull him a pint of the black stuff. When I returned a few minutes later with his order and set it down in front of him, my ex did the unthinkable and curled his hand around my wrist. 2 minutes, he said, tone full of urgency. Just 2 minutes of your time, that's all I'm asking for. Why should I give you 1 second of my time? I demanded, yanking my hand away. You're damn lucky I need this job, because in any other circumstances, you'd be wearing that pint. I know, he agreed, holding his hands up, and I would 100% deserve it, but I'm leaving for college in a couple of weeks, and I couldn't go without at least trying to make amends. I arched a brow. You want to make amends? I want to apologize, he offered. For what I did to you, telling the whole class you were pregnant. It was fucking terrible of me. Yeah, I deadpanned. It was. I've spent a lot of time thinking about my behaviour, he added, about the way I treated you when we were together. I don't see why any of this needs to be rehashed, Paul, I quickly said. School's finished. We're finished. You're going off to college to start a brand new life. I'm about to have a baby with your arch nemesis. Let's just leave it at that, yeah? That's precisely why we need to talk, he said. Please, Eve, just give me 5 minutes of your time. First you said 2 minutes. I grumbled, plopping down on the seat opposite his. Now you're saying 5. I'll give you 3.5. Thank you. Releasing a sigh of relief, he smiled at me. Seriously, thank you. Remaining stony-faced, I rested my hands on my bump and waited for him to get to the point. I was a shitty boyfriend to you. He started off by saying, I didn't pay you enough attention. I never asked you what you wanted to do. I put my needs, my feelings, and my wants before yours. I fucked around behind your back constantly, and then blew a head gasket when you gave me a dose of my own medicine. Paul, it's in the past. Yeah, it is. He agreed with a nod, but that doesn't change the fact that I feel horrible about how it ended, especially about revealing your pregnancy. And afterwards, he continued, when it all came out about what Lynchy was going through at home, he shook his head. And then the fire? He exhaled heavily. I never felt shittier. Yeah. I tried to talk to you at school after the funeral. He reminded me to apologize, but you were completely closed off. I had a lot on my mind. I know. He agreed. I feel so bad about everything, Eve. Listen, it's not like I was an angel, I offered. You were paranoid about my friendship with Joey, and you had every right to be. It might not have been physical, but you were dead on the money when you said that I was having an emotional affair with him. But a lot of that had to do with the fact that he gave you everything I didn't. I gave you presents. He gave you his presence. He said calmly, I didn't understand it at the time, why you were so insistent about being his friend. I thought having a girlfriend was all about material shit, but then I would see you hanging out with him, and he had nothing to offer you, and still managed to give you everything you wanted. I shrugged helplessly. Where's this change of heart coming from? Because I don't want to go off to college and start a new life without making peace with my old one, he explained, and whether you want to hear it or not, you were a huge part of my old life for a very long time. Okay. Slightly confused, I leaned back and said, Quick question. Shoot. Bella Wilkinson. I shook my head. Lad, what were you thinking? Full disclosure. Go for it. I was with her more than once. His cheeks reddened. When we were a couple. Well, shit. I grumbled, patting my belly. Now I'm really glad I kicked her ass. I figured you were screwing Lynchy behind my back, and that was why you refused to sleep with me, so I went hell for leather with pretty much any girl who looked sideways at me. I wasn't screwing Joey, I told him. Nothing physical happened with Joey until that kiss in 5th year. I narrowed my eyes. When you and Billy double-teamed him before getting him arrested. He winced. Yeah, I know that now. So, speaking about batshit girls, the baby jabbed me in the ribs, and I shifted around in discomfort. How's Danielle? Danielle. He laughed humorlessly. Danielle was a distraction from you. We parted ways shortly after the Leaving Cert exams in June. Last I heard, she was seeing Bella's ex from Tommen. Yeah, well. I shrugged noncommittally. I hate to say it, but you probably dodged a bullet with that one. Snorting, I added, which is rich coming from your knocked-up ex. He laughed in response before saying, Listen, I wanted to do something for you before I left. Help you in some way. You don't need to do anything for me, Paul. I know you're on your own right now, while Lynchy is at rehab. Joe's coming home, I was quick to declare, hands moving protectively to my stomach. He's getting better, and then he's coming back for his family. My ex shifted in discomfort. I'm sorry if that's still hard for you to hear, I added. That I love him? But it's the truth, and I'm never going to give up on him. Yeah, he replied with a heavy sigh. I know you're not, which is why I did it. What? Sitting upright, I studied him warily. What did you do, Paul? I'm guessing you didn't read today's paper. No. I rested my elbows on the table and leaned forward. Why? There was a huge drug bust in Ballylagan last night. He blew my mind by saying, according to my father, they've had eyes on the Holland brothers for a long time now. My eyes widened. Are you serious? Paul nodded. He's being remanded in Portlaoise until sentencing. Shane is. And more with him. He confirmed, according to my father, Shane's already up for sexual assault, GBH, and several other unanswered charges. Dad reckons the judge will throw the book at him. He'll be lucky if he doesn't celebrate his 30th in prison. That's 6 years. I felt my body sag in a rush of instant relief. You're saying he's going away for 6 years? Longer if the DPP have their way. Jesus Christ! I blew out a ragged breath and clutched my chest. How did this happen? Paul shrugged. Someone tipped the drug squad off about a shipment of coke with a street value of 600 grand. What? My mouth fell open as awareness dawned on me. As I took in everything he wasn't saying, how would someone know to tip them off? Maybe someone has friends in the right places, he offered, reaching across the table to cover my hand with his. Maybe, before they moved on, someone wanted to make sure his first love had a fighting chance with her first love.